trying to get himself thrown in prison by doing whatever it takes, just so that he doesn't have to deal with you anymore. So it's starting to all make sense, actually. How long have you been attempting stand-up comedy?
About a year.
A year. All living here in Austin. Where do you live?
No, I live in DFW.
DFW, Dallas.
I live in Fort Worth, yeah, but I work with all over different places. So.
You want a rich cowboy to buy you a 10-carat diamond ring after all that shit? That is a huge ring monster.
It is legally blind. He had to find me somehow, so.
He's actually blind?
He is legally blind, yeah.
Wow. It all makes sense, man.
Listen, he can see me, he just has no peripheral. He's like a Roomba from Logan.
He probably wishes he was deaf.
He is, a little bit.
He's a little bit deaf, too?
Yeah.
Wow. Where did you find this guy?
I don't know, my standards were, like, over here.
It's an easy question. Where did you meet this guy?
A bar, karaoke.
The bar, karaoke. What was your song? What were you singing that night?
He made me sing some Reba McEntire fancy.
You're like Courtney Love.
Hey, you're a
fucking monster.
I know, yeah, I make fun of my blind fiance.
Yeah, how did he end up blind and partially deaf?
Partially deaf because he sits next to my fucking speakers when I go karaoke. Blind, he was born, he's got RP, retinitis pigmentosa.
Okay.
So he just was born with full vision and losing gradually.
So he has double pigmentosa, huh? Double pigmentosa?
Yeah.
Yo. Yo.
I present to you one of the greatest regulars in the history of...
Yo. Yo. Alright.
Of the show. Ladies and gentlemen, here, doing a spot in the middle of a random episode of Kill Tony, I present to you a man who, one day, perhaps, by the grace of God, will be a citizen of the United States of America. For now, he remains the Estonian assassin. Told you that. I love thinking always how American movies play in other markets. Like if you're in Japan and you went to see Oppenheimer. No Japanese people in that movie, just sexy scientists smoking cigarettes. Shut up! Chicks in person. Back to banging. Or like if you're in Korea and you went to see Marley and Me. You watch that movie, you're like, how long is this meal gonna take? Sometimes they rename American movies to fit for the local market. Like Taken with Liam Neeson. In Romania, it was called Normal business guy. Does honest business until American asshole intervenes. Schindler's List in Germany, it was called Scheiße. But my favorite movies are Denzel Washington. He makes killing look so easy. He's just a lazy, fat old guy. You're at home eating chips. You're like, yeah, I got it like that. Every Denzel movie is him at a diner trying to finish a meal. Every Denzel movie is just him at a diner. Takes down the whole single thing. It's a hot hooker, though. You gotta save a hot hooker. Okay, this is an act now of Denzel Washington trying to finish a meal. But then the hooker who gets in trouble is a fat cow.
It's just the two of us. Hosting you. Nobody's saying about that.
Someone's been watching some movies this week. Crushing, life is good. Singer is just like a
Cheering is one thing you don't love her cheer. Constant pounding on the coffee table. Pounding. Yes,
we don't have Halloween in this town.
you failed yourself to toy in their massive bedroom.
The things are scary enough.
Everything new wine with a bunch of what's the difference? Explain to
One or another a great big empire, and the other a really nice intelligent people. Wow. What's the second hand? What's this thing? You've seen that firsthand. You've seen it. What are you doing here? Once the students were not like 14, this year, so I had to make a change. They were also 14, and Russia 14. They got like divorce, I was like an Estonia 14-year-old at all. I was doing 4-4. No, literally, I was doing 4-4, and they saw me doing 4-4. You seem well rested. What have you been up to? Yeah, I went to Mexico.
Changing the name of Mexico to the Gulf of America. A big great president.
See, when I was there for the first time, it's such a funny incident where, okay, I Google restaurant, Google Map restaurants, and all other folks. First thing I see goes to Jewish guy, not like which means that's not hiding at all, just full with the things, you know. Two Jewish guys arguing with a Mexican guy who he's the guy who rents out like motorbikes. It's a Mexican. Just when I walked over to one part of the Mexican saying, I don't keep my fucking scratch it. I have no scratch here before. I should scratch. Jewish guys. Really? They show the picture. Because I hate the motherfucker. Away from there with like a wad of money in their hand. And then the other one looks at the guy and goes, Photoshop is free and so are we. Wow. So they're like that in Mexico too. Wow. That is incredible. Wow. Amazing. Racist, well, only if you're Jewish or Mexican. You gotta be careful with Halloween, my guy. Well, you're how long you been in America, my guy? 1 year and a half. They told you the key is to be careful with the costume, okay? I blew it last year. I went out dressed as a pinata. Went trick-or-treating down in the Latino community. And they beat the Three Musketeers out of me. So many chicks dressed as a sexy cat at this party. She said she's living here. I was at the party. I saw just about everything. I kind of felt the story. All the chicks with the sexy pussy cat now. And then there'll be that one chick dressed like as a banana.
Love it.
December 20th, team game. Ari, you are unbelievable. What a fucking set. Just the work that you have to do. Creating a star. You love it, but I can't imagine what Ari Mack is going to be doing in the very near future. One more time for Ari Mack. To the public, ladies and gentlemen. And your next comedian goes by the name of Jack Hill. Here we go. The opportunity. I don't know if you can tell by looking at me, but I got my haircut at the lesbian barbershop. They kind of fucked me up, though. It's my fault. They asked me what I wanted. I said, I love this city. ads for male enhancement pills. They're supposed to make your dick bigger, longer, stronger. I don't know about that. I wish they'd come out with something for female enhancement. Yeah, how about a pill that makes you shut the fuck up? Growing up was weird. My dad, he was always on this seafood diet where if he got home and he didn't seafood on the table, he'd hit my mom. Shit, man. Life's hard these days. Like, if a white dude wants to be black, they call him a wigger, right? I'm a white dude, and I really want to be Mexican. What does that make me, a wigger? Shit. That would make you a white bastard. That's all you know what the funnier punchline is there, Jack. Welcome to your first time on the show. Yes, sir. How long you been on stand-up? Like 2.5 years. Where at? Fucking Hidden Creek open mics, Green Room. So here in Austin. Yeah, here in Austin. Nice. What are you doing? I'm on one right now. How much money do you have? Like, just fucking living in Bummer. 15,000-20,000. Yeah, total. Yeah. So, what's your rent? 150. So you have 11 years. That's about half as much as Bender has. So twice as much. Okay. So what's your plan? How are you going to make money? Shit, I'm gonna fucking go to Mexico for the month of December. Fucking learn Spanish, come back, and get a sales job or something. I don't know. Okay. What's your plan? How did Mexico enter the chat exactly? I kind of want to be Mexican, you know. I want to go there, take classes to learn Spanish, take some cooking classes. Yeah, I think I can pull it off. You don't know Spanish at all? I know a little bit. I grew up in Texas, so I took it in elementary school, middle school, high school. Okay. How old are you? 24. 24 years old. We are unemployed right now, but what was the last job that you had? I was fucking, it was a sales job. Just fucking cold calling, bullshitting, construction. How long did you have that job for? Like 6 months. Okay. They fired you? Yeah. Why? I deserved it. Why? Because I kept staying up all night on my phone and then showing up late for work the next day. Yeah, what would you be doing on your phone in the middle of the night? Dude, fucking scrolling Instagram Reels. What is your algorithm like? If we looked at your... Maybe racist. Really? Yeah. Anything else? Just racism? Racism, fucking jokes, random bullshit. I don't know. Like, stuff that is unfulfilling. Just fulfilling enough for me to try and see if there's something better on the next scroll. But nothing more than that. Midgets with giant tits have entered my algorithm. I clicked on it one time, and now it's my entire recommended page. And I don't know exactly how or why, but I do keep clicking on it and staring at them. So wait, you're out of work right now? Yeah. Dude, it breaks my heart, and I'm going to be emotional here. And I think you people, it breaks my heart to see Natalie Portman out of work. Look at the meanest lesbian at a lesbian bar. They really got it. You could probably get a job at like medieval times or something like that. Like, probably. I can't jump if I don't learn. They pay enough. I ever put your lips on the front of a Tesla and just suck? What part exactly would he suck on? The hood. The what? The hood. Oh, the hood. Because that's the biggest area for a giant Natalie Portman suck mouth. Okay. What is your love life like? What are you into? I mean, honestly, I catch a lot of lesbians. Yeah. But seriously, recently, my only options are like dating apps, and I feel like the fucking app runners are like digital e-pimps, selling twat, and I don't want to be a digital like simp. What's the last date you went on? The last hookup you had, perhaps. I'm a fucking 37-year-old like South by Southwest.
At South by Southwest?
Yeah, just like
There on location? Or you met her there?
there's like a bar show. Yeah, I just met her there.
What'd she look like?
Dude, she fucking,
When it starts with dude, you know it's gonna be good.
dude, she was wide, right? And looked fat under her clothes, but she had a flat stomach. It was weird. It was a weird body type, big old titties. She smelled like corn tortillas and pozole. It was pretty nice. And it looked yeah, I can see that.
It was a Latina?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
How do you think she felt looking up and seeing she's fucking Natalie Portman with an altar boy's mustache?
So where exactly did that sexual hookup take place?
At her place?
At her place.
Her place?
At her place.
I'm sorry.
And
Her place.
you did hear her place. At her place. So how did that end? Did you last long?
Oh, okay, perfect. Well, that's not exactly that.
All right, Jack. Well, congratulations. Here's a medium-sized gentleman for you. Jack Hemphill, everybody. All right, keeping it moving along. Makes noise here, Nick.
Oh my goodness, there's the lovely Heidi.
Check out our podcast, Love on the Line at HeidiRegina.com. Let's make some noise here, Nick's fucking bull. It's Doc Ferry, everybody. Anything can happen. It's Doc Ferry.
I love pussy. I just can't stand you fucking bitches. Let me explain. I'm surrounded by females. I got 9 aunts, only 2 uncles. I got 3 ex-wives. I got 4 daughters, no sons. I got 7 grandkids, 6, which are girls. So what I'm trying to tell you, ladies, is I'm on your fucking bullshit. Y'all are fucking crazy. Let me give you an example. My dad caught me smoking a cigarette when I was younger. He made me smoke the whole pack in front of him. I get it. Don't punch my fist in crime. Now my mother, she caught me jerking off in the bathroom. She made me. I can't look my uncle in the eyes to this day. That's horrible. My dumbass wife asked me a dumbass question. She said, "Do you have a favorite song?" I said, "Yeah." "You want to hear it?" She said, "Yeah." I said, "All right, here it goes." Second verse, same as the first. She said, "That's not a song." I said, "It's music to my ears, bitch. Now suck my cock." Thank you very much. My name's God. Oh my God, dude. You just turned every pussy in this place to sand. Good job. Frightening. It says ISIS doesn't have a sense of humor. Sir, you're still crouching. I can see you. There you go.
Doc, welcome. You've been on this show before, right?
About 2 months ago.
Okay, well, welcome back. Remind us, how long you been doing stand-up?
About 2 years now.
2 years. And what do you do for work?
I am going to school currently for HVAC.
HVAC. You're going to learn HVAC. Well, that's see what I did there?
I was going to say the exact same thing.
Yeah, exactly.
My brother.
There we are.
Thanks for standing erect.
There she is. Look at that. Someone that dresses like a banana for Halloween. Anyway. So, Doc, is that true what you said? You have 3 ex-wives and 4 daughters?
3 ex-wives, 4 daughters.
How do these marriages all end? What's
Horribly.
Yeah, give us a little breakdown.
My first wife was my high school sweetheart. I actually lost my virginity to her, which was ironic because 10 years later I lost my car, my kids, half my money for 16 years.
Yeah.
My second wife was the meanest woman walking the face of the earth, still is. She's in Germany. She's German, true German. I don't need to say any more about that. She was rough. She was the worst. She was the meanest. She was the meanest. I actually, we talked about this before, but I got PTSD after going to war 3 times with the military from the ex-wife. Wow. So I went to therapy and everything.
Can you give us an example of what type of, I believe she was on the show earlier, by the way. What's her name, Ashley Ann, by any chance?
I can tell you this. tell you horrible things because it's not just the ex-wives. I don't date anymore. I'm done with women. They're fucking just obnoxious. I can't fucking. Sorry, lady. Get your sisters together, okay? Because they're fucking up. So here's some. Sorry, ladies. Not a chance. Sorry, girls. You're not getting a shot at it. I'll be outside after. I'm available. I'm single. And your hands get bigger every time you beat the shit out of one of your wives. You got mitts on you, dude. Just gets flatter right here. You ever lay in bed at night, rub your beard, and pretend you're fingering a girl from the 70s? That's a good question. You're on to me. Does it show? Yeah, exactly. I do that.
So keep telling us about the most traumatic wife you
Well, the most traumatic wife things that she did. The last 2 years of our marriage, I was locked in the basement, scared to death of her. She would come to work and she would show her ass. I mean, bad. She didn't care who was there. She just acted a fool up and down.
What does that mean exactly? What does that mean to you? What exactly would she do?
Here's a good example.
You guys worked together at the time?
No.
She would go to her work.
She came to my work.
Right. Which at the time was what?
In the military.
Oh, she would show up to a military base? Okay, go ahead.
And she would act crazy. But one of the things that happened while I was in the military and married to her was I was in the bathroom taking a shower, and she literally kicks in the door, right? And then I look like this, and she goes, I want you to take the shower on your knees. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? She said, the sound of the water is going to wake the baby. I said, get the fuck out of the bathroom. She was serious. She was like, you're a fat bastard. What the fuck? Talking about. When she got mad, that's what she sounded like. It was horrible. She was mad all the time.
Wow. What ethnicity are you exactly?
I am half white and half Mexican.
Half white, half Mexican. Okay, tell us about the third wife.
Third wife was the whore. We went in depth with this.
Oh.
Yeah, this one was, I'll just give it quick.
Yeah.
She put her, while I was contracting overseas, she was back here putting herself on Craigslist personals. And she was dating a lot of people, usually 5 to 7 guys at a time. And so when I came back, I said, why did you do it? And she was like, well, the relationship just lost its romance. I was like, good luck finding a romantic gangbang, bitch. And then I thought, oh, holy shit, I gave her permission. I didn't know if a romantic gangbang was a real thing. So I had to go to a Pornhub. I went to Pornhub, put romantic gangbang in the search bar. And I tell you what, it took me 15 hours, a half bottle of Jergens, and a trip to the emergency room. My God, I was right. She's a nasty bitch.
Wait, you ended up in the emergency room? Are you making a joke?
I'm making it.
Okay.
She's a bitch.
Oh,
In the end.
Okay. Doc, let me ask you this, because you seem to really hate women at this point.
I am not fond of them.
Right. What's the last date you went on? Have you ever had a positive interaction as a date with a woman? At all? You gotta go into it thinking this isn't gonna work.
No, I go in there with a very positive attitude.
Okay, so what's that like? Can you give us an example of a recent date that you went on where
I haven't dated in 2 years.
you haven't been on a date?
No.
Have you hooked up with anybody in the last 2 years? Not at all. Not in South by Southwest.
December 22.
What happened in December 22?
That was the last time I got laid. That's the last date I had.
How did that happen? What went down there?
She was a girlfriend, and she just got jealous because I live in Bernie, so there's a lot of money over there. So the main house has 7 bedrooms, and so I, pick up some people sometimes, and they live there. So I had a friend who was a female who lived there.
Hold on, time out. You said the main house has 7 bedrooms.
Right.
That's your house?
Yes.
You live there?
Yeah.
By yourself?
Well, my brother lives there. I got my daughter now with 4 of my grandkids in her husband.
But it's your house.
It's my house.
Right. How were you able to afford a 7-bedroom house in Bernie?
I was working overseas. I was contracted. I was making $4 million a year for 8 years.
Okay. Fuck yeah. Look at you.
Well, I was a protection service for the ambassador.
The ambassador of what?
Of Afghanistan. U.S. ambassador.
You protected the ambassador of Afghanistan?
You got this weird looking guy off the side there. I'm like, him, only like way better.
I'm pretty sure that guy would rip your fucking arms out of your socket. I'm pretty sure he would
Yeah, okay, I piss funny now.
When you say you piss funny, what exactly do you mean?
I mean, I gotta piss really bad, but I just pissed 2 minutes ago. So I go to the bathroom again, and I dribble a little bit, and then, nothing comes out. And then I go back again, then I go pee for an hour, and then it was kind of up and down. So I thought I might have a prostate problem. I didn't even think about this story. I got DP'd at the urologist.
Tell us about that.
All right. So I go in and I have this pee problem. I don't know what's going on. So I'm like, man, they're gonna try. I don't know what's gonna happen. I think they're gonna try and go on my dick, and I don't want that to happen. So I kind of stayed away from things like that. So I go in and they're going to a room, mood lights and everything. I'm not comfortable. They put me on my side, and then they take this wand with like a baseball type thing on there, and they shove it in my ass. Okay.
I hate to tell you this, buddy. You're at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
So the guy puts this thing in my ass, and they're not only up and down, moving it around and doing it. I'm just like, hold on. So, okay. So then at the end, and I was like, oh, thank goodness. I got a joke, I thought I was going to get something from people. He said, that's an extra. So I go into the next room, and I swear to God, they have this tray, there's like a mountain of the goo. And this thing's going to go in my pee hole. Looks like a lot of the car wash. It's that big. They said the word car wash. Try to hold a position. You roll a ball back. It's true. I have a calmer world after this show.
You might think that this episode is like a psychiatry office or something, and it kind of is. There's a lot of wild people getting this stand-up. Anything can happen. It's not sure Nick fucking bullets, Jack, Mick Williams, everyone.
Take a closer look, Mr. Bradley. Tell me what do you say? It's just you, sir. What?
My first choice.
All say that you, Sir Bradley. Take it down.
Let me hear you, fellas. Almost all the crowd. Seriously, there's no way that Lana Del Rey thinks it's sexy. It tastes like nobody's favorite beverage. That's got to be an advertisement for Pepsi. That product placement sticks out more than a shockingly clean car on the walk of gas.
What makes you hungry?
I'm watching that show like, I think a brand new Chevy Silverado in the 5th year of a zombie apocalypse. Right, I'm Jack McWilliams. Thanks so much.
Jack McWilliams. This guy looks like a comedian. He acts like a comedian. He moves like a comedian. Doing jokes.
Yeah.
There's a relief out of this bucket tonight, Jack. How long have you been doing stand-up?
10 years this Valentine's Day.
10 years is Valentine's Day. What made you start on Valentine's Day 10 years ago?
That was the day when there was an open mic and I clearly was single.
I love it. So 10 years, where'd you start at?
That was in Bloomington, Indiana when I was in college. In Chicago. 8 years.
Okay, you live here now?
So I'm in a long distance relationship with a girl who lives in Austin. I have a call for it. Since left the time. Passed on.
YouTube TV is amazing. Would you say for anything else? Anybody should forget some of that. I love it. So just a bit. Yes. That's right, John. So you met Adam tonight. So you met him last Monday. And he told you to come back right on the line tonight. And you did good tonight. And he said you have a chance of being a door guy. He said he has to check his thing. He has to do a little FBI research. So you're a professional golf caddy, and how long have you been in a relationship with a girl from Austin? 2 years. Nice. What does she do? She works at HEB. She's an American hero, is what she is. That's right. I went to HEB. You don't know about HEB, Harlan? You don't know what that is. You're Canadian too? Wow. French Canadian too. Oh my God. Yeah. What's an HEB? No, HEB. HEB is the world's greatest grocery store. It's Hey, what do you mean world's greatest grocery store? Like, what does that mean? Towards the community? Oh, my friend, every single thing in HEB is better than every single thing anywhere else. Literally, in every single way, anything has the HEB logo on it, even if it looks like it's generic, it's better than the actual product.
What a terrible connection.
Any questions like I would love to answer. Did your girl ever bring home any special treats from HEB? Some exclusive treats, perhaps their unbelievable jalapeno stuffed peppers. What are some of your favorite things about HEB? Tell these Canadians what is going on. I haven't chosen any something quite. I don't know if there was a specific thing, but just with the management training, they show that they like, and they use with like scientists developing their product as good, if not better, than like normal products like Doritos. They'll be taking the trash because then everybody needs to go shop at HEB. They want to grow. So science. HEB is actually a different specialist in chefs and cooks and stuff that specialize in different things. For example, making a curry. I was at my buddy's ranch in Bergen just a couple weeks ago, and it turns out their bakery out of control. Where the guy, my buddy Nick's dad, was like, "Hey, I'm gonna tell you a little bit of cinnamon rolls." And I'm like, "Oh my God, I'm not a big cookie guy. I'm not into sweets." Like, "No, you gotta try the fucking cinnamon rolls from the HEB." I'm angry at this HEB here in Bernie, out of fucking control. And I swear I ate like 72 fucking snickerdoodle cookies. I swear, like I was wasted on snickerdoodle. Watching the HEB is what it is. Don't you guys dare fucking face back in the studio right now and Shane Gillis.
I'm a little nervous back there, but it's okay.
Okay, Paula, let's talk about your life. You've seen the
Anything
show.
good about it?
Obviously, the set didn't go that good, but
What is
you
the best thing
can
about it?
save it with an
Oh,
amazing
really?
interview.
Right on the winner?
Okay, tell us about your life, Paula.
Alright.
Yo, what the fuck, dog? Dog, I'm like, everybody said that shit. Nobody knew how to pronounce it, though. Really? Oh, it's a word.
What is Chitty Chitty?
What do you want? You went all lollipops, ice cream, all weekend.
What are these references?
Lollipops, ice cream, come on, children, all weekend.
We're gonna have to overlay on the YouTube show. We're gonna
One
have
of the worst villains of all time, the child catcher from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
I don't know
You
it.
put a top hat on that, that's it.
Absolutely amazing. Okay,
Dude, where can you fucking watch the Olympics?
And by the way, can you do one more when you haven't done the first one yet?
Harlan is so funny that he's able to kill with an impression that nobody's ever even seen before. This is amazing. So, Paula, tell us about your life. What's a fun fact about your life?
My dad's brother was killed by the mob.
Oh my God! Wow, it's all
Oh, I fucked up.
lollipops.
Shadow blades all free today.
Okay, but what about you, Paula? Let's talk about you. You look like you've been through about 9 or 10 divorces or something like that. No, I'm kidding. All right, let's hear it, Paula. What you been doing with your life?
I've been on Steve Harvey before.
What were you doing on Steve Harvey's show?
Divorcing Pee Wee Herman. She said she was on Steve Harvey. Put it together.
I submitted an application,
Okay,
and then they called me and they interviewed me, and then we did that on the show.
okay, all right. What did you want to ask Steve?
It was probably back in like 2015 or 16, but it was something about, it was when one of our kids was in college, and he lived in Walkup, and we had never been to the place, but we were paying the rent, and he wouldn't let us in. We had to sit on the street. And so that's what the question was regarding, and then Steve Harvey went,
All right, Paula. Amazing, Paula. You sure you've seen this show, Paula?
yeah,
Okay. All right. How many kids do you have?
2.
What did you do for work your entire life?
For a while,
All the kids, she's the child catcher.
Okay, all right. Enough of this.
I'll do it again. Watch it.
Okay, we got it. All right.
All three.
Answer the fucking question, Paula.
I tried. I was a fitness trainer for a while.
Okay, fitness trainer, and then what? You got married, stopped working, had kids.
No, it was when my kids were older.
Okay, how old are your kids now?
One is almost 40, and one is this.
Okay, cool. And you have a boyfriend now?
I'm married.
You're married. How do you keep things fresh in the bedroom?
I don't have.
Okay, Jesus fucking Christ. Paula, here's a little cocoa. Get out of here. Get off of me. Here's a little cocoa. Can you catch? Here we go. female comedian of the night goes by the name of Jenny Ian, everybody. Here we go.
Hi, everybody. So I've been thinking about my celebrity doppelganger, and I finally found it. It's the nerd emoji. Yeah, I've been a nerd for a really long time. Back when the internet asked women one question, you probably know, was it hot? Were you hot? Or were you not? Yeah, it was on a scale of 1 to 10. And I was a 9. Yeah, don't laugh. I was 9 years old. Okay, Epstein. Now, I'm an adult, and the internet asks me more questions like, what's your name? What's your social security number? Are you a girl boss or are you a Chad wife? And I'm like, I'm single and tired. I'm so exhausted, I'm outsourcing all my decisions to AI. I'm scared I'm actually turning into a robot. Eventually, I think the question might be, are you a bot or not? But are you a bot or not? Excuse me.
I think you might be able to save this one. You might see your picture here.
You do the fucking thing. I'm gonna blow my brains out. Oh my god. Jenny, and you've been on this show before, correct?
I sold a Mustang on your show.
Oh, that's right. You pitched a 69 Mustang and then you ended up selling it.
My dad and son.
Nice. Very true. Alex, what else is going on in your life, Jenny? If you've had enough time to maybe think about what else you could have talked about the interview portion of the show since the last time you were on. Any fun facts about your life or anything interesting about you? Any one of the things would be where to begin. Any one of the things.
I used to run a lot. I ran college and then after college, I was pretty professional, almost appreciated.
Oh, wow. How much did that pay? How much does a shoe model pay? Is your face in your pants or is it like...
No, if you're chased by a giant marshmallow, explain how soft cover shoes are.
Wow, well, I've been using giant marshmallows since right next to me.
Like a shoe model, it's like meaning, right? Like, you know, just a shoe.
It was just us, like, right on the track and like a giant marshmallow.
How about anything else interesting about you, Jenny? Anything else? What's your dating life like? You seem like the third craziest woman that's been on the show tonight.
Thank you. My dating life is, I'm starting to see more.
What are you doing to do that? Are you on the apps or something?
Yeah, I am on that.
Okay, is your avatar creator? What is your bio on these apps?
Someone who likes to go all night and coffee.
Wow.
No, so boring.
Foxy pork right here, Tony. Jesus Christ.
It is.
Yeah, like, people do have the avatar in it, but goddamn, I still think she's like a dominatrix or something. Yeah, she's not either. So I think she's got a kill against violence.
Another super comical harlot reference. We eked our way to the early 70s, ladies and gentlemen.
Got this close, so put out the low.
Oh my god. Alright. So Jenny, give us an example, like the last date that you went on. What was that? You matched with somebody and then you met them for coffee or something?
Because we went for a walk around Lady Bird Lake.
Okay.
Don't worry, I'm not the Lady Bird Lake channel.
Alright, keep going. Keep going, Jenny. That's not funny. Keep going. It's just crazy. It's crazy what's going on here tonight. It's the least funniest people. Like, I'm gonna sign up for Kill Tony.
I've never had narcolepsy, but I think I'm about to get it real quick.
Okay. Let him sleep before he gets the lollipop. So Jenny, you went for a walk around Lady Bird Lake and then the date. What happened?
I told him about what I did last week.
What did you do the week before?
I went to Las Vegas to help, so I got.
Okay. All right. Okay. So then what happened on the fucking date? Jesus God.
Somehow I made him laugh.
Jenny, last question I could possibly ask you. Wait a year program. Before I put you on a year of no sign-up allowance, give us something fucking interesting about your entire life. Anything could work right now. Anything. Because the car wasn't in there, sold a Mustang, and that was it. That was your entire personality last time you were on. And now you're back. You've seen the show before.
Watch it every Monday.
And you see, like, I'll ask somebody a question, and then they'll answer honestly, and I'll say something. Okay, most interesting thing about your fucking life.
200 body count.
Again, we keep answering for you here, Ginny, and you're not saying anything while claiming that you're answering honestly. It's normally not this hard. You can say anything, any fucking thing about your entire fucking life.
I think it's interesting that I sold AI.
Okay, there she goes, Jenny Ann. Holy shit. There she goes. Gee, what the fuck? You know, if I was a fan of the show, I'd be thinking maybe it's burnt out. You know what I mean? Maybe, just maybe. Maybe they ran their course. In the end, it was just a bunch of crazy people signing up for the chance to win it. But let me remind you, we find stars almost every other week or so. There's another fucking absolute monster comedian that we find. Dexter Flynn has a week off. He's in Atlanta with his family. For those of you that are fans of the show, may I say, we have a book to recommend. It's like Louis C.K. wrote a book. It's called Anger at Everybody. I read it. It's amazing. You should read it. Why not read a book while listening to your favorite podcast, Kill Tony? I'm a fan for Louis C.K., ladies and gentlemen. It's an amazing book. You're going to love it. What were you going to say there?
No, I didn't see that moment. That's what I just said. This was more like entertaining.
Yeah, it literally was the highlight of the
This
set.
was the most interesting thing.
Anyway, we can always count on our regulars, the great Jenny performed earlier, and the only way to end the show like this is with the Hall of Famer with the record for the most appearances on this show. Years during the show, in the show's history, and he is here again, ladies and gentlemen, closing us out. It's the Strangler, the Manila Gorilla, William Montgomery, everybody. Did y'all know that a woman discovered catalog, and then she said, I'll just turn this into a little vest. I recently asked ChatGPT if AI would one day replace Redbeard on his podcast, and it responded, Redbeard has a big podcast. I watched Johnny Darko dubbed in French the other day, and I definitely didn't know
fuck was going on? My girl let me in the morning.
And him, 5 projects. After 5 projects, and they all went wrong. Somebody with common sense know that this guy is not worth it. But in Web3, there's no how. Project comes, project dies. Somebody that achieves a project today, tomorrow, something can still happen. He's doing the next one that he achieved. So if you are saying you now start grading them and the rest, don't you think because of this you now start keeping project, you now start giving because they don't want years where because of this and this happened. So that's one thing that you have to say. So back to you, James. Yeah. I think I understand the angle you're coming from. Mr. Pius, right? Because the angle that you're coming from is something upscaling. It's not only about scaling your skill, there's something called upscaling your mentality as well. I think that the very aspect, a lot of people myself, I was down at that. I basically had to talk to a lot of chats on that aspect, especially the ambition project. When I did this first year, a lot of the DMs I got was, why do they know about Eto? Why do they know about Eto? And I said the reason why I like going for that project is because the fact that they really didn't focus, that they don't tell you what, they are going to tell you what. But the whole edge of aspects, they said, and most of the time, if I speak, people are like, if you don't do it, or this and that, your project will fall. And I'll keep saying this thing. This is supposed to be a win-win situation, especially when you come to healing projects. You have to know what this project is all about. You have to know what their structure is like, so that you share the project and you can share it the right way. From your own experience, you have to be able to know if your project is going to, you know that if you're not going to put the community first, see these things, you know the insights, you know all these websites, you know all this structure. So when you are in the project, you're part of the team, you know how best to position, then you know what to say to your community to give them the best possible means of actually gaining something good. If you know that it's going to take you, putting them along, you find way to let them know. If you see the insights of a project, they actually along the way you post about it, and you could do those projects, you done it. At the point of time, people don't want to spend money. I don't want the people to blacklist. You know, that's what it was. That's what like. Okay. So yeah, I understand how you're coming from. I think that's a really good discussion. If you want to the project, find a way to know what to do, to know what to say, how to put your own narrative and the reason why you believe in this project. And the possible things that you are seeing that is wrong with the project. And do the whole make a post that the founders to see if they can actually collect all those red flags. It might be that the project is still so new, they don't even have all the details yet. And you can actually help them. So it is a doggy work, right? Go do your own best. No one is you doing your own content and all these people are moving like this. And if they are moving like this thing might just happen. Please find a way to go about that. And the project goes bad, they will not this person actually said this thing, this account actually said this thing, just don't come after you. When you keep moving this thing to this project, they are going to give you your friends for because this project can never feel what you expect people to see. As an ambassador on board, the moment he found out that when he found out that how much people are reaching, he actually went to their Discord, their meeting, he sent it to the founders. And because of all of the back and forth they got, they actually for the team, they log out of Discord like they lost the job. For actually saying, in fact, they came to our space and was like, oh, you're the ambassador of what is going on. And they said, okay, they did this and that. And they said, no, that this is not going on. They never wake up. They never wake up. I'm saying, off spring. Come on, what's the case over here? I'm sure what's going on. Right, where therefore, there is no life. active on my phone, so I don't know now before I go show you how to get through, what it comes to me. How are you active? So you're active on music, not like you're like straight into it before you actually are not being recognized. Like what you I see you Kapalot. Did we find you? Shout out to you, Jules. I see you, 905. See you, Nancy. I see you, Gregory. Lucina, Franklin, Bulu, Tushi, Gregory. I see you, Spiderweb. This is the only name I'm seeing here. I don't know if you pronounce it. Ishiri. So, Shiri, I don't know. I got that. And then we did the down payment visa and if you like to try, I want to pronounce that thing now, man. Anyway, I see you. Big Oma is off now. So you should see my scene. Big Oma, girl, I think I'll be my scene if I'm not mistaken. Shout out to you. Mr. Symphony, if you want. Sound change. Come on, baby, come on, come on, come on. I keep saying this every time I look at you. Get yourself one. Get yourself one. Okay, Kappalos. I want to see my say you post my birthday 2 weeks ago during our matchmaking space. What that means is that Kappalos went to, I think it was Super, it is Super, I think. So yeah, I greet you, Kappalos. I see you. So go and be with your day. Grace. Oh, Grace, my love. I've been smoking in space. How far does this? Yeah, because my engineer so. Yeah. I wanted to shoot here. People don't understand the specialty of movies, honestly. Now why I do like this? My Sophia, she's still here. And she has not taken. She didn't power for herself, but just that few minutes when she did my post, she know how many followers she don't gain. And I look down the position and I say, I don't say nothing. I don't say play. Anyway, I give her so I she wrote down. So yeah, bye bye. Nivela, I wanted to give it to you, but no, what I did you put her. No, you don't know my boss. Yeah, I come on the guy now. No, let's fuck our people. No, anyway, I'll let you hear you. Nivela, so I was giving the mic. Rabbi, yeah. I was trying to see you, Rabbi. Someone change your up now. King. I will call you my love, but King is the talking stage. You don't come up with the talking stage. I get you shout. Prometheus. Yeah, I get you, my dear. Someone change you. I go get you. Push the rock in our bank. Lord G. Kafana. See beauty. I'm not supposed to meet you. You just walk my front. Then I'm going to hit me. Okay, I think see beauty was the one I mean that. Wow, and then go with Ella, then Ravi, Big Oma, and of course Prometheus. So you have security, you have the NYC, my goals, now let me go, I beg. Get it done, right? Security is fine. And please, if post is not reposting, if post is not reposting, I can't be having just 26 reposts. If you go down, pay on this space this morning, if not like the as they say, they come, we don't pass 400. If we had every person reposting this space, by now we have not less than 200 reposts on this space. I don't even know why we are selling fish with it. Like I don't know, I'm kind of talking about this repost on the thing. It should be a culture by now. I don't know what this engineer so next
Every time the community, everybody got robbed. And they'll come out and be like, they'll be gaslighting the community like as in that them make the problem not the project. So I feel like this kind of people, the kind of people kind of that that one day. But normal average, normal people that actually see the project, because me, when I started my small account back for them, what I was doing like was shitty projects, posting adverts and projects that kind of thing. Yeah, but I mean, also have a big account like Restream accounts, that kind of people that see project and all, that post their normal project. So, but I think you can't hold those people responsible. I think the people that we need to hold responsible are the people that like force it down now to like give you that project that you need to do. Or people that have their ability badge, yeah, or people that that have that are paying without these projects, like forcing it down our throats, then those kind of people can kind of like put them accounting. Yeah, and we also have Restream people, like the one this guy was talking about those body protocol guys. Yeah, that's something his son actually came out, yeah, and talked about it to the community. Yeah, that is actually like kudos to them. But the other people that even though they're not sabi, just carry another like 2 kilos put them inside their pocket. They could just shut up. And at the end of the day, if that project comes back, they'll still be the one coming outside and same as me. This guy that people that were doing fight for us, like and even when Pai came out, like when Pai launched and Pai was at least now people were complaining and the guy came out again and was like gaslighting people that these people know sabi anything, like people that know wise and they him like he's needing for like the Pai is still even going dumb. Yeah, when Pai dumb, like Pai will come with out to like $3, $5, $10. That same guy now. So now people talk about him. I think credit is credit, so don't even like and those kind of people from outside. Yeah. So I think all this the project you guys going to use actually going to be like really wonderful. Like something I'm actually doing in this place. The way I think the consequences are yeah, the consequences might be is something like you might need to like work around, to actually stick around. Who needs to be on that list? Yeah, has to actually like red flag their account, exactly that kind of thing. Yeah. So also I don't know, I've been engaging people in this place. So people were engaging back, bless you, because I'm good here. Yes, no, bless you. And for others, we know engage and also like I think if you are on this place, try as much as possible, but for the mind, let them like engage talk. I was engaging people for I think I engaged about 20 people in this place. Nobody really said nobody like say anything. People like replied and spoke to them. But people like came down there and spoke on this place. They had like 10 or 15 other people kind of like follow me back and so if you do on this place, make sure you engage and make sure you try and come up on this page. Thank you very much, Jim, everyone. Okay, thank you for that. Thank you. Okay, thank you. I don't know if you noticed Ventis, the project that was requested. I was finding it difficult to show for anybody from the speaker panel. And after you get a less projects, you don't really have that kind of patience. So I just want to come in advance. If we get to get a project account coming here to West Africa, if we don't understand, see, we need to be ready now. Because after all, as people will be coming in anyway. I don't think I look again and say, I think I'll be doing that 26 labs on a particular space. And that's the reason the account is here this morning. I was with them yesterday. And believe they had the subject to come with TV share results. So you can't be me as if you say, and I know you want to see free TV and I was trying to tag them in the comment section and they didn't come for no why. So if you can person can do that, 26 labs. So it'd be nice to have them come and show themselves. The projects that they will go at the end of the day, now let's go connect with now. So but that's it. Now because the speaker panel obviously try to do that. So that's the content. So we should really don't take it personal. You can always come back if
sure that it's nice. Alright. Because I know that voice anyway. Like, and what's it called now? It's a community account or a personal account. Because I still try to do like a personal account. Yeah, that's my question. And we shout out to everybody on this weekend, listener section. Yeah, it's nice to be here. It's nice to be here. I'm appreciating Alpha, Chili Potatoes, Chili Potatoes. Okay, so yeah, it's all nice. So I want that answer. It's brown sugar, right? It's brown sugar. Yes, you just say that we have the answer. What I'm begging. Yes, my answer.
Yes, yes, it is. Mind you, that he separated, you understand? But yes, yeah, she has said by that, that's okay, okay, so you know budget was for sugar.
that talks. This is actually among everybody in especially in West African time. You know, social forms and people meaningful connections. So if we find our where you can
Correction for giving me the information because I did not have always because I thought it was informative about it. Last time I did, I had a voice with. I'm very sure I had a voice with behind this DeFi account. Although it can be messy sometimes, so I don't work on anything, but I don't work on anything. I don't work on anything.
some bios. I'm still in what is I and what is behind. Please can you like elaborate so that I can really understand it? Okay, let's try this. I don't say that how can you really convince me that panel. I just want to say it in advance. I beg, Feli. I told him I beg you. I beg, just hold your truth. I'm saying it. Don't come here and come and talk situation for me this morning. I just called him and beg you. Don't expect yourself to go down. You expect yourself or you go down. I just called him and beg you. I was pious. Thank you for that explanation. I always know my PNP is already, as to my voice. I know that already. But I don't say want to change it until our NFT is ready. That's the compass. The compass NFT actually. I don't know what Frenchman is. People that are creating it, what they're still waiting for. I want to wait till then before I rebrand. Because to avoid all these things, enough. I put my baby girl face, baby girl characteristics with the PFP of the compass on my PFP. So that the things come to an end because it's too much for me to handle. I don't want to fall into depression. What's this? So go, go, go. To think that Kapalot was just laughing to stupid. Where is that? So if you are drama policy, if you don't realize it's all, when you reach this time of talking about me, he started laughing to stupor. I don't judge you, Kapalot. But what you are doing, compare me, she is your friend. Why tell me myself that my God will judge you? You should be laughing. All of you that are laughing, even you women. You don't God know the calm story, you're laughing too. I know the friend for me and I will hold my peace. Let me give the mic. And you're like, don't be sorry, no problem. It's not your fault that you are I mean, now, you remember there was a day on space that you did an experiment. Now, I'm actually serious. You used one device and you used the other one. And the other one was clear with the feminine voice. And you were like, oh, okay, it's your device. So I thought, yeah, I mean, this one is, I don't know if you remember that space. So you did a test the other time and I mean, all of us on the space, it was clear. The stage was even on that space, if you remember. Because he bring that other masculine voice, you can't go back to the phone. You tried, exactly. I use my second device. It was six, I was even saying, you prefer the masculine one. And now you are saying, I don't even know what you want me to do. Human beings. Human beings are like,
Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you so much for the opportunity. You should all know that you sound wonderful. Let's not fight over it. Okay, you all sound great. First and foremost, I've done my best to follow every single person in this space. I'd appreciate it if you follow me back. I have hundreds of thousands of followers on social media. I'm a KOL and you want to connect with me. Secondly, you should know that I have spent more than 360 days live streaming on X Spaces 24/7. You don't know anybody else on X who does 24/7 spaces, let alone video streaming. So you want to connect with me for that reason. And most importantly, if you don't know who I am, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. You will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. And that means I'm going viral. And when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream or two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can view my life from 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my YouTube streams, the link's available in my profile. Additionally, you'll find it in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. Additionally, you'll find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I'm proud to say that we have over 2,800 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestar program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land and make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Okay, thank you. Okay, hopefully my voice go ahead. Okay, thank you for that one. We appreciate you coming here tonight and sharing your and all that. We do have to connect back to you. Thank you. I think who's next? It's it's not you. So before this this still I'm not seeing anything for you. Rabbi Rose. Okay, I'm trying to just make things clear and conclusion actually. So yeah, Rabbi Rose, I kinda like have questions. Like
Absolutely.
I'm still trying yeah, I'm still trying to understand when you come up to speak and trying to still get to your concepts. Yeah, I don't know if you understand our Niger stuff, but maybe not school like that. When we hear this very posh, English and from the start to the finish, we start to wonder like I don't know if there's any person in the house that has actually because this is the second time we have Rabi in this space. Not gonna lie, I'm still trying to understand everything we say. So if there's anybody in the house, maybe Pious Paul, because I do say in our white fan, in this guys, if maybe Pious Paul can help us break down what Rabi is actually talking about. So like I feel me, cool, I said, no, understand, okay. Now why you do talk truth? Anyway, so Pious Paul, sir, are you active? I could say maybe you saw, but no say he said no the English. In my mix, who I go say passing, oh, this star. Sorry, you are rocking. Are you active? Because this is
DeFi, I can explain. I can explain. Okay. Do you know what a live streamer is? DeFi, do you know what a live streamer is?
I know what the live stream is, but the way you're speaking it is too posh for me, you understand? I want to, don't worry, let me give it to Pious Falls to explain. Pious Falls, please go ahead. The white man in disguise.
So, Rabbi, Rabbi usually to our community, confusingly for community, including the Nigerian white man. What's going on here? Okay, so you know something about Rabbi? Rabbi came up to this last week. Was it last week or last 2 weeks?
Absolutely, plus Paul. Excellent question. Okay, so maybe a few generations ago, I would have been a diarist, someone who writes in a diary, or a journalist, someone who writes in a journal. But what I do is create essentially a time capsule or a timeline using video so that you can literally go back in my life to any moment of any day for the last 4 years and not just know what I was doing, but also what was going on in world events. And you should know that AI needs human data in order to build its models. And I have more data for AI to be able to create its models than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. Essentially, all of the data that I'm creating will be monetized in the future. I'm creating a giant library of this, and I'd like to do it for the rest of my life. So essentially, you'll be able to see my life in decades from now and go back in time, almost like a time machine, to see what was going on. It's going to be extremely valuable to humans. Just like in the past, where people would read history books or people would read someone's diary or someone's journal, I do the same, but I do it using video. Does that answer your question?
Okay, I don't know if I was fully still there. So I suppose I'm
So that answers the question perfectly fine. Interesting, okay. So, but what if I like actually coming on the next space with three? Because I realize that the kind of content you're actually doing, it comes across different aspects, right? Not actually limited to the precise
That's incorrect. That's incorrect. That's incorrect. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency. Whenever you watch my streams, I'm literally wearing a merchandise of $100 million coin. Additionally, in the last 100 days, I've helped over 100 people get jobs in Web3. So if I may just interject, I help Web3 24/7.
Yeah, that's nice. I think I don't think that part is said. You said you actually help people actually get job.
Absolutely. Let me explain what I do. I will help you absolutely, and that's what I say. Anybody who wants a mentor, coach, and friend, send me a DM. I'll be happy to help you. This is what I help people to do. First and foremost, if you don't have a resume, I help people to get a resume. If you don't know what a resume is, it's essentially a summary of your contact information, the kind of job that you want, your past career history, and your education. What we do is we get a one-page resume for yourself. Then what we do is we make sure that you have the ability to apply on different job sites because I want you to not just have a Web3 job, but I want you to have a career as well. And whatever it is you may do, you may be a community manager, you may be a Web3 marketer, you may be a reply guy. If you're a reply guy, I want to make you better. I want to make you into a social media manager. If you are a community manager, that's great. I want to make you into a brand ambassador. Whatever you want to do, I want to enhance you. And by the way, everything that I tell people is absolutely free. The strategy that we use is free, and I never charge anybody for any of this. I do it out of the goodness of my heart. Additionally, there are a lot of people on here who want to have bigger networks and they don't know how to do it. So what I advise people to do is create a link tree. If you don't know what a link tree is, it's essentially one link that you can put in your X profile that gives links to all of your other social media. I make sure that people create as many social media accounts on these different platforms as possible to have the biggest network that they can. This has a five-part strategy. First, it allows you to be able to promote yourself on the most amount of platforms. Secondly, it allows you to promote your clients on the most amount of platforms. Thirdly, what it does is it gives you more than 30 different communication channels to get new clients. Fourthly, what it does is it allows you to rank really highly in social media, in AI, and in search engine. And finally, it makes it very difficult to impersonate you. Once people do this, I look over their profile, I help them with it if they need help. And then what we do is we go and we ensure that they have content on their different social media. Then what I help people to do is be able to pitch themselves with a 30-second, a 60-second, and a 90-second pitch so that they can go into a space and with very little experience come in and say, hi everyone, I'm a Web3 marketer and I'd love to promote your project on my 30 different social media platforms. That means you're going to get more DMs about your project, more people buying your cryptocurrency, more people interested in your NFT. If this sounds good to you, please send me a DM. I'd love to work with you. And then I give people a menu that they can essentially send to their customers in order to make 10, 20, $100 a day if they want to, depending on the project. So I do my best to help people to become more successful in the Web3 space while simultaneously live streaming my life. Thank you for letting me contribute.
Wow, that's amazing. It's nice way to actually learn you, and I also think she has something to say. Because we want to see how we can actually partner and do things. Yeah, so yeah, taking all this part to you. Thank you. Thank you.
thank you, my boss. Rabbi, I have a lot of I was I think we were talking in the DMs the other day. You sent me a DM or we can take it further. Before I go on with anything, that. But for now, I was actually looking through your profile. I came across this space you held last. Okay, before I ask that question now, you said you're doing all this for free. From my experience in life, there is always a purpose of something. Like at the end of the day, for example, we do a lot of things in the community for free. We're coming up with classes, branding and all that stuff. The major purpose is for the growth of the community. As much as I'm not taking a dime, or none of us, or Freddie, anybody is not taking a dime, we're actually doing all of this to grow the community. That is the end goal. So I'm very sure there is an end goal from your end to Rabbi. As much as you're doing all of this, there's something you're trying to achieve from doing all of this. But I wouldn't, if it's not comfortable to answer that, yeah, it's fine. We can always talk about that later.
No, I'm comfortable with saying it. I have the heart of a teacher. I'm a teacher, and I like to help to educate people. I'm a certified project management professional. I have successfully launched apps on the App Store and Google Play with millions of downloads. That has allowed me to have financial independence. Additionally, I'm a rabbi. The term rabbi means teacher in Hebrew. I like to teach. I like to see people better themselves. If you join my community, that's great, but I don't demand it of anybody. You don't have to. If you just want to DM me and get information from me, that's absolutely fine. I don't ask anything from anybody. I absolutely understand what's the reason why you do it. If anything, I like to see people better themselves, but you can ask the 100 people who I've helped in the last 100 days. Not one of them has ever been asked for anything. I do my best to improve people, and I really the joy that I get out of it is to see people become successful. When they come back to me and they say, "Rabbi, I got my first job." That's great, and they're like, "Okay, but I don't really know what to do. What do we do?" And I help them and we strategize. That's a great feeling. And so, if anything, I enjoy the feeling I get when I help people.
Okay, excellent. I was going to say something next, but from the community thing you mentioned, I think I'll leave that for later because we have a lot of stuff to also doing as a community. And I wanted to say that it would be appealing to some studios to having you join the team that takes charge of the classes, teaching since you're a rabbi and you enjoy teaching. It will also be nice to have you in that team to actually attend to the upcoming classes and all that stuff that we have coming up. But you just mentioned the community thing, though you said if you like or you don't like, but that's it by the way. Lastly, I looked through your profile and I noticed that you hosted a space of 20 hours plus with just 5 persons tuning in. And that leads me to worry or concern. I have established that you're a real person, you're not a robot, you're not a bot. So, how is it that you hosted a space for over 20 hours and we had just 5 persons tuning in? I mean, even if you're just an account with low followers, you have over 3,000 followers, what exactly happened? Was it just a content space or what exactly? And honestly, I really want to know because even if I host a space for just 1 hour, if I don't have a turnout, there will be also over 100, 200, 500 persons. So why would I host a space for 20 hours and get just 5 tuning? What
Excellent.
exactly happened? Yeah.
Excellent question. I'm not the one who hosted that space. That's another account that I have that I don't promote. That's an account that simply records my life 24/7. That's the one that has been live streaming on X since February 14th of last year. So we're just coming up on a year. And those aren't like the audio is important, but what's really important to me from those videos or from those spaces, and you may not be able to see it if you only have an Android account, is it's video. So if you go into that space with an iOS device, you'll be able to see me for 20 hours straight. That's extremely important in my project in archiving the life of a human being. So I don't promote those spaces. I mean, I did repost it recently with this account, but that project is not really promoted by my bigger account, which is this one. So for anyone out there, if you ever want to find that space, in the X Spaces search, just type Rabbi, and you'll be able to watch my life 24/7. If you're ever bored, come check it out. I don't promote that space though. I just let it go, and it's been going now for more than 350 straight days, which is quite an accomplishment. And yeah, I've done it. I do them for 24 hours usually, and then I restart them. So I don't promote them. I don't ask people to join them. The 5 people who join were just random accounts that join. I don't do that because I want people to join those spaces. When I host a space, I'll get hundreds of people in the space. When I have that account join the space, it's really just archiving the video.
Okay, okay, well said. I actually wanted to propose, supporting you, get you from the community, giving you
Welcome.
I saw you, so you somebody so don't let me greet you. They don't let me greet you.
Welcome.
My God, they don't. Please don't want to come up the MIC. That listener section does not suit you at all, not even for a bit. Capalos, I looked around the space, I did not find you. I was coming
Yo,
for
what
you.
up, Levi?
When they shade me, you carry your emojis, they laugh. What is with you? Carry your emojis, they laugh up and down. And they come for you, but you know, go on this space. Thank God, say we don't pass that chapter. Good for you. Shout out to you, Tele. Immediately you hopped on the space in there, and I think you wrote. I was giving you a shout out, trying to shoot you the mic, it was everything. But I don't know if you wrote the video, but good to have you back. But Precious is down now. This is why I know I see you, Joe for three. Claim credits, Abdul Basit. Hey, Sophia is not here. Abdul Basit, what's up, my G? Esther, the big woman, baby girl, I know you came up now to your voice. I am Tammy, then G, baby girl, I beg, this your font. I don't have to click on your profile to read your name now. Chiri, Kai, Godzilla, Hola, G-Swag, 1905, KJ Squares, Rosemary, Maliki. Yo, I see you all. Shout out to you. Local stars have been called. The man who are even active. Just sleeping. Anyway, thank you for that once again, Rabbi. I'll be passing the mic now to Grace. But Grace could change that for me if she don't want to leave it. Alpha Grace.
Are you guys here?
Not there, they didn't see you. He said he definitely cannot do it.
First of all, I'm going to start by apologizing because of fighting H5 Queens and the other co-host. Not you, but the other precious lady before you. Why did you make me to apologize? Because like you guys are really my most amazing audience. If there's any way you can have offended H5, please have mercy on me. I will forgive you. Even to you too, you still if I've spoiled your life vulgarly before, have mercy on me. I will forgive you. Because I've been on this space since 7 a.m. I mean 7:30 till 9:49. What is wrong? Please, hi sis, how are you? Can you speak up? I see to that thing. Is it because I love music? Eh? What? Give me your advice. Can you tell me my name doesn't mean that I stay on my name? What is it because I love music? If it is because you have money or influence or even 500 at least I will just get like 2 months for music. Yes, because I don't know why someone is getting all excited. For your birthday because what if people want right now? I want to stop that phone. Today is beautiful. And the number reach you right. Since I'm here since yesterday till now, 2 hours ago, no one to you guys. On the one thing don't say something bad to me. So because you think you are doing something to me. If you feel like that, drop that and down. Anyway,
anybody will get something to talk for the MIC. I beg you, sir, so that I go fish no full am. And this thing goes trans. I beg you to come up. Nice requesting. I see Derek Jeff. I want to get there in the house. I see we already have messages for you. Messages also big woman and of course master that boss. So make no vex if I did not for the MIC. If you have something to say, please don't also raise your hands so that we can show full with peace without fear. So Grace, go ahead. I'm not talking to you now. It's not you.
much more.
Oh,
Thank you for your I have already touched on this too. I like your honesty and practice.
No face now. It's not like you used to do. No face, baby girl. It wasn't intentional. She was not mistaken me the Bible. I remember say, baby girl, don't do it.
this is the girl.
Noella, don't go. Where is she going to? Are you running or you are going? Where is that girl? Where is that girl? I know say you promise to it, promise to good, but I want to keep you for this speaker panel. Just continue. Web3 VR, where the heck have you been? Web3 VR. Web3 VR. Are you even here now? Don't rock. Man, those are one of those people that started with us when we were just getting started back in a few months ago. So yeah, I go always remember on that one and something, hard. Okay, my coach is up here. Yeah, good. Trying to make this one where I look to stay with and master the voice. Master the voice, if I carry you finish and you come out, it's okay. You God knows say I go spend for you this morning. Cheers. I don't know who they ask me the hell. Okay. The hell will go that don't go. I want to say the hell they come for speaker panel. She don't like she wrote I don't know. Anyway, tell it. Why you not coming up now? Baby girl, come up the speaker panel. I need your vibes. I mean, have yourself come up. Anyway, Chris, like I said, it wasn't intentional. She shaved me.
Oh, there's a girl. Well, it's the weather season. Not bad.
William, have you watched any of tonight's show? Have you seen any of it? Sometimes you're
So, just a little of it. I haven't been paying attention for a bunch of kind of weirdo kind of people, right? Yeah.
Psycho bitches.
Yeah, psycho bitches. That last girl, she seemed strange when she was walking out. I just touched her shoulder, just trying to be nice. And then I went on with what I was doing, and I turned around, and she was just sitting there staring at me. And I was like, okay, bitch, keep walking. I was trying to be nice. I was trying to be nice, bitch. What the fuck? It is wild. Proof that the bucket is real, that anything can happen, because if these things were produced at all, clearly none of that, like Demo Majok, the extremely black man. And yeah, the Kennedy, the Jack McWilliams was fun. But it was just like, you and Ari Maddie. Yeah, well, I've been so busy up there. I've been hanging out with Ari Maddie's friend, also from Estonia. He will not get off my back in the green room. It's Tony. He was an Estonian comedian that's annoying you in the green room. It's really, no, I'm kidding. Oh, nice. I only briefly said hello. Hi. No, yeah, Tony, what have I been doing up there tonight, Tony? I'm trying to even think about what I've even been doing up there tonight. Not a lot. You're asking me what you've been doing in the green room while we've been taping the show? Huh? Nothing. William, how's life been going for you? What have you been on? Good, Tony. Well, it's not funny. No, not good. I gotta snap out of it. I haven't done a fucking row machine in 3 weeks. What made you stop rowing? My sciatic nerve. And I was worried I was gonna just stop doing it. Or just stop doing it. So I gotta get back. I've been in this horrible bug area for 3 weeks now. So I just gotta get out of it. I've been on fucking eBay. I've bought all the fucking Oriental rugs. I got literally fed. In my place, I got one to lamps. Now I'm buying a bunch of lamps on fucking eBay, but I'm a little worried because I got this really cool kind of old school like ashtray, and I got the package finally arrived today. It's broken. Why didn't you buy it from me? My fucking friend. Yeah, you can go to Nick Rushfort's antique store at Shamanics. What are you talking about? You told me. No, you don't have very good looking rugs. I looked at your fucking rugs. I have good looking rugs. This great rug, CHAMONIX house, Shamanics house. And you went on fucking eBay. Yeah, I got on fucking eBay, and they smell like shit. All of them smell like shit. They all smell moldy. I should have bought one. What kind of lamps have you bought on eBay this week? Oh my gosh, I got one that looks like a duck, a brass-looking duck. I've got one that looks like another Oriental. It's another Oriental thing. It looks like it's some sort of cookie jar, some sort of jar. Yeah, I gotta get a lamp change. I've been looking on this lamp chain website. That's real kind of boring. I mean, they got different kind of lamp chains. They got ones that kind of look like a cylinder. They also got ones with like a small top. Yeah, what other kinds? I don't know. They're all gonna make something up here. It's getting laughs. But like spherical. There's also fiber optic stuff. Yeah, I'm getting fiber optic out in my apartment. Sorry, yeah, it's just so boring. It's hard to even do that.
I saw something on social media the other day that you were sitting in your living room the other night. An owl smashed in your window. Is that true?
It is true. It is very weird. I didn't know it was a demonic kind of thing. I didn't really understand because I'm literally in my car recently. All these birds hit my side window. Oh my God! Literally, when I'm in like a red light, birds will just start going into my fucking side window. Oh. And now it's happening in my apartment. And now it's happening with owls. Now it's happening with hawks. Now it's happening with all different kinds of birds they have around here. Seriously.
You're not thinking Alfred Hitchcock, are you? Another old reference.
Oh, just the late 50s, no big deal.
Going to go to Arby's?
Yeah. Double beef and cheddar. Steak bites. I love the Arby's steak bite. Oh, you do? What else do you love from Arby's?
Well, the fucking Jamaican shake, Tony!
Oh. No, but that's all I really love. I really do love a Jamaican shake. Why didn't you do that right?
What do they call it?
No, not else for more. What do you call them? A Toluca shake! That's how I ordered them, and the birds are fucking flying into my window, dying. Seriously, it's been a weird. That's why I've been down recently, Tony. It's weird. Birds have been flying into your windows. Correct. And now it's on some social medias. There must be somewhere about that.
I saw that. I also heard an ostrich tripping up your ass.
Well, yeah, is there something that you're leaving out, perhaps? Do you have some type of a food that you've left out? Why would birds fly in your windows? Is there something like energy thing, I think, Tony?
Wow, worried about you.
Don't they say if a bird flies into your house, it means somebody's going to die? And I don't want to be morbid, but isn't that like a thing?
Yeah. God, I've been watching a whole bunch of fucking police cam videos. That's what I've been doing. And dear Lord, Tony, right before this, again, I kind of haven't been feeling great. And I'm watching this one. I didn't even click on the next video. It just goes on. And it's these two police officers, and there's this crazy guy who roll down the window, and to give the fucking driver's license, and then they end up breaking out the window, and then he shoots the one guy in the neck in the stomach. And then it shows the process of them blocking off the roads, you know, police cruisers, there's fucking police cams everywhere. But it kind of didn't help my mood before I got here.
What's that got to do with the bird? Why do people say you laugh like an owl?
Okay, well, let me see one more time.
that you need so that way you get your inputs and just use kind of kids. So just document that you put on ready to watch it's you said everything's okay. Said it was
Yo, what up? How are you, big dog?
Good man. Shalom.
Shalom. What's good, son?
Everything, man.
Excellent.
I didn't say anything on what.
Dude, just living life. How'd you find out about me? Please remind me.
We used to talk, and I saw you on anime, so
On anime server?
yeah,
Okay, very well. Did you
it's an
watch it?
anime Discord.
Oh, did you watch the Super Bowl?
No, I didn't. I'm not American. It's like not something foreigners are aware of.
Are you kidding me? They had like a whole dedication to Latin America. The entire halftime show was in Spanish.
No, well, I'm from Australia, so no one really cares about the Super Bowl.
Dog, I had
Like,
an
even though it might be a good,
I had an Australian in here. You know the Australian? There's going to be an NFL game in Melbourne next year.
yeah.
All right, very well. All right. What about the Winter Olympics? Do you know that there are 56 Australian athletes competing?
Oh, you're into all the Olympics, all of those things.
Baby, I'm into everything cool.
I'm more into like finances and money and politics.
All right. Well, I'm
It's kind
into.
of my thing.
All right. Well, I'm into everything, baby, and that shit's cool too. All right. Have you been on Twitter Spaces recently? Yes or no? Go.
No.
Why not?
I just operate my business, man. Like almost like more than full time. Like I just work a lot.
All right. I mean, it's something you can listen to. You don't have to like do anything, but it's 24/7 Web3 discussion. Are you into cryptocurrency?
Yeah,
All
yeah.
right, all right. Well, and you're not in the Web3 Twitter Spaces?
I just dollar cost average into Bitcoin and Ethereum.
Okay, but what about like meme coins
So
or
I used to play with meme coins, especially after Trump launched his own token. But I noticed that it was a bit too speculative, and it's not really like something I've developed skills. I don't have the skills for that.
okay, what kind of business do you run?
I help people with disabilities.
Oh, very cool. You have a big heart.
Hmm? Yeah, I think it's about when I started the business, it wasn't really even about the money in the beginning. It was just providing a good service.
Very well. Do you know what raw comedy is?
What's that?
Dog, it's Australia's biggest open mic competition. Man,
I'm looking into this.
you don't know anything about Australia.
I mean, I grew up here most of my life.
No, I'm just busting your balls. Do you not know what raw comedy is though?
No, no, no. I'm not aware of that.
Dog, you got to get on board. It's Australia's biggest open mic competition. Do you know what comedy is?
Yeah,
Who's your favorite Australian comedian?
I don't have one. I have American comedians I like.
Okay, who's your favorite American comedian?
Probably Bobby Lee. He's very funny, like little Korean man.
That's hilarious that you think about. Okay, excellent. Do you know who James McCann is? He's from Adelaide.
No, I don't really know. I didn't know all these Australians and all these like facts about like 10 different things.
Yeah, I know.
I didn't know these.
I'm having to teach you about your own country.
Man, you don't say it that way, man.
I mean, am I not? Am I not? I'm over here teaching you that you have 56 Olympians in the Winter Olympics. I'm teaching you. Do you know about the JJJ, the music
No, don't
radio?
you? Do you know about Anthony Joshua and
Fuck,
Jake Paul?
fuck yeah.
Yeah, like I'm into like those the funny influencer like fights, you know. And that's the shit like I follow. Have you seen the Andrew Tate versus Chase Rizzo?
Until he got his ass whooped.
Yeah, by like some influencer boxer with pink boxing gloves. Smack
There you go. Do you like UFC?
UFC. I used to follow UFC. I stopped watching it.
All
I
right.
know a lot of the fighters. I know like Israel Adesanya, Alex Pereira, like all of those people.
All right. Very well. Are you excited for the White House UFC event, July 4th?
Maybe because you're a streamer, like get into all of the trendy topics
Doug, I'm into
about like
everything
what's
cool.
coming, gonna happen.
I'm into everything cool.
Really, what about the guy that got kidnapped by like Trump or something? I don't know. Some Mexican looking guy.
Doug, Nico, the guy from Venezuela.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. What about him?
Apparently, like Venezuela has like 20% of the world's oil.
Yeah, dog. We've known this for a long time.
Yeah, yeah. That's why the oil prices are so cheap.
I mean,
But that Venezuela oil.
it's arguable. We basically kidnapped their leader and staged a coup, and now we're running that country.
We did that to Chile as well, right?
We've done it to essentially every Central and South American
South
government.
Yeah,
Yeah, that we basically have large corporations that want the resources of those places. They come in, they change the leadership, they put in some puppet leader, and that puppet leader does everything that the United States says.
Yeah, exactly.
Word dog. All right. So,
Is your family very rich? Because the Rothschild family is very famous for that.
yeah, I mean, we're all
And
related.
well,
We're all related. There are over 3,000 of us in the United States alone, thousands of us globally. It's a pretty common name within the Ashkenazi Jewish community. It's like having the name Kennedy as an Irish person.
mhm. But you're not a part of the main Rothschild and Co. Right, that
Maybe,
branch.
maybe they're part of me.
Like, oh, but you're not like connected.
By DNA,
Do you have like social connections with them?
I have familial connections. That's even closer.
Familiar. Oh, then what are you doing streaming, man?
Maybe this is the biggest event in global history. I don't work. All my food's taken care of for me. I'm financially independent. I mean, what more do you want me to do?
Probably like I guess you can chill. I guess you're set and then just do whatever you enjoy. You
This,
might enjoy this.
this is what I
That
enjoy.
gives your life meaning. Like no one's forcing you to stream, right? You're doing it out of your free will.
100%.
Um, that's good, man.
I could be traveling the world. I While I enjoy traveling, I really am a homebody. I like to learn. I like to be entertained. I like to be comfortable more than anything. So I make my time streaming my life 24/7 and meeting new amazing individuals who don't know anything about their own country like you. Now, let me ask you this, my man. I'm just busting your balls. What are your thoughts on Robert Irwin? Oh, wait.
I don't know those people.
You don't know who Robert Irwin is? Dog, he's like the biggest celebrity in Australia.
Like I don't like. I feel like these people are like I don't really connect. Like I'm not in the entertainment industry or these things. Like it's
Dog,
not like
dog,
it's not like in my
dog,
area.
dog,
You know what I'm saying?
dog.
My
Dog,
areas.
dog? Do you know who Steve Irwin is?
Yeah, I know. I know.
All right. So he has two children. Rob, Bindi
Yeah.
Irwin, his daughter, and Robert Irwin, his son.
Oh, his son.
Yeah, dog. So just living like a pimp. That's what I'm doing. Going into Twitter Spaces, telling people about what I do.
Do
And
you know any good investment strategies like right now? Like I think the world's gonna change a lot in a couple more years.
well, of course, it's going to change in a couple of years. Yeah, I know the best investment strategies in the history of humankind. It's called data. Aside from data, though, if you want to make a quick buck really as fast as possible, get into pump fund and just whenever a coin is launched, buy it immediately and sell it within like 3 minutes, and you'll essentially every single time make at least like 1 or 2x, and then you just keep doing that. And
And most of them don't, right?
no, most of them do.
Most of them don't.
Right when they launch, they all go up, and so you just buy them right when they launch, and then you sell them within a minute.
Mm.
It's basically a
Like
cheat.
that strategy actually works.
It's a cheat code. Yeah, absolutely, it works.
Because I lost a lot of money on pump
Well,
actually.
yeah, because you didn't
Like
sell soon enough. Because you didn't sell soon enough, right? Yeah,
yeah.
exactly. So basically, you say to yourself, I'm going to ape into a coin. I am going to only be in it for 1 or 2 or 3 minutes until it 1x's, 2x's, 3x's. Then I'm going to get out.
Yeah,
And so you just have to be happy with taking small two
50% or like small little wins.
exactly, but that adds up very, very quickly.
Yeah, yeah, it does.
It's a cheat code, dog.
Are there any other cheat codes you know of?
Dog, I know all the cheat codes. Again, data's the biggest cheat code of them all. Data's more valuable than petroleum, dog.
What can you do with data? Like,
Train AI with it.
mhm.
You know about AI. I mean, you know how valuable AI is, right?
Yeah, yeah, I do. Yeah,
Well,
it's
in,
changing the world.
in 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data, specifically human data, overtook petroleum as Earth's number one resource.
Mm.
So, I mean, how much money do you want to
But
make?
how do you invest into data? Because I know a lot of it's hidden under private equity deals. Like most people don't have access to private equity
Dog,
deals
you
unless
just
he knows them.
you create your own data.
Make their own data.
Yeah, dog. So you basically recognize that human data is the most valuable asset in the world, and you create your own. You basically generate your own human data and recognize that it will be extremely valuable in the future.
Really?
It's the number one resource on Earth. It's more valuable than gold, silver, oil, cryptocurrency. Human data is number one. It's more valuable than water.
Isn't your own? I think isn't your own data like not much some money? Like it's not much like your own
It,
like personal data.
it depends how
It's not
much of
worth
it.
that much.
It depends how much of it you have. There's another person in here. He recognizes it. His name's Spirit Man. Spirit Man live streams is like 24/7 on YouTube. He's been doing it for like 300 days. There's a lot of value in that data. I've been doing it 24/7 for like 1,500 days. There's a lot of value in that data.
And how do you get that value to be monetized?
The different social media platforms,
Demonetized.
the different social media platforms,
Oh, so you just
they pay you for it.
but you're not selling your data, right? Are
Oh,
you selling your data?
no, you still own it.
Yeah. But
So
I mean, they collect data from you and then they run ads to sell you things, and then like the companies that run ads pay the big social media platforms for your views and your data. You know?
right, and then you get paid from that.
Oh, so you're doing like a social media influencer now, where like you get a lot of views.
Yeah, I mean, but you have to recognize views can make you money. The data itself can make you money. Endorsements can make you money. There are multiple profit streams from this. It's not just one profit stream. That's what makes it so valuable.
I think that some people are able to create more value than others like, in this kind of thing. Like Aisha Speed, he seems like he's doing very well, even though he's young. Like, he
Of
has a lot
course.
of people watching him.
Well, no, that's not necessarily true. A lot of influencers bot themselves. In fact, the majority of
Yeah,
influencers bot themselves so that they have what's considered a larger audience. Then they get more money from it. But the number one job in the United States that a young person wants to be is an influencer, and that is now the number one job as a global desired career. It used to be athlete. It used to be like football player or basketball player or soccer player. It's no longer. Influencers taken over.
yeah.
You can do whatever you want. You can talk about whatever you want. Literally, whenever you turn on the camera, money starts to get generated. It's like a free money
A
glitch.
billboard.
Yeah, or whatever. I mean, like I get, I'm wearing, I'm 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 sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. All I have to do is wear their shirt, which costs me nothing. I have to wear a shirt anyway, and have their pillows and comforter and stuff, and I generate money
Oh, do you mind if I ask, like, how much?
enough.
Hmm. I've thought about there's so many ways. There's organic traffic where you're generating, and then there's paid traffic. You can monetize paid traffic, but like it's a lot of skill. Like these all take skills, you know. Like
They don't. All
what
you
you're
have to
doing.
no. I disagree with you on that. What it takes is consistency. Consistency is the key.
The consistency. Yeah, 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 yeah.
I mean, if you want to consider, if you want to consider,
Compound.
if you want to consider consistency as a skill, I agree with you there. You could be
Yeah.
someone who has a million views on one video, which is fine. You can monetize that. But what's much more valuable is 1,000 views over the course of a year. And you might say, but why? Because you have a lot more content over if you create an entire year's worth of footage for people of the future to be able to study.
Really.
Absolutely. Like, let's take it like this. You could have like data is very important. Like in the past, okay, let's put it like this. People in the past would write journals and diaries, and they would say like what the weather
Yeah.
was like and what was going on in the world, and they would talk about their passions and their dreams. And you could have perhaps 100 pages of a really famous person, which is valuable, or you could have a lifetime journal of someone with maybe 10,000 pages worth of journals, and maybe they might not be famous immediately, but the fact that they had so much content over the course of their life becomes the backbone of many of our history interpretations. Like they're able to shape history due to their words. Maybe they weren't president, or maybe they
It's like
weren't the king of England.
there was an old lady. There was an old lady that recorded like every single TV podcast
That's
of
exactly
every
right.
news network
That's
for
exactly right.
decades.
From the 1970s until the late 20, like the late noughts, and so for like 30 years, and that's become the backbone of the global television archive. And she worked for Apple Computer, and
You know,
she and her
love
family
that, right?
basically used the funds that she made from Apple to be able to take on this project. And now the reason why much of our video archive exists is because of her.
Mm.
So she may not have made huge amounts of money over the course of her life. She did though because she had Apple stock and stuff. She lived comfortably, but in 100 years she'll be seen as an icon.
Yeah, yeah. It's like AI can go through all of that video footage and then learn the lines
That's
from that.
exactly right. It already can. I can give AI a 12-hour video of mine, and it gives you minute by minute timestamps of everything that was going on, an analysis of the language, and summaries. I mean, it's incredibly powerful.
Mm. I just think that it seems like a more like a long, very long spread, which can pay off really well. But who's gonna buy like the data? Who's gonna, you know what I mean? Who's gonna buy the data that you stored up?
You have to understand it's about influence. If you're not live streaming right now yourself, but if you do it for 10 years straight every single day, you'll be a millionaire. Just about guaranteed. If you do it 24/7. And here's why. Because you'll have people who come to you to say, "Hey, I've seen what you're doing. I like your content. I have this cereal I want you to be a spokesperson of, or this clothing brand I want you to be a spokesperson of, or I want you to drive this car, and you're going to get on podcasts and you'll get interviews. Your you will see perhaps exponential growth. You didn't know who Mr. Beast was 10 years ago. You can go back and look at Mr. Beast's first video, which is like in 2014, and he looks much younger, and he's just like, "Hey, everybody, I'm making a video for myself in 10 years."
I gotta go. I gotta. I'll be back. I'll be back in 5 minutes.
You do what you need to do, baby. It's your world. I just live in it.
Hey, I'm back.
Yo, what up, baby? Yeah, so you're over here. I'm telling you, like the way to success, and you get it, but you don't. Okay, so 10 years ago, Mr. Beast, well, maybe like 12 years ago, he was worth nothing. He was living in fucking North Carolina, and he had nothing. Now he's a billionaire. He kept up there with that dream, and I'm just saying to you, like, you want the easy way. The easy way is creating content.
Mm, I think you're right about that.
I'm absolutely.
Then what about AI? Does AI can AI just create the content in the future?
Well, so you have to recognize it's the idea that it is human content that makes it valuable. AI cannot replicate human data. People think of it like this. You know how people pay a lot for handmade things like watches
Yeah.
and cars? Like the most expensive cars are the ones that are made by hand. The reason why is because it doesn't involve machines. People are willing to pay a premium for that. It has more value. Additionally, look at art. Like people could be like, well, art can be created by computers, and it can be, but it's not as valuable as art that's been created by great artists And the reason why is because people value the human touch. And the same is true with content. Yeah, you can create really cool videos using AI. There's no doubt about that. I think it's great. I do it all the time. However, no machine can recreate your reaction to it accurately. It's not real. And people recognize that. When they know that it's AI generated, they know that it loses, at least the human beings, it loses much of its appeal. That's one of the reasons why
Yes.
people value going to concerts and being able to see the actual artist as opposed to listening to AI music or computer produced music. It's because they can connect with the human. And we're at the point where, I mean, if you've heard of the theory, it's known as the dead internet theory. It's where much of the internet has already for at least the last near decade been replaced by robots and been replaced with um, artificial intelligence, and thus we're moving more and more away from human content. And people long for that. People love that. Look, I can just tell you this right now. I've got one, two, three, four. I've got like five different people in this stream who just like being around a human. They could be just live streaming to like some AI model or whatever, but they don't. They like the human connection. And that's just in this Discord. I've got another 20 different YouTube streams that are going, and random people in there who just literally like to know that it's a portal into someone's life and it's real, that anything could happen. That's the thing. It's anything could happen and it's real. It's part of history. Anybody could say like, "Hey, we're just going to play anime or play a cartoon or play perhaps a movie," but that's predicted. It's generated. Anything could happen in this stream. I could say anything. Any random person could come in here, and that's exciting.
That's a fair point. Yeah, that makes sense. It's like pranksters, like pranksters are pranking real people, real reactions. That's why people are watching reactions. It, it's like you get to live vicariously like, when someone reacts to something.
In many ways, yeah, there are similarities to that, and then you don't get in trouble,
Yeah.
and people like
Like
that.
if someone is like mischievous and they enjoy like trolling people, and they'll be go on look for them instead of making see it.
That's right. I mean, look at um, look at old photographs. Okay, people like old photographs because it's like a snapshot of history. And that's what these live streams are. It's a snapshot of history. People will study this decades and centuries and millennia into the future to understand what life was like in 2026 and 2025 and 2024 and 2023 and 2022 and 2021 and into the pandemic. I mean, that's going to be really important for society.
True. Mm. Well, in the so you're just basically trying to create a legacy, right? Where people can look back and see your life, how everything is.
In many ways, but it's not just about my life. It's about world history events. 24/7, I keep the radio on in the background that captures the news world events because there's been evidence of historical revision, and I don't like that. I like historical. I like I like historical accuracy. So I want somebody to be able to go back in my stream and know exactly what was going on, not just in my life, but what was going on in world history. And if somebody tries to manipulate that in the future, somebody can go back to my stream and say, no, that's not how it played out.
Are your videos like all uploaded to a platform?
Yeah, I mean, 24/7. I'm live streaming on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Dude, you don't even know this? Okay, go to at the top of this stream, or pardon me, at the top of this Discord. Do you see under welcome there's a red circle that says 24/7 YouTube streams?
Yes.
Okay, click that, and then do you see a link in there?
Mm-hmm.
Click that link. Look how many live streams I have going on YouTube right now.
It's not like a gazillion.
Right. So you can see my life from 360 degrees, 24 hours a day. And you may say, well, Rabbi, you only have like 100 followers on each one of these accounts. I know. I recreate an account every few months or so that I don't lose it all. If somebody wants to come in and ban my account for copyright or some other misinformation, whatever they may want to do, I don't lose all of the data. So it's basically redundant and I have many different streams and that I get paid for those on some of the platforms and more importantly to me, far more importantly, the money doesn't matter to me. I don't even collect it. It just sits in a pool. What's important to me is the fact that my life
I
is
feel like you don't really need the money. You don't really need the money. Right?
I
You
mean
don't really need it.
I I live comfortably. That's all I care about.
Like, are you paying your own like rents or like you own your own house?
I'm taken care of. I don't have to worry about I don't have a boss. Nobody wakes me up. That's the key. That's the freedom that I enjoy. I don't have a boss. Every single person in this world has a boss,
As a boss,
but I don't.
everybody, even the boss, have a boss.
Exactly. But I don't. Nobody wakes me up. I do whatever I want. I wake up whenever I want. I eat whatever I want. I'm able to communicate with anybody I
Do you
want.
have the freedom? You have the freedom to eat like every anything you want. Like
I mean, I have
freedom to
religious. I,
carry on.
I have religious restrictions, but those are ones that are imposed on me traditionally. And if I wanted to, I could break them. I recognize that I have the freedom to do that, but I enjoy the fact that I'm part of a religion, and that's important to me. Um, and
Have you ever eaten like non-kosher food?
every single person on this earth, every Israeli, every Jew has at some point eaten something non-kosher because the fact that some things are really difficult to detect, like a small aphid in broccoli would be considered
Oh
non-kosher.
yeah, true. That's
Okay,
true.
so nobody
Yeah,
has a
I was going to disagree until you mentioned that.
yeah, so nobody has a perfect record in this world, but I do my best to buy kosher, eat kosher, and maintain a kosher status, and have for as long as I can remember.
Yeah, I respect that, man. Good on you.
Thank you.
You gotta keep yourself clean.
I do my best to. I do my best. If you're wondering what just closed out, I just have to restart one of my cameras that is in this stream. So, when are you gonna start streaming? That's my question for you.
I think if I spin, like a lot of people are going to think it's funny because I say a lot of crazy shit.
Yeah, and you know
I
what?
feel like if I know people are watching me 24/7, it makes me not want to like say anything dumb because I can speak without a filter sometimes.
Okay, but I mean that's part of the reason why people might like you.
Yeah, I know, but like it's also a risk.
Okay,
Like
so so you're a business owner right now, and you do your best to help.
yeah, yeah,
And let's just be honest. In 12 years, you're not going to be a billionaire, right?
maybe I don't know. I want to do it.
You want to be, but there's like, come on, be a realist. You're not going to be a billionaire in 12
Yeah,
years
most likely.
through your business. Like if you
Unless inflation,
no,
unless
wait, but
inflation gets really bad.
that's a very good point. But no, come on, let's be realistic. You started a business. You might be a million.
Maybe a billion, million, but
You
not a billion.
right, but even a millionaire,
Inflation accounts.
the odds of you being a millionaire in 12 years, I don't know, 25%, 50%, something like that.
I'm already a millionaire.
Okay,
I'm actually already a millionaire.
okay, multi-millionaire. Let's say 100 millionaire. The odds of you being 100 millionaire in maybe 12 years are pretty low. You'll probably
No,
you'll
no,
probably
yeah.
you'll probably get up to like 12 million, 15 million, 30 million,
And get comfortable.
and get comfortable. Absolutely. But if you just said to yourself, you know what? If I just took, I don't know, $10,000 or $20,000 and had a nice setup where I could stream my life 24/7, I would be a billionaire in like a decade. I mean, look at look at
A
Mr.
billion in a decade.
Mr. Beast did it. Why can't you?
But the odds of you being Mr. Beast is like one in like. It's also rare. It's not just like a common occurrence. It's, a YouTuber's got YouTube for 10 years.
With if you botted yourself, you can easily be Mr. Beast in 12 years. No doubt. No doubt.
You sure?
Absolutely.
Sure?
Absolutely.
Mr. Beast bought himself.
Mr. Beast is the biggest botter on YouTube.
He bought himself.
His company bots him. Yeah, I mean, does he buy the bots? He did in the beginning.
Yeah.
So, but
His
I'm not
parents
even
had
saying
government connections. Did you know that his parents are part of like the intelligence agency?
there are arguments for that.
So he actually admitted that on a podcast.
Okay. Um, you can recognize that if you were to say, I mean, you're a millionaire, so and you have a business. If you were to say to yourself, all right, well, I'm gonna just have a live stream going. You don't always have to be on the live stream. Like right now, I've got like 20 different angles, and of them, I just walked over there. I was on like maybe I wasn't on this one, I wasn't on that one, and I wasn't on these, but I was on three others. You don't have to be on camera every single second of every single moment of your life. That's not necessarily what's super important. It's the fact that anytime anyone wants to watch your stream, they can. Even with Mr. Beast, with as much content as he has, if you're really dedicated, you'll watch all his stuff within a few months. Every single video of his. The same is untrue for my streams. You would literally, to watch every angle that I have to spend a century dedicating your life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year to watch all the content that I've created. And it would even take longer than that. And that's just I've just been doing this for like 4.5 years or so. How much content I will have the opportunity to have made if I do this for 50 years.
How's your family's reacting when they saw you making all of these videos?
Um, I mean, I don't have brothers or sisters. I'm independent. Um, I mean, my cousins uh, recognize that the data is really important to me, and I would say generally my family is very positive towards it. It's like archiving human. It's archiving human history. That's a very cool thing.
Seems like you're archiving your life and you have some stuff in the radio background, but is it all transcribed? Everything like all the radio stuff?
Absolutely, 100%. That camera behind me is listening to the radio and transcribing every single word that comes out of it.
Oh wow.
And you can even get it now. This is pretty I think phenomenal. Like there are some more advanced YouTube videos that I have. Like basically YouTube is always adding different features. So in the future they'll be able to make it so that all my videos are 8K, and they'll be able to make it so that I've already seen this where they have voice one, voice two, voice three, voice four, like however many different voices are going on in a different video. You're able to get the the transcript of each one of them individual.
Yeah, yeah.
So like right
That would
now,
be so advanced.
like the radio will be transcribed, but also my voice will be transcribed and your voice will be transcribed.
It's amazing. No, no, I think that's gonna happen. That's basically the direction of YouTube. YouTube's already been using AI to upscale videos. Like, it's proven.
Exactly. And
And
one
they're gonna continue like adding more features,
absolutely.
more and more and more.
And once you get to 8K, the human eye cannot perceive anything more in depth than that. So we kind of hit a ceiling for what a human could even be able to detect with the naked eye. And we're not that far away.
Don't you have a wife? Don't you have a wife or something?
I choose not to at this point. Here's why. I mean, I could have. I
Because
could.
like you're streaming 24/7. Like, yeah, I don't know how you have like a romantic life. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I'm very. Look, before I started streaming, I was with a lot of women. And so I have like a memory bank of just excellent relationships with really beautiful women. And I know that when I go viral, which could happen any single day or any month or whatever, I'll be the most famous person on earth. Or arguably, I'll have more data than any person ever. I have more data than Mr. Beast. I have more data than T Series. I have more data than PewDiePie. I have more data than all of them combined. You could combine PewDiePie and Mr. Beast and multiply it by 10, and I have more data than they do. And I'll be able to use my role as a global leader not only to be able to improve it, but have any woman that I want. I'll be the most eligible bachelor on earth.
That makes sense.
And every woman
Yeah,
will,
exactly.
every
That makes
woman
sense.
on earth, no matter like this is something that I've learned, no matter how tall a guy is, how athletic they are, how rich they are, the thing that a woman wants more than anything is to make her fucking friends jealous. And the best way to do it is to get with a really famous dude. Fame is an incredible aphrodisiac to women in many ways. It's the most powerful aphrodisiac. Every woman wants to be with the most famous man on earth.
Well, fame, but also I would say it's a combination of many different factors as well.
It is.
Um, yeah, so fame is one thing. Fame is like it's gonna magnify whatever you have,
Absolutely.
100%. It
Absolutely.
makes you more visible.
Every
It
woman
just
will.
makes you more visible.
Exactly. But essentially, what I can give women is the opportunity to be remembered in the annals of history. Just like if you wanted your name in the Bible and you did something of note, your name is in the Bible. In the same way, if I find you to be attractive enough, you'll be on my stream and you'll be remembered in the annals of history. Hundreds of millions of years into the future, when humans have been able to travel interstellarly and intergalactically, somebody somewhere will say, I want to see what life was like back in 2026 on Earth and know what was going on and what someone's life was like. Just like we have cave paintings or hieroglyphics or Renaissance paintings. Everybody wants a snapshot of what history was like in the past. And in the same way, my streams give people that opportunity. And any woman out there, if I were able to say to somebody, hey, would you like to be in a Renaissance painting? Absolutely. They would go for that. They'd want to be on the world's largest live stream as well. Now, do I live stream my life because I think it's going to get me a lot of ass? Absolutely not. I've had a lot of ass in the past. And it's great. It's wonderful. But at a certain point, there ain't no pussy like new pussy. You always get bored. You want to move on. What I don't get bored of is live streaming my life. And that's really, it's power. I'm able to talk about world peace. I'm able to talk about futurism. I'm able to talk about things like anti-gravity, antimatter, cryptocurrency, artificial narrow intelligence, artificial superintelligence, artificial general intelligence, things
Is
like.
it, can I break down something like I just had a thought that all of life right now is being live streamed by thousands of different people like today,
That's correct.
and then you have a continual stream on you as a one individual when it's already been recorded. So like, how do you differentiate your value in the market, like to have someone go to you?
Yeah, excellent question.
What's still your unique selling point?
Absolutely. People live stream their life. They don't archive the live streams. What makes mine unique is I archive mine. So if you're a Twitch streamer, and that's cool, and you're live streaming, and all the people on Twitch are live streaming right now, and that's really neat, right? Their streams erase after 14 days. And if you have a premium account, their top tier is 90 days. It's gone. It's like it never happened.
Okay.
Even with people who are like, hey, I'm going to do the world's longest YouTube stream. That's cool. It's not archived, and YouTube says that.
Oh, you should apply for the Guinness World Record.
Been there, done that. It's a difficult thing to prove, and additionally, the Guinness World Record Company is about advertising, and a lot of the things that I stream are copyright infringements. So, like today, I watched the Super Bowl. That is not something that you're supposed to be streaming on YouTube. Did I do it? Yeah. And I just have a way around the copyright infringement, which is playing multiple things at the same time.
Multiple pictures.
Exactly. And that
Oh. Oh.
and that allows me to get around things. But I mean, like I have friends of mine who have Guinness World Records, and it really hasn't done that much for their project. So I know that that is something that I'll have officially in the near future. I don't really sweat that one out. What I think is really important, and what's important to me, is just maintaining the consistency of 24/7 streams, and every 12 hours I restart my stream and I start a new one, and that means that it's archived, that you can literally go back and watch what I do. The person in here, Spirit Man, what's important about his streams, and he's recognized this, he has to restart them every 12 hours. And he and I have been looking for people who do what we do, basically archive their streams every 12 hours. He's the only person I've ever met who is archiving their stream every 12 hours like I do. And he's been doing it 250 days. I've been doing it for about 1,600 days. He does it from one angle. I do it from 20 angles. I'm not putting him down. I'm saying if I wasn't doing what I was doing, his stream would be the most important stream in the world.
I see. So you're basically like you're recording history, and it's undeniable.
Yeah, I would say so. And then I do it on so many different platforms. I don't just do it on YouTube. I do it on Rumble. I do it on Twitch. I do it on You Now. I do it on Billy Billy. I do it on so many different streams. I do it on Instagram. I've been live streaming on X, on a video live space of X for 360 days. No one's ever done that we can find an X space for 365 days on video. I mean, I have more video content on X than any person ever.
Wow. Wow.
And you have to understand how valuable this is going to be to people of the future. To understand aging, like I have myself on here for like basically 5 years of my life, and people will be able to study my aging, my eating habits, my drinking habits, my breathing habits, my sleep habits, which I think will be really important. Not a lot of people stream themselves when they sleep. Every aspect, behavior patterns, every aspect of human interaction, every aspect of human existence is essentially archived on this stream and will be able to be studied by people in the future. It's incredibly valuable data.
That's amazing.
It is
Seriously,
amazing.
like no joke.
It is. Well, I appreciate that. And so what I'm saying to you is, you're a business owner. I understand you've got to run your business 100%. What stops you from just getting a computer, a cheap computer, and then every 12 hours just archiving your life? You can always mute it if there's something that you don't want to have on camera, or you can stop the stream, or you can go into another room and talk with someone.
Like how do you archive your life like after you film it like and stream it? You use certain software to upload it? Is
It's
it automatic,
it's
automated?
it's automated, yeah. So like basically when you do a YouTube stream, so long as it's less than 12 hours, it's automatically archived. If you don't want it, then you delete it.
Oh well. Okay.
So all you'd have to do is just get a computer if you don't already have one. You create a YouTube account. I recommend also creating a Rumble account, a Twitch account, and a Kick account because then you'll have four times the audience. And when you first start, for the first few months, very few people are going to check you out. But then people will start to follow you. And every time you go live or start a new stream, more and more people will follow you. I mean, I have 2,800 people in this Discord. I have not had this Discord the entire time that I've been doing this. I've only had it for um, about 2 years or so. And I have 2,800 people in here. And it's the middle of the night in the Western world, and I've got one, two, three, four, five people in here, six people in here, not including you, who are like dedicated to what I'm doing or in their own way, or just like being around me. They like not being alone. They like having a connection with people. It's really a beautiful thing.
Real. Hey, since you're live streaming yourself, like what do you normally do like throughout the entire live stream? Like, do you just eat and watch videos? Like, what do you like to do?
Yeah, so usually when I awake, I first say a prayer. I then wash, do the hygiene things that I need to do. Go to the bathroom. I do record a lot of that footage, but I can't upload it to YouTube because it's against their terms. So I just have it on a GoPro or sometimes on Instagram or X. They have different things that you can put out.
That's insane.
No, it's no big deal. If I shower, a lot of times it's just from the waist up. I sing in the shower, so that's content. Then once I'm done with that, I have my morning prayers that I say. So I don tefillin, like like we Orthodox Jews do. After what's called chakras, which is morning prayers, I teach a class anywhere between 1 and 3 hours. Like this morning's was 3.5 hours on what's called nida, which is basically how a woman, um, what how a woman is able to keep kosher and basically a clean state of purity while she's having her period in a marriage. And I go through, it's not always on that, but that's just what today's lesson was. But I really, it's a class about Kabbalah, which is Jewish mysticism. And I've been doing that at least for 1 hour every single day for the last 44 days.
Oh wow, meditating.
To some extent, yeah. But it's not just like me with my eyes closed. It's literally like I go through biographies of great Kabbalists of Judaism, and we just I read their biographies on camera, and then what we do.
Do you do any magic with Kabbalah?
Oh, that's that's not what it is. It's more about uh, it's about meditation certainly. It's more
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah. I
I'm,
mean
I'm interested in these things.
certainly. I mean it's not like what you would think of with magic. It's more about studies of how to get closer to God and how to become enlightened, those kinds of things. And it's really the history of that as well. So I do that. I also have a lesson in Yiddish that I do every day. So if you know what Yiddish is, it's essentially German Hebrew hybrid language that was developed in the Ashkenazic world in the medieval period. So we have a Yiddish lesson. Then I have a video that we watch, a different video that we watch every day from basically a Hasidic dynasty, and so I've been going through all of uh, the short lessons that are on Hasidic dynasty of which I'm a part. Then what we do is we have an open topic. So like today was about um, women's issues, and it could be anything. In previous days, it was about like butchering of animals. Um, it's been in the past as well about like AI and how AI affects us as Jews. I mean, it's all very religious, and so I do that anywhere between 1 hour and 3 hours every single day. Then I go into sometimes longer though, like today's was 3.5 hours. Then I go into um, Twitter Spaces. So if you know what Twitter Spaces are, they're basically like usually they're audio rooms, but sometimes they're video rooms like the ones that I host, and they have things called chill-in shows where you can go in and talk about yourself and promote your project. And so in the last 100 days or so, I've gained like 3,800 followers on X just doing that, which is a lot. These are real people. These are not bots. They're people who are familiar with what I do and are positive towards it. And so I'll do that for a few hours. Certainly have coffee and eat and those kinds of things. Then I have people come in here in the afternoon, and then it gets into the evening, and then I have been playing. I play games with the people in here, usually every single night, and we catch up on our day and how everything went. But then we have games that we play. So um, like with Miss Aquarius who's in here. We play bowling every night. We do a bowling game, but then with some other people in here, or they're not in here currently, we'll play pool. We'll play golf. We'll play like Go, if you know what that is. We'll play dominoes or dice. We'll play like they're mini games, so they're easy to run on your phone, and they don't like overtake your computer. And they're just pretty.
By the way, how old are you?
I'm 40.
Oh, that explains why you have a lot of knowledge. I'm only 25.
Okay, well, you'll be 40 someday, and you'll have a lot of this knowledge as well. So we do that, and then basically, then it's time to go to bed. And then before I go to bed, I'll either put a podcast on or some kind of history lecture. And then also 24/7, I have Jewish history lectures going on. So if you see in that other stream that I have, there's like someone talking on there. He's a rabbinical colleague, and I have his classes that are going 24/7. So literally, you can come into my stream, and there are a few things going on at once. There's basically Jewish practical law discussions. There's 24/7 as well radio going that basically is archiving global history events. Then we have podcasts that I watch like almost constantly. I've also got some other music that plays low in the background of some of my streams to just so I avoid copyright strikes. And then I'm live in a bunch of different Discords as well. So I'm live in one, two, three, four, five. I'm live in like half a dozen other Discords. And the people who see me in those Discords either come in here um, or they'll see me from YouTube. So basically, anybody can come in at any given time. Now, if you're like, well, usually when I see you, there aren't many people coming in. And that's true because it's 2:36 in the morning in the Western world. But if you come in when it's daylight, I'll get over the course of any given day at least a dozen or two random new individuals who come in here and we connect. And then I also coach people, I mentor people, and assist people in Web3 and getting jobs.
Wow.
So I review their resumes if they have them. If they don't have them, I help them to create a resume. I help them to create different job application accounts, and then I help people be able to promote their projects in Web3. And the way that I have them do that is I have them create a link tree and then about 30 different social media platforms, everything from Reddit, Imager, Instagram, Threads.
To break down like token.
Well, so that they can promote their own token. What this does when they create all this different social media, it's a five-part strategy. One, it allows them 30 different places to promote themselves. Two, it allows them 30 different places to promote their clients. Three, it gives them 30 new communication channels to be able to connect with new clients. Four, it allows them to dominate social media, search engines, and AI. And then five, it makes it really difficult for them to be impersonated. So they do that, and I look it over, and once it's good, then I help them to join different communities in Web3 on X, on Discord, on
Can you
Telegram.
coach me and like mentor me on these things? Like, oh, I want to do that too.
Okay, certainly. Do you have a link tree?
No, I don't have one.
Okay,
I can make one.
absolutely. I'll send you what I send to everybody. Do you have an X?
Alright, okay. I don't have an X.
Okay, so
I used to have one, but like I need to make a new account.
that's okay. And so I recommend that you create these, create a business account for each of these. So just one moment, I'll send you a message on X. All right, or not on X, on Discord. All right, and then I'll just send you what I send to everybody, and this will change the game. I mean, I, especially for your business. I mean, I know that like you're already a millionaire, which is great. I mean, that's wonderful, but this could push you to being a multimillionaire pretty easily by just promoting your business better. Like, if you don't have an X for your business, you're not communicating well with people in the open world, and you've got to recognize that
Exactly.
nobody like you can run paid
It's the
ads.
digital world now.
Exactly, you can run paid ads, and that's fine. But why not allow these free websites to do the work for you instead of paying
Yeah.
some SEO,
Organic.
instead of paying some SEO company tens of thousands of dollars a month to be able to promote your company, just do it yourself. So what I want you to do is go read through the message on Discord that I just sent you, and you're gonna say
All right.
that makes complete sense to me. Now I know I put in there how to get a job. I know you don't need a job, but just read through what I sent to
Yeah.
you, and it should make complete sense to you
Did you DM it to me?
on Discord. Check your Discord messages.
I sent you a friend request.
I recognize that. I appreciate that. I am only allowed to have 1,000 different friends on X or on Discord, and I'm already at the limit. But I did send you a message, so I can message more people. So
Oh, okay. Awesome.
go read what I
I
said.
don't see any message.
Okay, well,
I don't see it.
okay. So what you have to do at the very top, you see of your Discord, there's like a blue like chat
Yeah.
icon. Click that, and then
Oh, I see it. I see it. Oh, yeah, I see it now.
all right. So go and read it, and you're gonna say, this is the key of how to market yourself, and it's all free.
Why are you helping people so much? Like, you're really good for that.
Thank you.
Why?
I have a heart of a teacher. I mean, rabbi means teacher in Hebrew, and I've been a teacher in the past, and I get a lot of joy in seeing people become successful using information that I help to share. That I get great joy out of that.
It's a shame because like these days, I think people like I've noticed that they've been very inflammatory with Jews, with
Oh,
us Jews.
absolutely. So we can talk about all that. Read what I just sent you, my man.
Well, okay, I'll get that. I'll get that done,
Doesn't it make sense?
and I'll let you know. Yeah, it makes sense.
All right, I'll do it.
Thanks, Rabbi. Thank you.
You're welcome, big dog. I'm here to help you. So if you run into issues, let me know. Everything that I tell you is free, and you'll never have to pay for it. So if you do that, you change your life.
Yeah, for real.
I agree.
So what kind of job did you end up doing like before you started all of the streaming?
I'm a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play.
Oh, okay, interesting. You know, I thought you were 30 something. I had no idea you were 40.
Well, when we first
I felt like you were 30 something.
met, I was 30 something.
Oh, really? You just turned 40
What,
recently?
44 days ago?
We first met just only a few days ago, actually.
Oh, okay.
Just a few days ago.
Well, then, all right. I mean, I'm not that much older than my 30s. I'm 44 days out from it.
Must be an interesting feeling to hit 40. Because I remember when I hit 25, I'm like, oh my god, 25.
Guess what? It's the
But I
same when
can't
you hit.
imagine hitting 30.
It's the same when you hit 25. The same when you hit 30. The same when you hit 40, and it'll be the same when I hit 50. God willing. It's the exact same thing. It's just another day.
And we're all mortal. We
No,
all live in mortal bodies.
no. I think that you can reverse aging and also perhaps be able to use mind uploading technology to be able to live indefinitely. So I don't really see aging as anything that really affects me.
Wait, so you're saying you have a way to become immortal?
Exactly. Essentially, it's known as well, there's life extension technology. There's also reverse engineering pharmaceuticals, but there's oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, cold shock therapy, red light therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, peptides, nootropics to get you to be like 120 years old at least. But with age reversing pharmaceuticals, someone who's 120 might have the body of a 50-year-old, but eventually your body's going to break down. And when that happens, then there's something known as mind uploading technology, which is already being experimented, which is where you, with your consent, you scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you is that there may be a future of digital immortality.
You're very well spoken.
Thanks,
Right?
big dog.
You speak very fast, and you can recall a lot of knowledge quickly without trying.
I can tell you this: I've been doing this for 4.5 years, and I've had many of these conversations. Sometimes I have multiple of these conversations within an hour. Um, so I have rehearsed it. But
You, I think you have a high IQ plus like you have experience. Like
okay,
you're pretty switched on.
thanks, baby.
Have you ever tried using cerebral license?
Cerebral license, please enlighten me.
It's a neuropeptide that enhances your ability to learn new things.
I have
The intramuscular injection.
I have not, but I'm not close-minded to it by any means.
So I had a friend that increased his IQ by one standard deviation using cerebral writing, and it's amino acids, right? Like a chain of amino acids that are derived from the brains of animals. So it might not be kosher, actually.
If
It
it's a,
might be hard to get a kosher source.
I mean, you eat it.
No, you get the peptide mixture
Okay.
and you
So
inject it into your muscles. So it's a muscular injection.
yeah, so generally that would be considered kosher under most halakhic determinations. Kashrut, generally the way that you're thinking of it, has to do with eating or drinking an item and how it's derived.
Mm.
Especially if the
But
ant.
if you inject it into your body, is that kosher? Is that all right?
Yeah, I mean, we have many people within the Jewish community who have to inject insulin, and perhaps they have to inject testosterone. That's all kosher, absolutely.
But like the neuropeptide comes from an animal source.
Okay, that's fine. What animal?
Um, Cerebral lysine normally comes from pigs, pig brains.
Okay, that can run into you can run into an issue with that. However, even some vaccines have some type of uh, pig extract, and
Human like fetus, like
yeah, there's that.
cells or something.
There's that too. Um, there's at least within Judaism something called pikuach nefesh, which is um, the doing something to either for the protection of a human life. So if you can make the argument that this is the only type of way to be able to protect your life, there's an argument to be made. But that's still probably considered somewhat experimental, and we just have to wait a few years, and there'll be some kind of synthetic version of that we wouldn't have to get it from a non-kosher animal, perhaps a synthetic way. All medicine basically evolves like this, and especially to avoid it having to be made by a non-kosher animal. So I'm not too worried about that. It's something that is just a matter of years for scientists to recognize that there is uh, a market for it. I mean, it's not just Orthodox Jews who live by this. It's Muslims who keep many of the same criteria through halal. So that's a much bigger market for this type of technology than Judaism. Also, the people who run these pharmaceutical companies many times recognize that these types of technologies are going to have their experimental phases, especially with types of animals like this. But eventually, there are kosher alternatives that arise.
Yeah, I think that's gonna happen. There's something else that's synthetic, that's not from the brain of pigs. It's called CMAX. It's another neuropeptide. But you
Excellent.
don't even have to inject it. It's nasal spray. You spray it up your nose.
There you go. So it's insufflation.
There's so many interesting peptides. I went into a rabbit hole like trying to learn about peptides. There's retatrutide. I've been taking retatrutide and I lost 4 kilograms in 2 weeks. Like that, 1 kilogram is nearly 2 pounds. So it's around 2 pounds.
So you lost
So I
like
lost eight
8 pounds.
pounds in 2 weeks.
That's great.
And what it does is that it suppresses appetite. It works on your glucagon receptors, so it increases your metabolism, and it has GIP, which is it lowers inflammation in your body.
Is it a GLP-1?
Yeah, oh, it's also a GLP-1 appetite suppressor. It's like Ozempic. It works on many different levers and biomechanics.
There you go. And so, like, that they having to inject something like that might have some issues. But just to show you the advancements in science. Like now, GLP-1s in the United States are available orally, so you can just take a pill.
Yeah.
So it just takes time, and I'm someone who doesn't really want to take too many risks when it comes to my health, but I will once, usually about 7 years have passed. Certainly am open to different pharmaceuticals, different therapies, once they have been able to kind of work out the kinks. And in the same way, I think that the technology that I talk about, things like teleportation, space elevators, space tourism, are very similar. Like, I don't want to be the first person to teleport, but once a million people have teleported and I know it's safe, then I'll do it.
Yeah. I guess that's a very safe option. You know?
Yeah, I mean, there are people who are going to want to be, for lack of a better phrase, the guinea pigs of this. And some of them are going to have some complications. It's inevitable. I don't want to be one of those people. But once I know that thousands of people have done it, I'm willing to do it. When trains were first developed, people didn't really know how the train would work, and they would think that their brain would fly to the back of their head if they got onto it, if they were going at such a speed. Many of the same types of questions arose in terms of air travel, but all of those issues have been worked out in the past 100 years or so. And as someone who believes that life extension and perhaps reverse aging and maybe even mind uploading technology are reality, I'm in no rush to be able to utilize any of these different types of technologies.
Mhm.
Like, essentially, what I'm saying is that because the idea of reverse engineering exists, and I think once it's available to the general public, I'll be able to utilize it. There's no time limit on my life. I don't fear death. I know I could die. I certainly could die, but I think I'm at a very interesting point in society where we will be able to extinct death. I mean,
Like reverse death.
well, essentially not die. And if you think about that, makes us a new type of species. We no longer are Homo sapiens. We're something new because Homo sapiens die. That's part of being human. But if we don't die anymore, we're a different kind of species, and we evolve into something different.
Yeah, it's interesting to think about.
Agreed. All right. So have you created your link tree yet?
It's around like 10 p.m. right now. Um,
Maybe. I embrace solutions. I reject excuses. And you could create all of that stuff within a day or two. Come back to me, and then I'll look it over. I'll make sure it's good. I'll make sure it looks professional,
yeah,
and we'll move on to the
easily
next
done.
step.
Done. Done. Have you ever got your IQ tested?
Yep.
What was the result?
It was a test when I was in junior high, and it was extremely high. It was 160.
Oh my god.
Yeah, but
Oh my god. I knew you were smart, but I had no idea that is so smart.
yeah, but I mean, I don't.
You are so smart.
I do stupid stuff all the time, so I think that I might have just had a good day, or it was a test that I was uh,
You are so smart.
perhaps
Holy
perhaps
shit.
well acquainted with taking. I really think that someone who has an IQ of 160 one day could have an IQ of 130 another day, simply because testing differs. But I have been
Yeah, or like you had a lack of sleep, or you weren't motivated. You didn't really
exactly
care that much.
100%. But I have had the ability in the past to show extremely high levels of intelligence. But again, let
Do you
me
think
with
it's
that.
very hard to form connections with people because you feel like they're so slow compared to like the way you think
You know what?
and solve
That's
problems?
it's interesting that you say that. Yeah, a lot of times I go into these spaces and people are like, "You speak too quickly," or "You sound too posh." I was told that within the last 3 hours. I go into these spaces and people speak really slowly and they're not used to speaking really quickly or reviewing the types of technology I discuss. I mean, I talk about really futuristic topics. Uh, and I've
Yeah,
got
yeah, yeah. That's why I like you. No homo.
excellent. Well, I can tell you when I go into a space, I have something that I've rehearsed for the last well, for some time, and most people don't have their pitch rehearsed as well as I do. But this is what I tell them. Hi everyone, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you'll ever meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my YouTube streams, the link's available in my profile. Additionally, you'll find it in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I'm
Holy
proud to
shit.
say that we have over 2,800 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land and make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want to create mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. And when people hear that, they're like, what the fuck was that? And I recognize that. Not everybody has their pitch down that well. Not
Yeah,
everybody's
because the way you say it is superhuman levels of an average human like would never really see that in their lives.
I agree.
You know?
I agree. In fact, I've got a nickname. People call me AI. They literally come in and they're like, Rabbi, we know you're AI, but we would not, we know you're not AI, but we would not know that based on how you speak. We literally have to go into your profile and see that you're live on camera for us to know that you are not a robot. And I recognize, okay, I mean, I can speak slowly and I can, I can adjust my message to the
People
audience.
relate. Yeah.
But in general, I got things to do. I got people to see. I've got goals to accomplish, and I don't have time to mess around. So I want to be fast. I want to be to the point, and I have a lot to cover as well. And a lot of times, these people don't have the time to be able to listen to. But if they do, and they say, "Wow, Rabbi, that's really fascinating. Please keep talking," I'll say to them like something like this. In addition to being an app developer and a rabbi. I'm a futurist. I'm someone who likes to study the future. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like teleportation, space elevators, space tourism, terraforming of other planets, interstellar travel, intergalactic travel, things like artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence, cryptocurrencies.
How did you get your intelligence? Was it gifted to you by like the grace of God, like genetics? Like how?
That's exactly right. I mean, I come from, I would say, a successful family, but we're no different perhaps than anybody else. And I I mean, I've studied a lot. So let me finish my pitch and then we'll go through all that. Things like artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence, cryptocurrencies, things like Santa Claus machines, replication, things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 2 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. I just think this is a mind blowing goal, and I'm really excited to be able to witness it. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think will be really exciting to be able to archive. In addition to talking about subjects such as these, I like to talk about things like life extension technology. When you all were born, the average life expectancy for you or someone like you was probably about age 80. I want to increase that with your consent, utilizing different resources such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormones, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics, cold shock therapy, ambrosia therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, to get you to be 120 years old. But 120 years old, you may say, Rabbi, my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And again, this is with your consent. If you don't want this, it should not be forced on you. But if you want, you should be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download. As an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you is that there may be an opportunity at digital immortality. What are your thoughts? When I say that to people, I can tell you, I've got it rehearsed. Like you can tell, like I've said it more than one time.
Mm-hmm.
But people are just like,
I
oh,
know you're pretty proud about this as well. Like you're also very proud about it.
why wouldn't you be? The fact that we won't die, perhaps in the future, what's not to? That's amazing. Every civilization.
Most. I feel like most people don't even give you because I understand how much how high level thinking you have to be to come to those conclusions, but most people they don't really they're like normal. They don't really care that much. You know what I
Absolutely,
mean?
absolutely. They want to know about the next meme coin or the next token or
Yeah.
how you can get them,
Yeah.
$5 for a
Yeah.
job. I'm someone who doesn't give fish away. I teach people to fish, and I want somebody to be able to put food on their table because they earned it, not because somebody gave it to them. That's why I give them a structure to be able to be successful. And in the last 100 days, I've helped over 100 people to be able to get jobs in Web3 and careers, not just in Web3, nurses, teachers, translators. I mean, one guy is from Iraq. He was in construction. Now he works for the United States Embassy in Baghdad as a translator. He's working on coming to the United States. I've got another guy who was in Tunisia who had a dream of coming to the United States. We talked about it. A year went by. He came into the stream. He's in California. We're basically neighbors. Uh, Basically, like I'm able to change people's lives, and that's really exciting. I've had people who are nurses who don't like being nurses who have been able to quit their jobs to be able to pursue Web3 just as a social media marketer. People pay them because they created 30 different social media platforms, and people pay them to promote their different projects. I'm about solutions, not excuses. And so many people are about the here and now and making a quick buck, and that's cool. I understand that, but I'm playing out the long term. I have a mindset like someone similar to Mr. Beast, who's like, hey, if I keep doing this consistently for 12 years or whatever, I'm going to be a billionaire. I think that if I think if I do this for exactly, but I really feel this way. If I do this for 12 years, I'll be not a billionaire, but a trillionaire.
I mean, Elon Musk is so close to hitting a trillion. It's possible, 100% possible.
Oh, 100%. I think I might beat him there. The reason why I say that is I'm talking about $1 trillion in the bank. I'm not talking about stock options. No, I'm talking about cold hard cash. And if people recognize that I can revolutionize,
You wouldn't even want cold hard cash, but if you can, that means like you're just really rich, or maybe you just
yeah.
allocated a lot into cash.
Well,
you wouldn't want to,
so
even if you got this.
so I have what I need. I live comfortably. I would like to do more good in the world, though. And so the plan would be essentially to create a 501c3 where which is in the United States, a tax setup where you essentially create a charity or not for profit. And we have essentially like a global fund to be able to help the people of the world with de- with uh, with desalination, with agricultural drones, hydroponics, vertical farming, housing, all the things that I talked about, and really revolutionize people's lives. And that's what I would like to do, and that's what I want to live stream. It's an incredibly interesting project. And when people say, "All right, Rabbi, so you're going to make us all rich, how are you going to do it?" It's not just one way. It's in four different ways that I see it currently, and it could expand. But there are four revenue streams. There's the data monetization, which is giant. Data is worth more than petroleum. Basically, what I'm saying is that I'm sitting on an oil derrick. I'm sitting on a gold mine with all of the data that I have. Secondly, there's the social media. I have more social media than any person on earth. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than any person ever. And much of it, much of every single one of these accounts has a lot of content on it. I mean, tens of thousands of posts. As we're speaking right now, I'm posting to Instagram. What am I posting to Instagram? I just literally post videos of myself with songs over it, and it gets likes. It just organically, I get 25 likes per video by literally I'm talking and it's not even playing my voice, but I just play a song over it, just some popular song, whatever it may be, and I get I get interactions that way. And I can tell you, I have so much content; it will take generations of people to go through it all. It's just a giant treasure trove, and so I'm going to be able to monetize that. Additionally, endorsements. Yeah,
Well, what do you think? What do you think about hiring someone like to stay on the stream 24/7? Like, you reckon it's a good idea? Like some Filipino, like $2
no,
US an hour?
no. Then they're going to become.
Wow.
Then they're going to become famous. You want that data. It's important for you to do it.
But you can take credit for it, right?
No, you can't. Nobody,
I don't know.
nobody cares about. Nobody cares about that. They care about you. You're the character. It would be like this. Do you know what Sesame Street is?
Yeah.
Okay. You know with like Big Bird and Cookie Monster and Bert and Ernie and all those guys?
Yeah.
Okay. So there's something called the Children's Television Workshop that runs all of Sesame Street. But nobody cares about that. They care about Big Bird and they care about Elmo and they care about Cookie Monster. They care about the people on camera or the beings on camera. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
So let's say you were to pay some Filipino person $1 an hour or $10 an hour or whatever you want. That's fine. That person is going to be the one who becomes influential, and then they'll eventually break off from you and do their own thing independently and just live stream their life. And you will have given them all of the tools to become influential, but you won't have any of the influence that they have. They basically will have been able to be the creator. And if just to finish up on how else I plan on making people rich, endorsement. So I currently am a spokesperson for $100 million cryptocurrency, and I'll be able to basically not just endorse cryptocurrencies in the future, but things like Honda and Pfizer and Deutsche Bank and the NFL or whatever else I want. And I really anticipate wearing like an F1 suit, if you've ever seen like an F1 driver, and just while I'm on stream, be able to promote these different companies 24/7, take all the money from that and put it in the 501c3, basically the big pile of money. And then the final way I'll be able to do it, I'm at the epicenter of cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency is a multi-trillion-dollar industry. And what I say will turn to gold. I'll have the Midas touch. Basically, any single cryptocurrency that I endorse is going to green candle.
Yeah, exactly.
So what I'm saying to you is, when I say that there's a very good chance that I may be the world's first trillionaire, and even beat Elon Musk for this, you may say, wait, but the Tesla stock's worth a lot. Okay, I understand that. But I'm saying he doesn't have a $1 trillion in the bank. I'm talking about having $1 trillion in the bank. That's what I consider to be a trillionaire. I don't care if you have real estate
Well,
or
I think if Elon Musk like try to liquidate everything, like he'll probably get like at least a couple hundred billion. At
yeah,
least.
that's fine, but he doesn't. That's the thing. I'm not talking about perhaps anticipated profits. Look, if the Queen of England
Is Elon Jewish? Is Elon Jewish? Like it sounds really like the name is like Jewish, right?
no, he is generally secular. He did not have a Jewish background. He's South African.
Oh, I thought his name is like Elon sounds like very Jewish, you know? I thought he would be Jewish.
Okay, what about it sounds Jewish?
Like the name.
Okay, I mean, there's no Elon in the Bible. What about it?
I just thought it sounded Jewish.
Oh, I mean,
I had this feeling.
I can say this. It has Hebrew origins, but
Yeah.
like the term Musk is like not any Jewish background. I can say as well. Um, there is if I recall, and it's been a while since I've done the etymology on names, but I believe there may be, uh, yeah, I think it's in the book of Judges. There may be, but it's not like a popular Jewish name. It's not David. It's not Mordecai. It's not Chaim. It's not Michael. It's not Moshe. You know what I'm saying? Like
Is Larry a Jewish name?
it can be. I mean, it's really a it's a it's an either an Americanized or anglicized version of some Hebrew names.
Oh, no, I always thought Elon sounded like a Jewish name.
I mean, it has Hebrew it has Hebrew roots. So you're right, it does. But is it a popular Jewish name? No.
It sounds like Eli, Elon.
Now that's absolutely true.
Yeah.
But I mean, Elon and Eli are different names, obviously.
Yeah, it's just sounds similar.
But
I think people don't realize how big of like an IQ jump from like 100 to 160 is. Like you said, you're 160, right? Like when you measured a long time ago
yeah, I mean, I
in
was a,
junior high.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like oh man, I heard you get like lonely because like there's not many people you can really like fully like be bros with. You know what I'm saying? Because like people are kind of slow. but you kind of gotta like slow down for people. But you can't speak really fast or like get through thoughts that are really complex without explaining it.
Certainly. Um, I mean,
Yeah.
I don't feel lonely here, and I've got people who literally sleep with me. Um, and
So maybe you can just be stupid, like you just troll and be stupid and just make jokes all the time.
um,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
to the name Elon, just because someone has a name which I believe is like oak tree, does not necessarily mean that they. It certainly doesn't mean they're Jewish. Michael Jordan's not Jewish. He has a Jewish name or a Hebrew name. Michael Jackson, arguably, well, there's arguments there, but um, people like Moses Alou, um, Hebrew is one of the root languages of many people for the last 3,000 years, but there are also many variants of it. So I can tell you this: Elon Musk is not openly a Jew. He has been to the Western Wall. He has Jewish children because he's reproduced with some Jewish women, but he himself is not openly known as a Jew, even though he
I
has a.
think he said on a podcast somewhere that he learned Hebrew and went to Israel or something.
He has done that. I mean, I don't know how much Hebrew he knows, but just because his first name is of Hebrew origin does not make him Jewish.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
only way that he
that's
becomes,
true.
the only way that he's Jewish is if his mother's Jewish or he's had an Orthodox conversion. That's the only way.
Is that kind of difficult for him if he wanted to?
No, he could do it. So basically, he would have to live within an Orthodox community for a year or two and keep kosher and um, essentially learn Torah, learn Talmud. Not wouldn't learn it all, but at least dedicate himself to that. It's really not that hard. The big thing is,
That sounds bad.
well, it's not. Just not, he wouldn't be able to drive on Shabbat, and he wouldn't be able to work on Shabbat. I mean, there are some, he keep kosher, those kinds of things. But if he wanted to dedicate himself to that, he absolutely could.
I've always been secular, so I never got really deep into religion at all. But recently, I've been getting into like magic and all of that esoteric stuff. And I know Kabbalah isn't about magic or joking around, and that like that's the kind of thing that we actually, you know, yeah, it's interesting.
Well,
But I'm trying to get back into like spirituality because I think that's super, to get
sure,
closer to God,
certainly.
trying
Now,
to find.
now, back to Elon Musk. His with his name, like Musk, I don't know. Like a lot of times, people change their name, especially their last name. So uh, I can tell you that I've been at Shabbat tables where the question has been raised: Is Elon Musk Jewish? And the um, the overall consensus is no. But that doesn't mean that, like, you know perhaps he couldn't be if he wanted to be in the future. And Elon has had a huge increase in its popularity as a name. In 2008, it was the 33, like 3,310 most popular name, but it's increased incredibly over the course of 10 years, 885. So it's become more common, and that it's become likely more common within the Jewish community as well, especially because it has Hebrew roots. But it's not one of our more common names within Judaism. Though, there are some Israeli businessmen certainly who have it, but the big ones, Moshe, Shlomo, or like Solomon, um, Samuel's, like those are more common. Daniel, Michael, certainly like you can get into Zechariah and those kinds of names as well. But I think that the name Elon is definitely growing, and Elon Musk has certainly had an impact on that. But as I just from his family history, he hasn't purportedly uh, been known as a Jew, and we as Jews don't practice Judaism in secret. And he has openly said that he's secular. In fact, he is very I would say he has a lot of Christian.
What do you think?
He
What
has
do you
a
think about Sam Altman? Like
now he's Jewish.
he's he said that he's Jewish, but he's secular. But later, when they asked him, he said he's a little bit religious. It's like he's like agnostic.
Yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, we're all agnostic because nobody really knows. But yeah, Sam Altman. I mean, there are arguments to be made too. Some people who say that they're Jewish are not Jewish halakhically, by Jewish law. About 50% of all of Israel is not Jewish by Jewish law.
Mm. But what makes someone Jewish by Jewish law?
Their mother's Jewish, or they had a Jewish conversion, a kosher conversion, an Orthodox conversion. So there are a lot of people
Yeah.
who are consider themselves Jewish because their dad's Jewish. They're not Jewish. They can't marry my daughter. That doesn't count. And so, there are a lot of those cases in Israel. And then there are a lot of people, like 20% of the population, that's Muslim or Christian or something else. So less than half of if someone were Israeli and they wanted to marry my daughter, I would have to have uh, a look at their familial genealogy to ensure that they were Jewish, and if they weren't, they would need a kosher conversion.
Mm.
So for Elon Musk, even though he may have a name that is Hebrew, and he married like an Israeli, or he didn't marry an Israeli, he reproduced with an Israeli, there are arguments to be made depending on his wife or the baby mama's um, her genealogy that that child may still not be considered Jewish.
See?
It's complicated, and things happen, especially when we get into migration of people, especially from the Soviet Union to Israel, or reform or conservative people who make Aliyah, which is essentially moving to Israel, and they recognize that their children cannot marry halakhically Jewish children, then they have to convert. So a lot of them go to other countries and just get married, which that's fine. They're allowed to do that, but they don't have Jewish um, marriages, or yeah, they don't have, or at least Orthodox marriages.
Like I reckon, like well, at the end of the day, we can make all this money and fame and all that, but at the end of the day, I actually believe that we need to find purpose, and that's spirituality, man. Like, and I see that you have that, like, you have like most of like you have the money and the spirituality.
Well, I don't
And
know.
like, what about family? Do you find family as like something emotionally, something you'd want?
Oh,
Or
absolutely.
like you feel like you're ahead of that? Are you too like
No,
above that?
no. I'm not above that by any means. I'm a man, and that means I can reproduce into my 90s. There's no time limit on it. So I could find
Yeah.
a wife who's 25 years old and be able to settle down and have a huge family with her, and that's probably what I'll do in the future. My power is not based on a biological clock like many times a woman's can be. And I'm somebody who recognizes that I'm,
I heard. I could be wrong, but I've heard that sperm cells degrade when you age.
yeah, but you'd still be able to get some viable options at even age 90. There are men who are near 100 years old who
Yeah,
have fathered
that
children.
is true.
So I'm not worried
But
about that.
however, wouldn't you think that the younger you use your sperm, like the less like DNA,
No,
like aging, like
that
like less damage.
that's not how it works. You you still have viable sperm at age 80 or age 90 even that is just as good as a sperm that you had when you're 18 years old.
You're 100% sure.
100%, absolutely. I mean, we see this happening now. Robert De Niro just had a child. He's like almost 80 years old. His wife is 25. Child's fine. Same with Al Pacino. Al Pacino just had a child. He's in his
Do you think with women it's also? Do you think women are different if they get older, like their eggs are like
okay.
less higher
So
quality?
so then you run into issues where there's a higher um, rate.
Just delivery chances.
There's a higher rate at a problematic pregnancy, where because due to the age of the woman, there are more complications that can happen. But some of those can be avoided, perhaps with surrogacy.
So statistics on like women past the age of 40, and it gets worse at 45, where like the chance of the kid getting Down syndrome like increases exponentially.
But there's
Like
surrogacy options. A
statistics.
woman can freeze her eggs and then essentially
Yes,
have
yes, yes. Freeze the eggs. Yeah.
in vitro fertilization and use a surrogate and basically have the same odds in many ways as she would have had if she had had that child at age 20.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking. I've looked into the females like egg cells, but I only heard about the sperm cells on ChatGPT because I don't do deep research on like male sperm, so I didn't look into the statistics itself. So I need to look into that because like that worries me. Like if I get older, because I thought about doing something similar like you, like just build a very strong foundation and everything, and then have kids when I'm like old because it doesn't really matter. But when I'm like, yeah, like I need to
Yeah,
research.
I mean, even still, all you have to do, sperm's very easy. All you need to do is find basically just one viable sperm, and you can impregnate a woman, an egg. Um,
Mm.
so they'd be able to basically, you would ejaculate into a petri dish or essentially get a sample from you. And even if you were 90 years old and 90% of your sperm was not viable, still 10% is. And you have hundreds of millions of
I
sperm
just
cells,
pictured myself in Ivory.
or at least at least tens of thousands of viable sperm, but more than that, even at age 90. And you just need the laboratory basically to use one of those sperm cells to impregnate an egg, and then you're going to have a child in 9 months. It's just biology.
Yeah, I'll do some deep research on human reproduction. It seems like an interesting topic. Yeah, I can't imagine myself Hermione and like having to come in a jar just to like proliferate my progeny. So, are you planning to do it like when you're like do you have a set age or like a plan?
No, I mean, yeah, I have a plan. I don't have it down to an age though. I'll go viral. I'll travel the world for a few years, do a lot of good, set up all these not for profits, basically
Mm-hmm.
have a harem of chicks who I slay, just a roster, have a good time, and then eventually find the one for me, and then
You'll be like King Solomon,
exactly,
pretty much.
exactly. And I would not be able to do that without data. In fact,
You, You have like 900 concubines.
If I wanted to, absolutely. I think that every woman in the world would want to reproduce with someone. I mean, I do it for good reasons. I want world peace.
Like your IQ is really high there. To be honest, like if women understood, if all women on Earth has understood that IQ, a lot of it's inheritable genetically, and it's so important to have. And
Yeah.
if only women understood that, because I feel like some women don't.
I,
They don't know this shit.
I honestly have less faith, for lack of a better term, but less. Uh, I don't find IQ to be as important as emotional intelligence. To me, emotional intelligence is
That's
far
what you say.
it's far greater.
You have a high IQ.
I have even higher emotional intelligence. So I can tell you that I've taken emotional intelligence tests and been the highest person that the test has ever seen. Now there were ways to play that as well, so I kind of knew I was kind of going for a very high score. But if anything, I have extremely high emotional intelligence, and what that allows me to do is be able to empathize really well with people, to be able to communicate really well with people, to be able to teach really well, and to me, that interpersonal communication is far greater a far greater determinant of success in the world than simple IQ. We see a lot of people with extremely high IQs in society who are nomadic, who are antisocial, and just because they may be able to calculate something quickly or accurately does not necessarily mean that they're going to be successful. What we
Well,
what we do see,
yeah, it's like a combination of many factors.
I, I
However, I would like to also make a point that the majority of multi-billionaires have an IQ of 140 plus, and that's like the top 1% in society of IQ.
so many of them do, but
Yeah,
it's not necessary. And some of them don't. Some of them have perfectly average IQs, and they've just been set up
and
well.
and
I would tell you this right now. I would
because
say most.
I think my IQ, I think my IQ is not as high as yours, definitely, but I have a high crystallized intelligence, not as much as lowered. Um, like I noticed that with my research and what I looked into, I found out that the biggest factor that would affect your income, besides like the biggest factor besides location, right? You get the same job, same location, like it's IQ. Like that would that the higher your IQ, the more money you make for the same job.
I would disagree. I think emotional intelligence is more important, and we could argue that one. But basically, once you get the job, it's about how you're able to network within it. And emotional intelligence. If you're highly liked, if you're highly sociable, you're going to get more promotions than the person who's just smart.
I think that the promotion would get you into a different job. So that now it's not about performance within the same job anymore. It's about rising up the hierarchy
And
in
that's
like a
absolutely,
corporation. Yeah,
and that's how you become
yeah.
successful.
And then there's also other factors that improve your income. Also agreeableness. The lower your agreeableness, it seems like the higher your income as well.
I wouldn't
Are
necessarily.
you aware about agreeableness?
I am. I wouldn't necessarily say that
Not
that's
like there's
always
a trade
accurate.
off if you're too low in agreeableness, but if you're like low enough when people don't really hate your guts, like you seem to do better than if you were highly agreeable.
Certainly. I mean, there's some cutthroatness in that. You need to have fortitude. You need to have determination. You need to be aggressive.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think risk taking certainly has an certainly has a plays a role in that. I I really wouldn't underestimate emotional intelligence though. Give me someone with a really high emotional intelligence in a job over someone with a really high IQ any day. Any day. And here's why. They're going to be able to understand the environment faster. They're going to be able to make more people happy in a shorter amount of time. And when it comes down to moving up as for a promotion, the person with the higher emotional intelligence is going to do better. I mean, it's like the saying to say, give me someone who's attractive over someone who's just average looking. The person who's attractive is going to move up in the ranks far faster. Now, if you're looking for someone who's going to be able to come up with some equation where perhaps human their human behavior doesn't have as much of an impact, give me the person with the high IQ. I'll take that all day long. But if you want me, if I am picking someone who needs to be intelligent uh, and emotionally intelligent in order to be able to get a promotion, give me the person who is emotionally intelligent. They're going to be able to lead a team better. They're going to be looked up to as a leader. They're going to be followed. They are going to have accountability and integrity and a dedication to excellence and a dedication to mission and teamwork. Much better than someone who's just very smart. And that proves out. If you look at coaches and even CEOs, they're generally not the people with the highest IQ. They're the people who've been able to navigate the company in the best way. Now, there is some nepotism to that. Last
That's
name,
why that's why when you see EQ is also something that is important. I also agree with you.
yeah, okay.
I also think IQ is important too.
I agree with you. No,
On top of the EQ.
there's no doubt about that. They're both important. Which do I think is more important to success? Emotional intelligence. They just do. Because that's practical. Any computer, if you give me someone with high
But
emotional,
like that's why I said like when it comes to like the same income, like the same job, like that IQ would be like the thing that would affect the income the most for the same job. But EU operates at a more like different layer where like you can jump to different jobs more easily or better opportunities open up because of EQ. So you get into better rooms. You're not stuck in that one place. So that's basically what you're saying when you're networking with EQ.
yeah, I mean, I see it as this.
Yeah.
IQ will help you to perform well on tests. EQ will help you to perform well with people. And businesses are not tests. Businesses are people. And that's why people with high emotional intelligence do well. But also someone's attractive. You can give me someone who is attractive with high emotional intelligence. I can tell you that that person will be CEO of their company within a decade or two. I mean, that's a killer combination. Even if they have an average IQ. An IQ, especially with AI nowadays, can in many ways be replaced, or at least the field can be leveled because maybe someone previously who wasn't that good at writing a paper or doing a math equation can just plug that or to code can just plug that into AI, and AI has a far higher IQ than even the smartest person in the world. And what the high IQ person cannot do is the reverse of that. To be able to go to some kind of machine and create a really good emotional quotient, a really good emotional, improve their emotional intelligence. That's something that you learn by doing. It's about behavior. It's about how you relate to other people. So someone who, let's just take someone who is uh, average intelligence, they can go and use AI to make it seem like their intelligence is much higher and have the job results of someone who with a higher mental acuity, and then they would be able to use their emotional intelligence, their interactions with those around them and their environment and being able to adapt to be able to be far more successful than the person with a really high intelligence quotient, which basically gets limited now because AI raises everyone's intelligence, and the person with a high IQ is unable to replicate the same results that the person with the high EQ had because there isn't a machine that allows them to be able to improve their emotional intelligence.
That's when. Well, that's what happens when I think that now they're still good because like we're not fully on neural links yet, but once we're neural links, then having a high IQ means jack shit. It
Yeah,
doesn't mean anything.
I'm in agreement with you.
And and
I'm in agreement with you.
and then like EQ, then EQ also. Surprisingly, AI is very good at wording things eloquently, not to piss someone off
Yes, it
as
is.
well.
Absolutely. Yes, it is. So eventually, we may kind of all become the same drones in the future, with
Mhm.
some type of
Yeah,
brain,
that's what I'm thinking.
some kind of brain computer interface. But until we're there, the fact that people with high in, emotional intelligence can have a high IQ using AI is a game changer. And I can tell you this: if you gave me someone out of college who had, let's say, average, like, what would I think? Would I rather have extremely good looking, extremely high emotional intelligence, or um, extremely high IQ? I would take extremely attractive over both of those other two. There's something still about aesthetics that are very important to society. People want to be around good looking people. So even if somebody's not that smart, that person may rise to the top because they're very good looking. But what, especially with plastic surgery and different therapies and such, you,
You can cheat.
you can cheat, exactly. So that it depends how much money they have and basically what they want to do. But give me someone who has high emotional intelligence, who utilizes plastic surgery to be able to make themselves as attractive as possible. And that's a killer combination. And then give that person AI,
High IQ.
which basically raises their IQ, and they're going to be a very successful individual.
I've noticed that Elon, Bill Gates, Larry Page, like all these billionaires in the top 10 Forbes lists, like Jeff Bezos, especially Jeff Bezos. They're not like super good looking models, and they all seem very high IQ as well, and they seem emotionally intelligent. You know,
I disagree with the
they
emotional.
don't they
I
don't act
disagree
they
with.
don't act
I
emotionally
did. I
intelligent in
disagree with the.
public, but
I disagree with the.
when you see them interacting
I
with
disagree with the.
people,
I disagree with the emotional intelligence of Bill Gates. He's always been seen as a nerd. He's connected himself with basically bad players in many industries. He's not seen as very personable. He's not seen as cool. In a lot of ways, I don't think he has very high emotional intelligence. In fact, he just had to apologize for, in Australia, he made a statement for some of his network, that he felt that was not a um, apt use of his time, so to speak. Uh, they've all been set up. So I hate to say it, but um, Elon Musk, his grandfather owned an emerald mine. Bill Gates, his father was one of the heads of Planned Parenthood, and his mother was a trustee on the board of trustees of the University of Washington. His grandfather was a banker. Jeff Bezos, his grandfather was one of the heads of DARPA, which created the internet, which created GPS, which created um, as, like hologram technology, like basically really advanced things. So he's been set up. His
even
family
more true. Yeah, that's
his
all
family
true.
comes from like extremely wealthy ranchers. Um, Sergey
Mm.
Brin, Larry Page. I mean, they basically were set up in many ways, with uh,
He
Google,
has a rich family, maybe.
or they were basically put in an excellent position. Someone like Larry Ellison or like Steve Jobs. Like Steve Jobs is an interesting one. He was adopted, but he was adopted to a upper middle class family. And his location helped. He was in Silicon Valley. Um,
Yeah, location makes a big difference in your earning capacity.
it absolutely
Very big
does.
difference.
And you look at uh, he also set himself up with really important players. But if you look at the success of Apple Computer, it's not because of Steve Jobs. It's because of Steve Wozniak, who frankly
Yep,
is
true.
like the brains behind it, but isn't one of these super mega rich people. I mean, he's very wealthy, but not in terms of uh, looking at becoming a trillionaire, which you would expect. But Steve Wozniak wasn't as personable as Steve Jobs was. It's been discussed. Steve Wozniak was the brains, and Steve Jobs was the salesperson of Apple
It was
Computer.
like the EQ guy that was like evil, like an evil high EQ.
Exactly. I'm in, I'm in
It was
agreement with you.
psychopathic.
That's an excellent way to put it. Steve Wozniak was the IQ, and Steve Jobs was the EQ. But frankly, all of these guys are all westernized men. There are people in India and in China who have far higher IQs and far higher EQs, but because of their location, nobody knows who they are.
Location, yeah, yeah, exactly. Location is the biggest predictor of income. It's like more than IQ. So
Right?
that's why I removed location out of like the first thing.
Right. But I'm in agreement with you. And that gets into your social network. And it also gets into what kind of opportunities you have at education.
I think the internet's also helping us bridge that location barrier, but it's still a huge effect. Like you're not born in Africa and you're super smart and hardworking. Like it's very unlikely you'll be like a billionaire.
Look at Elon Musk. He
But
was
if
born.
it, like if
Look at Elon Musk. He
yeah,
was born in Africa, and he's almost a trillionaire. So you can't necessarily say that.
no, because he moved to America. That's why.
I understand, but he was born in
Makes sense.
Africa.
Yeah. No, I mean like the location would affect your income. So like he moved.
I agree
You
with
know,
you.
like
I agree with you, but
yeah,
I
he
would
would. Yeah,
say
yeah, yeah.
I would say that he would still be a multimillionaire if he never left Africa because his grandfather owned an emerald mine. I mean, that's like
Yeah, yeah,
being born on third base and
yeah.
you know being happy that you hit a home run. It's like you were born on third base. It's not that impressive. I mean, give me someone who literally started from either a low income family or middle class family and they built a business up and they came from nothing. That's really an interesting story. Someone whose grandfather was an emerald mine uh,
And Trump's dad wasn't
owner
even like he was the guy who had like a shit ton of real estate like in New York and gave it all to Trump
with a
via
with a
like
negative
loans.
with a with a negative reputation. He was known as a slumlord, basically that he wouldn't take care of his properties or the people in there. Like, I mean,
Really?
oh, 100%.
It's ruthless.
Exactly. Very bad reputation of that family.
What about the Rothschild family?
Well, I mean, we take our beginnings certainly biblically, but going back to 18th century Germany, and it's been about connections ever since. Um, and, we're a central power within the world and have been for
Yeah,
300 years.
the big power.
Absolutely.
It's so interesting like to meet someone that also happens to like have an interest in studying like different people like that are powerful, you know, in the
Absolutely.
world.
100%. Well, I am.
Like because you're already powerful, right? Like you don't really need to study other powerful people because you already have it, you know.
I mean, I would say that my power is potentially uh, still to be determined. My man, I am. I've got my friend here, Riser, and I know you said it was getting late
Right?
where you are. Riser, this is I am. I am is from Australia, but I have to rip on I am. I am does not know what raw comedy is, so we had to teach him about that. We had to teach him about the funny people in um, Australia. So he's got some work to do. Riser, how you living, pimp?
Yeah, you're awake.
Yeah, I'm awake and I'm slinging
4
dick.
a.m.
Yeah, did you watch?
Nice.
Did you watch the Super Bowl?
I was going to. I was going to hop in the Discord and watch it, but I fell asleep at 10 a.m. and I woke up at 7:15, and I was like, oh, is the thing still on? And then apparently, I don't know, what time did it start Pacific time, like 4 or something?
It started at 3:30 Pacific time.
Okay. I heard it was an extremely boring game.
Ex- Extremely boring. I mean, I can tell you, I watched um, all the highlights, and the one team scored 12 points. So the Seahawks, who eventually would win, they scored 12 points in the first half, and the Patriots scored zero, which is generally like meaning no touchdowns in the first half, which is pretty exceptional. And then we had a situation where we had some scoring in the second half, but it was what's called like garbage time, where like like the other team's not trying that much. They're already up like two touchdowns. They could really care less. So yeah, and then there was Bad Bunny who did the Super Bowl halftime, which none of it was in English, and there were a lot of people pissed off about that. I watched that, and I didn't know what he was saying.
Did you watch it live? Or you just watched the highlights?
I watched the whole thing, but I watched it later on, and it was very boring. I shouldn't say it was very boring. It's actually really exciting. I misspoke. What I wanted to say is the reason why I found it boring is I don't know Spanish that well, and it was entirely in Spanish, and there was no English, none. Oh, I shouldn't say that. Wait, maybe like a little bit of Lady Gaga. She performed as well, and there was a little bit in English, but it was like just like a few lines, and it was 13 minutes long, all in Spanish. But I thought it was really cool. The like that like they made him like Bad Bunny go in like different environments, which was cool. Um, and they had somebody get married during it, which is pretty interesting. But here's the thing: it wasn't supposed to be Bad Bunny. It was supposed to be Taylor Swift. And the reason why Taylor Swift has didn't perform at the Super Bowl, nor has she ever, nor will she ever, perhaps, is because when you are a Super Bowl performer, there are some caveats. You don't own the footage. And Taylor Swift, as you know, is like really big on owning her own art. But the NFL, it's a bunch of billionaires, and they could care less about Taylor Swift. She's just a one billionaire person. They have combined like $600 billion amongst all of the 32 uh, owners, or maybe not that much, but pretty close when you combine them all, and the worths of their teams and everything. I mean,
Can
they
you
don't.
explain that reasoning a little bit more? What does Taylor Swift get from having the rights to her Super Bowl performance? Like, even if she filmed it herself, she's gonna film it from different angles, and the world gets to see it. The NFL does it, still being filmed. It's like the same performance virtually. She not gets like profit off of it.
That's right. She doesn't get to film it. The NFL is the one who films it, and the NFL gets the footage. But that means 30 years from now, the NFL can use her footage, and she doesn't have a say in it, and she wants control over it. Another major issue is the people who perform in the Super Bowl halftime do not get paid anything. It's they do it for free. The reason why they do it for free is because it automatically essentially makes their music the next day become number one on all the streaming sites. So they see the performers see the benefit of it. And Taylor Swift is already basically number one in most things on streaming. I mean, not like she needs more record sales or anything. So she doesn't see it as that beneficial to her. And she, as you
She
know,
doesn't care about growing.
wouldn't that apply to like any top musician though? Practically, like they just don't care about climbing the pyramid anymore.
I mean, they all want to become billionaires. She already is a billionaire, so she doesn't necessarily need that much more money. To her, what's important from what I've read is control. She wants control over her art. That's why it was such a big deal when she bought her music from Scooter Braun and that conglomerate, that she had control over her art. This happened within like the last year, and she doesn't.
Control over her data, you mean?
I mean, that's exactly what it is. Yeah, I mean, that's why we talk about how important data is to people. But she wants control over her art and her data, and she doesn't want to give that up to the NFL, even if it's only 13 minutes of a show that she would give. She wants control over it. See, the thing is, she wants to be able to use the halftime show to promote herself, and the NFL does not allow you to do that. She wants to be able to take different highlights and use them in the future. Hey, this is when I performed at the Super Bowl halftime show. Here's a song that I used. I want to put out an album for that. None of that is your data. It's all owned by the NFL, and they are very protective of it, and they don't let you use any of it.
That's a strange kind of contract. Why wouldn't they want the artist to also promote it? Because it helps them too. It's a positive cycle.
Well, a lot of times the NFL is really protective of what people say in regards to what they call the shield, that NFL logo. And if you have, like, let's just say, just an example, Kanye West performed at the Super Bowl like 10 years ago. And he goes off the deep end, whatever, like a couple years ago, or last year, whatever. And then he goes and starts using his NFL halftime show to promote himself. The NFL doesn't want to be associated with that. And if the NFL doesn't own that data, then Kanye West is going to be able to put that out and basically detract from from the NFL's brand. If the NFL does control it, then Kanye West cannot come out and really promote himself with that content. Does that make sense?
So if he was like pasting like a bunch of like swastika stuff over his NFL footage and being like, buy my new anti-Semitic merch or whatever, and NFL would be like, well, that was
He loves attention. He seems to like try to chase a lot of attention.
I mean, in the United States, if she wanted attention, she would have done the halftime show. She gets no money for it, and she doesn't control data. And I know that they were in discussions. I mean, let me get the specifics um, of what exactly
Like, I
went down.
reckon Kanye, he just wants a lot of like attention.
Taylor
That's why he's
Swift,
doing crazy.
Super Bowl. Why doesn't she do it? What does it have to do with her controlling the data or the footage? And also, you don't get paid. What's the deal? And also, the billionaires don't really need her. All right. So, Taylor Swift has not performed at the Super Bowl halftime show, and her decision stems from a combination of factors related to value, respect, and personal
You read
priorities.
right?
All right, take care, big dog.
Catching up.
Excellent, my friend. Peace. While the NFL,
See you, bro.
take care, my friend. While the NFL does not pay halftime performers, relying instead on the exposure and global reach the event provides, Swift reportedly rejected the opportunity because she didn't want to perform for free, especially given her status as one of the most influential artists in the world. She doesn't need exposure as she commands massive audiences and record breaking sales on her own.
I disagree with the exposure thing because you're still like the value of performing at the Super Bowl. Like, I guess she doesn't need money, but still, like, it doesn't hurt to get the exposure of 100 million people.
There were reports that she requested ownership of her performance footage and rights to promote her own projects during the show, which the NFL reportedly refused. This aligns with her long-standing fight to control her music masters, including her recent acquisition of the rights to her first 6 albums. For Swift, ownership isn't just about branding, it's about creative and financial control. However, in a recent interview with Jimmy Fallon, Swift clarified that the real reason is not about rights or money, but about her emotional investment with her fiance, Travis Kelsey, who plays for the Kansas City Chiefs. She said she's too focused on his performance throughout the season to commit to choreographing a high pressure halftime show. She emphasized, "This is nothing to do with Travis. He would love for me to do it. I'm just too locked in." I mean, come on, that's what she says. It's about she's not going to get any money.
Kansas City didn't even make it though. I mean, they
I
did
mean,
like last
I'm
year.
not, I'm not, I'm not Taylor Swift's spokesperson. I'm just saying that it's about she's not going to get any money for it, and she doesn't get to control the music or the rights to the
She
show.
doesn't get money for it. She gets paid by exposure. She doesn't get a big check or whatever.
I get that.
But and no one, I don't think football fans want to listen to her music anyway at halftime. So it's great for bringing in a bunch of teenage girls.
I would. I love Taylor Swift.
Really?
I mean, they're like
I have never. I've heard some of her music and I just like
she has like maybe 5 songs that I really like, which is a lot for an artist. Um, do I buy her shit? No. Do I listen to her shit on Spotify? No. But she has some classic songs that I really like, and if you look at my like, if you look at my uh, playlists over the course of my life, she's been on some of them because I think that she puts out some hits, no doubt about it. She has now, but again,
sure.
that's all very subjective. But the idea that she would bring in a huge female audience to the NFL Super Bowl, it can't be understated. She would bring in a lot of people and a lot of interest, more than Bad Bunny. But I'll say this: Bad Bunny brought in a huge audience globally. It was top viewed, um, the top viewed uh, halftime show in history.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what. I know Bad Bunny is very popular. I don't know exactly where he fits in that. Zoo would probably know because he's more of a charts person.
He's the Pornhub chart.
But
He's nothing else.
okay, you're diminishing him to just the Pornhub charts. Okay.
What other charts do you know that he knows?
Fair point, I guess. I mean, I don't know. He might know more about music than I do. But
Oh, I think he
anyway,
does. I think he does, but
I don't know how.
I don't think he knows charts all that well.
Yeah, you're right. I mean,
Oh wait,
when
I
you
do.
think of Zoo, you don't think of like he just knows the charts.
Wait,
I
hold
feel
on,
like
hold on.
he's decent at like mainstream kind of media stuff.
Yeah, he
Like
is.
he's in the loop with that stuff a
He's
little bit.
he's good with Instagram news.
More than me.
He's good with Instagram news. If something happened on Instagram, Zoot's gonna know about it. He knows about um, Australian pop charts. I'll give him that. We have had that discussion, and then he and I went through the Billboard
Right.
Top 100 for the last year of 2025 to see who would win the top song in Australia. I mean, like we have had those discussions. I'm not denying that, but he he's not someone I would. But like, I don't know if he could name 5 Bad Bunny songs.
Well, no one can practically.
I agree
except
with you.
for his fans.
My question for you is this: are you ready to lose your
I mean,
strap?
I've listened to one Bad Bunny song and it was fire. I'm sure I don't know what songs he performed, but yeah. What do you think that the NFL considered this like only Spanish like conundrum before, and do you think they were like, hey, it'll get the Spanish audience to freaking watch it, so more viewers? We already have everyone in America watching it. We don't need more English people watching it.
That's correct. That's correct. They have been expanding the game, especially in Latin America, like they and just globally. So they're having a game in Rio de Janeiro next year with the Dallas Cowboys, and they had one last year in Sao Paulo and the year before in Sao Paulo. They previously had preseason games in Mexico City. They're looking to expand that footprint. It's free money to them. And also, they're taking these teams, these NFL teams, globally. So also, they're playing in Melbourne next year. The LA Rams are playing the San Francisco 49ers in Melbourne. And they're going to play 3 games in London. They played in Dublin this year. They played in Frankfurt this year, Germany. I mean,
I
they're
did not know that.
oh yeah, they're like every season. There's a certain part of the season where they play a bunch of games internationally, and the games are on at like 6 a.m. Pacific time, and I watch them too. Believe it or not, like
Like they're broadcast at that time,
yeah,
or like people in like Berlin are like going to the stadium at 6 a.m.
no. They're broadcast in LA at 6 a.m. So I guess in New York they'd be at like 9 a.m. But they're like in Frankfurt. They're played at Frankfurt at like 5 p.m.
Okay.
And people watch these games, and I know I do. And they're also lining up these teams to be connected with different cities. Like Kansas City is becoming like Sao Paulo, Brazil, like their team, and the Jacksonville Jaguars are becoming like London, and the Pittsburgh Steelers are becoming Ireland, and the Buffalo Bills are becoming Toronto, or already basically Toronto, and the Seattle Vancouver connection is pretty big, and there's one other one that's big.
Is the actual sport of like football, American football, popular in different parts of the world?
Well,
Do they play it?
they're trying to increase it
Right.
because it's free money. They see all the money that the Premier League's making, and they say, look, why can't we, like, for too long has soccer been cutting into our profits? Why don't we start cutting into their profits? And so they've been doing that. There's another team. Oh, Dallas Cowboys and Mexico City. That's been like a huge connection too. And like for as big as
Okay, but can I pause it? So like, why would they want to host a game in Mexico City? Like, wouldn't or like South America, wouldn't it be more profitable for the stadium to? I mean, I guess there's like kind of two revenue angles to it. There's like the actual ticket sales for like the game in person, and then there's like this other thing that you're mentioning, which is like the money that you can get from having a bunch of fans and all around the world.
I mean
I guess.
Mexico City is one of the largest cities in the world. Sao Paulo is one of the largest cities in the world. Why not have your home team like Dallas, but also be able to add all of Mexico to the fan base?
Yeah, true. And you just play like 2 games there all year.
If that, if that, Mexico is very much like a Dallas connected uh, country, and the NFL hasn't played an NFL game in Mexico City, only preseason. But even just with preseason, you get generations of people who are Dallas Cowboys fans, and they're doing the same in these other countries. And so with Bad Bunny, he basically opened the halftime shows to a Spanish speaking audience. And the NFL basically was like, look, we're going to try to get Taylor Swift. If we can get her, that's great. We'll have a ton of women watching our halftime show and the Super Bowl in general. And if we can't get her, we're going to go with Bad Bunny, who is technically American because he's from Puerto Rico. And we're going to get all of the Spanish speaking countries like really involved in this. And if they see it as a win win. Now, my question for you is this: are you ready to lose at Scrabble?
Yeah, when sorry,
Excellent. And
I'm just headed in the elevator.
excellent.
Oh, yeah.
Dog, I got to be honest with you. William Montgomery is not that funny. Can you hear me? What the fuck is Riser doing? Riser, you jerk yourself off
Fuck you.
all fucking day. You sleep 13 fucking hours. I give you open invitations. You decide to come in at 4 fucking in the morning to jerk yourself off publicly. It's incredible. But isn't it amazing? Riser, can you hear me? Riser,
Yeah,
what?
I'm inside now. You said that William Montgomery sucked. That's
Yeah.
not what.
Hold on, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. But isn't it
blasphemy
amazing?
that
Hold
is.
on, isn't it amazing? It's 4:14 in the morning, and all the people I have in this Discord.
I mean, there's two people talking. I don't know how many people are.
But the other people are real people. I mean, I can just tell you, I did this for a long time, just alone, and it's really nice to have other people who are in here. All right, so here's why William Montgomery has been sucking recently. He is not a very consistent performer. Here's a few reasons. Number one, he doesn't memorize his sets. I understand, but he comes up and he just reads off a note card, and also um for he misses about 1 or 2 performances every month on Kill Tony nowadays, and it's because he can't come up with.
Because he's probably touring.
No, it's not because he's touring. He has a contract with Kill Tony, and he comes up with the excuse that he's sick because he can't come up with material. And
So you're telling me he came up with jokes every damn week for years, and now all of a sudden that he's super popular, he's unable to come up with jokes?
well, he did it as an alcoholic and a cocaine addict, which helped.
That sounds like it doesn't help. Yo, Jesus Christ. Get in. Not even cold. Sorry, just washing my dog's paws.
All right, well, you do that. I'm gonna get some coffee, and then I'm gonna whip your ass. Does that sound like a plan?
Oh, you need stimulants now to win?
It's
Cheating, folks.
It's decaf, dog.
Cheating.
It's decaf.
Unfair advantage, folks. Openly admits that he needs performance enhancing stimulants to conquer rising. Wow.
Yo, dog. How your puppies?
You need
Puppies.
what?
How your puppies?
My
Puppies.
puppies. Sorry, what'd you say?
How are your puppies? Puppies. It's a pun.
Oh, do you know what an ovary sparing spay is?
Overextended stay.
Ovary sparing spay.
Is this with the dog where they keep the ovaries but still get neutered essentially?
Yeah, well, you don't neuter
I know, whatever.
neutering on
Spay.
a person.
So is that
Yeah,
what?
so she has, yeah, she still has her ovaries, but they removed the uterus. But there's only one place in British Columbia that does a ovary sparing spay, surprisingly. And I think ovary sparing spays are important because
Hormonal?
by removing, yes, there's a lot of hormonal things that happen that the ovaries are important for with their overall health. I've heard. I don't know if this is scientific.
So
fact,
so
but
basically
I've heard
she
that, like,
she had a hysterectomy.
what's a hysterectomy?
It's an
Is that
excellent
a
question.
ovary sparing spay?
Is a hysterectomy in a dog, like a canine hysterectomy, the same as an ovary sparing spay? Seems like it would be. Or it's close. Oh yes. Yes, a hysterectomy in a dog is the same as an ovary sparing spay. So you should have just said she had a canine hysterectomy and I would hysterectomy and I would have.
Yeah, I mean they're both surgical procedures for removing the uterus. But yeah, as you know, apparently that yeah, keeping the hormonal balance of the animal is a supposed benefit of doing
Does she have a cone?
that. No, she didn't even have a cone even after the surgery. Like she didn't. This happened like years ago. She didn't get it like just recently.
Does she still get a period?
But she does in a sense. Yeah, she still has what's it called? There's like a term for it's like.
Does she bleed around your house?
No, she used to, and I had to put on diapers the first 2 times, but since the uterus is gone, there's no more bleeding, but it does get swollen when it's that like mating time or whatever, and so yeah, there's no bleeding anymore, which is great because the doggy diapers were really annoying.
How old is she?
And strangely enough, I guess not strangely enough, but she had her first dog period when it was called a blood moon, which is like some rare moon cycle.
Oh, I know what that is.
Yeah.
Like where the moon is orange, but isn't it like there's a special? It's like when the moon is red.
Yeah. When the moon orbits through Earth's shadow, apparently.
Right.
It's like a lunar eclipse thing. And it was a very rare event, I guess. I don't know how often they have. They're not like insanely rare.
No. Happens like at least like I want to say once a year or once every couple of years. But yeah, it's rare, and it just happens.
Roughly every 2 to 3 years. So that is rare. and that was like her first ever period on that day, and it just like really like tripped me out because I was like, what the fuck? Like I've never experienced like the lunar effect on like that before.
How old is she?
She's like 3.5 roughly.
Oh, she's pretty young. All right. Now, here's my next question. That's not even a question. I just want to say. So normally when I make my fucking um, videos on that one account that like only you have access to, that I don't promote, I just like do my lip syncing or whatever. I normally never get anybody who likes my shit, and I kind of like it that way. I don't want people to know about that account because it's kind of like I don't want to say a secret account, but it's like I don't want it to get banned and I don't want to promote it or anything like that. Okay, but I recently, just in the last like 48 hours, kind of just was like, you know what, I'm gonna just instead of me lip syncing all the songs, I'm just gonna have the music going over my video of me just doing whatever I'm doing. And I get so many fucking people who like my shit because I'm putting out so much content. I've got like 10 follows on that account in the last 24 hours and like 150 likes, something even more than that. And I find that to be interesting. All right. Next thing I want to review.
They're saying, what are you doing? You're just putting music with your video?
Okay, so
No lip syncing?
I don't do lip syncing though, just because it takes too long for me to make sure my mouth is moving at the exact same time of the video. And like I'm making the videos right now, but I'm talking to you, and I play a song over the video. Like just go to that account, you can see what I'm doing.
Okay, I forgot the name of it.
Oh,
Can you tell me the first part if you want?
Prodigy, baby.
Sorry, what progeny is it?
So it's just Prodigy.
Yeah.
You need me to spell it?
No, I got it. 100 new posts. Jesus Christ.
Isn't that crazy?
Do you have a bot doing it?
No, I mean I thought about creating a bot to do it, but I'm doing it on my own. So basically, can you see it's just me talking, but it just plays a song over it?
Yeah. Interesting. Interesting strategy here.
Here's the thing: I'm just getting a lot of fucking interaction. Anyway, next question.
That's so many videos. How many fucking videos did we?
I've been like 500 in the last like 3 days.
Yeah, what the hell? I can't even. So I mean, for 5, you get 10 followers for 500 videos. You got a good ROI.
No, it's not that. I'm kind of joking with those numbers. Well, each video takes me like a minute and a half to do, and I don't have to do anything. I just have to have it. I just have to hit the button basically, and I'm not doing it for people to like me. I'm just saying a lot of people do. If I look, okay, I'll just give you statistics. The last month, and keep in mind, I've only been using this strategy for like the last few days, but man, I got another person that like my shit. Bunch of hot chicks too. We've got. Let me go to my. All right, here we go. My activity. Right. Where the fuck do I find it? Your activity notifications. Time management insights. Here it is. All right, I've gotten 39,000 views. That's a lot of fucking views. 39,000 in the last.
500 videos.
Yeah, I mean combined. I'm up 1,000. I'm up 1,500%. I'm up 1,500% on views and 1,500% on profile visits. I've reached 27,000 accounts. Um, what I'm saying is just it's like I'm up like 1,300 interactions. Um, so I've got 372 likes, 26 comments, 8 people have saved my shit, 468 people have shared my shit.
There's like some like weird like retweet feature now on Instagram.
Well, whatever it is, I'm just saying that like it is like some of my I don't know. It's just like before I would never get any interaction, and I've been doing this, and now I get like a lot more interaction, and I'm literally just making these videos as we speak right now, so it doesn't cost me anything. Like it's not like I even have
What
to.
happened if you just spam the recycle? I guess it's like a repost button now that they added to Instagram.
You get fucking limited or banned very quickly.
Or why they don't add a feature if you don't allow me to use it?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Or I say, why don't you tell me when I'm getting in trouble so that I don't push the limit? Or tell me you're not allowed to use this feature for the next 24 hours or whatever. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Instead,
Be upfront about it.
exactly. Instead, what they'll do is not tell you anything, and then you log into your account and it'll say you've been banned for inauthenticity or whatever. And I can't stand that shit. All right. With that being said, are you ready for an invitation?
Yeah. Let's see your caffeinated bullshit advantage.
As I previously said to you, it's decaf coffee. I mean, I don't even know.
There's still caffeine in it.
No, it's reverse caffeine coffee. I put depressants in it.
It still wakes you up.
No, it's got tranquilizers in it, dog.
I don't believe that. That'd be illegal.
I put extra tranquilizers in it.
You put William Montgomery's audience in your coffee.
Dog. He's been very unimpressive recently. Riser, I'm just going to be honest with you.
I haven't seen his performances on Kill Tony, but is the magic fading?
Yeah, it is. And I'm not saying that they're going to not renew his contract because he's still. Are you serious? I have the worst fucking things. Because he still is someone who is like something that the audience still likes, but he's just not as funny as he was. He used to be funnier, and if you're like, you mean to say that cocaine and alcohol made him funnier? Yeah, he played more along with Tony. He's got like a few bits that he does, like Tony he'll be like, all right, William, what have you been up to recently? And he'll be like, Tony, I've been uh, doing my row machine. He's like, oh, cool. What else have you been doing? He'd be like, and I was doing puzzles, and I was on eBay. And he'd be like, what else were you doing? And he'll be like, I was hanging out with my dog, and like all kinds of shit like that. Like he'll get really excited, but he doesn't do that stuff as well anymore. And are you gonna go, or you gonna sit here and jerk yourself off?
Oh, he's silent.
Oh, so
you're not messed up. Are you serious?
You're not even gonna go?
No, well, it's so distracting trying to listen and then brain.
All right, I want to ask you, how do you think Canada's going to do in the Olympics this year? Firstly, have you watched any Canadian coverage of the Olympics?
Yeah, I have.
Do you watch it on CBC?
Yeah, they have like a monopoly on it. Pretty much have to.
Right, I've been trying to watch it on CBC, and um, a lot of their shit is on the app, and it's not that, at least in the United States, it's not that easy to get. Um, I have really been trying to watch it, and I haven't really had any fortune.
So you're looking for watching it on US streams or just Olympic streams?
Anything. So long as it's in English, I'm okay with it.
You don't want the Bad Bunny version of the Olympics?
Um, right. I mean, I don't know what they're saying. This is gonna change Bad Bunny's fucking career. I hear him on the radio right now. They would like never play him on the radio uh, on this station. They'd only ever play like English speaking people.
Tremendous success tonight. Another fun fact about these two: Ricky Bo was a flag bearer for Team USA
No,
4
I mean,
years ago.
I think
Jackson was a
he's
flag
been on the
bearer.
radio for sure.
No,
He's a very good artist.
no. I'm saying, but I'm listening to an AM station. Like they never play music, let alone like non-English speaking music.
And Happy Gilmore, he was the most annoying character.
You know,
Like,
I forgot.
nothing
I
pissed
forgot
me
he
off
was.
more than his role.
I forgot he was in it. What did he do?
He was the caddy that
That's right. Did he
didn't
speak English?
talk or
Did he
do
speak
anything.
English?
With the note at A or at E or at S.
So you didn't watch any of the Super Bowl?
I slept through the whole thing. I was gonna join the Discord and watch it with you, but I woke up and it was over.
I
I think
watched.
if it was on like the West Coast time,
It,
then I
wa-
would
it was on.
have watched
It was played in Santa Clarita, San Francisco.
Oh well, they started the game like at too early. I thought normally they started at like, I guess it depends where you
Um,
are. Honestly, I had like FOMO last year or previous years of like really wanting to watch it, but then this year I just did not care.
Well, I'll tell you this. I fucking watched the first drive, and I could tell it was going to be a boring game, and I slept. So don't consider yourself missing out. But then I did something really interesting, which I don't know why I don't fucking do this every day. I mean, I guess because it's cool. But then I watched.
Decaf.
I know. I watched the. I watched all the highlights. So you watch every single play, and then Um, I watched every play, and what else did I do? I watched every play, and just one minute. I watched every play, and oh, it didn't let me put my fucking word down. I watched every play, which was 23 minutes of footage. I watched Bad Bunny with no commercials, which was 13 minutes of footage. And then I watched the top 10 commercials. They were terrible. So I was like, wow. In like less than an hour, I literally feel like I watched the whole Super Bowl and I didn't have to watch any of it. And normally I like to watch it. It's like an American tradition. But frankly, I don't know any Bad Bunny. The two teams aren't of interest to me. So it was just one of those things.
The game sucked.
Right. And I could kind of tell that. That's why I started watching it at the beginning. And I could tell just how the teams were playing. I really could. I was like, oh, they're not very good at all.
I mean, for the people that say that the NFL is rigged, I mean, they could have rigged a more entertaining game than
Um, yeah, and then last year's game was like the biggest blowout in fucking Super Bowl history. So it was. They haven't had a good game in like a few years.
that. Wow, are you fucking serious?
Baby,
That's it? Yeah, right.
baby, I'm gonna beat you 10 games in a row.
No,
Oh yeah, for sure, no doubt,
that'll never happen.
no doubt. Zoot and I have been playing. Um,
Oh, fuck you. Stealing my J spot. Alright. Are you gonna play Joe? You're gonna play Joe, that's your big word. Oh, you might be cooked. You might be cooked here. You better pray that this isn't a word. Yep, called it. Called it.
you're good at doing that.
Yes. Okay, good. I think I. Are you serious? Fuck. That would have been 24 points.
Oh, that sucks. That's not good.
Mm.
How many of any sport of any country? How many Olympians, Winter Olympians, can you name?
Um, John White,
No, who are
Evan.
competing this year. That should have been clear.
I can name a decent amount of skiers ish, kind of, but not really. I can name zero figure skaters. Is there even any hockey players? I can name some hockey players. Can't name a biathlete.
Have you ever known? Have you ever known anybody who has played curling?
So I thought you were gonna ask if I had known anyone who went to the Olympics. I do have some guy I went to school with for 12 years was competing in the Olympics.
But I mean, have you ever met anybody who has been a curler?
No.
That's really interesting. I haven't either, and it's like a really rare sport that, like, I mean, nobody in the United States plays it, and I find it interesting that basically it's just so rare that, like, you are somebody who is like in the heart of fucking Winter Olympics world, and you can't even name somebody who fucking plays curling or whatever curls.
I mean, it's like shuffleboard, but it's bigger.
Yeah, I know people who play shuffleboard though, but nobody.
I think shuffleboard should be in the Olympics.
Dude, I think pool should be.
Pool is like a bar, but I mean, if ping pong is in the Olympics, it's really like open the door. It's like there should be a lot more in the Olympics. Wow, really had to go there. What the heck is this? You have an S?
You're
You have
really.
another S. This game is rigged. What the fuck? Wait, how? Why am I getting? Wow. Seriously?
I mean, what do you want me to do about it, dog?
Nice word there.
That QI really fucked the whole left side of the board.
Yep. I mean, No, there's still the E under the jive that can go up there.
Right.
It's not totally them.
I agree.
Look at this word. This is a sexy play right
Dog, I'm ready for it. Hit me.
here. That was a good time.
12 totem? You think 12 is good?
No, it's just a beautiful find. It's about the word.
Oh, okay. This could
I don't
be
know.
this
Big
could be a
boy.
major
This could be
mistake.
big, folks.
This could be a major mistake.
Any questions here? Wow. Bullshit.
Oh, that's good. That's a fucking um fish. That was really good. Um, not even bullshitting. That is baller.
Yeah, I guess. I did not have an O, so I got totally.
What are your thoughts on this lead that I have? Oh, that was great.
Oh man, I almost played even better word, but blocked me.
Did you know that there was a streaker at the Super Bowl?
Um, did not know that.
I
There
also
usually is, though, right?
sometimes. Oh, I also saw a thing. I don't know if this was really true, but a guy made a bet and won like $300,000 by guessing that someone would run on the field, and he was actually the person who ran on the field. I don't know if he got to keep the money, but that seems like a really easy way to make a lot of money.
Yeah, no, I don't know why I've talked about that before. Like, why would you not just rig that? Pay some guy like whatever $1,000 to go run on the field. walk away a billionaire.
Dude, you could fucking destroy me here.
Oh my god. That's not good. Where did all the letters go? It's not good.
So even though I don't think that William Montgomery's been funny recently, I'm still obviously his biggest fan. But he's not. He has not been that funny recently.
I don't know what planet you're from, but he's the funniest comedian online.
Yo, dog. Big dog, you're up. The guy who streaked this year though was smart. So he didn't get a public indecency charge. He kept his pants on.
He only got kicked out of NFL games for life or something.
Right. Probably picked up a small charge. Nothing big.
Was it in the middle of the play?
Yeah. Well, like it was in the middle of. It didn't interrupt the play.
Nice.
Maybe.
And how long did he get? How long was he running for before he got tackled?
He made some moves on some guys, and that's one game in a row. Just in case you are keeping track at home. He was able to dodge some people, and then they eventually he like slid down and they stopped him.
I want to see someone on like electric rollerblades, just like have too much of a speed advantage and just like get away with it.
How do you have rollerblades on Brett?
Zoot, zoot, cutthroat.
It's like synthetic
Zoot,
grass.
zoot, cutthroat.
Oh, you started the game. Don't play anything. Don't play anything. Zoot, cutthroat.
What does
Zoot,
that mean?
Zoot. What did you think of Bad Barbie or Bad Bunny?
I didn't watch it.
Yes, you did. We watched part of it together.
Hey, Rabbi,
What up, baby?
my phone went missing today.
What happened?
Oh, it's 3-person?
Yeah, it's 3-person, and it's trick shot.
Look at that trick shot.
I get to the police station and I see my ex-girlfriend.
Doug, what are you talking about?
What? I went to go to report my phone missing.
And your ex-girlfriend was
And
there?
just out of the blue, she was there.
Yep.
Was it the
That's
girl
a sign
from the
from
adult
God
bookstore?
that you're supposed to do something.
Did you munch your box?
She can't. She gave me back she gave me a phone number.
Oh, so she's down to fuck. Wait, this is the crazy girl though, right?
Yeah.
Penalty. Penalty
Why is it penalty?
because it is. Next question.
Oh, you have to.
What do you have to do?
You have to get your opponent's full name.
I don't know about that. Oh, yeah, you're right. Is that how it works?
So
I'm
it's
thinking
something
that you hit the opponent's skull. I don't know.
Nice scratch, Zoot. All right, so Zoot, you got her number. That's tight. Did you munch her box?
no. She wants to make me up a bit more.
Isn't this the crazy girl who stole all your money? Dude, I like how I keep asking that question and you don't answer.
I'm still in my money.
You had to pay for her heroin habit.
No, not saying it.
Not the same girl. Okay. So who is this bitch? So who is this?
The girl I met at her. The girl I met at her.
How long did you guys date?
2 months.
2 months?
Yeah.
Okay, how'd you lose your phone? Yo, dog, remember that time I asked you a question and then you were dead fucking silent? Like, why are you such a bad communicator? How did you lose your phone?
I was at the adult theater and I lost it in the States.
Oh, hilarious. What are you doing
What's
at
an
the...
adult theater, like a strip club?
No, dog, it's where he gets blown. The orgy place.
Like a brothel?
No, it's his adult bookstore.
You said adult theater.
I know.
So what is an adult theater?
Place where they play playing. Instead of they playing movies, they play porn.
And you lost your fucking phone at this place and you had to admit where it was?
Did you tell the police where you lost it?
No.
Where did you last see the phone?
Do you think somebody...
I thought I lost. I thought someone pickpocketed me, so I went to the police. And I realized, oh shit, that's what happened. And I was like, oh, by the way, I lost my. Might be the adult theater.
You told your ex-girlfriend that you go to the adult theater to watch porn with on a big screen.
Yeah.
Did you tell her that you were a finalist for Raw Comedy?
Yeah.
Of course you did, dog. Good job, man. Did she say that's tight?
Yeah, why not?
What did she say? Did she just say congratulations? I can't believe someone who's that funny could be a finalist for our whole fucking state.
So I can't believe someone who doesn't know how to respond or talk to anyone making fun of people.
Yeah, her whole personality and my personality were just different today.
Are you in love with this bitch?
No, no.
You're not in love with this bitch.
I do care about her, but I just know it won't work with her.
That's crazy, Rebel.
What's that, baby?
My whole gang is on down.
Your whole what?
I like how wild hasn't have any of these awesome. But what?
He's about to fuck up.
You fucked up.
I don't know what the fuck a trick shot means.
Do you see that, brother, you don't know what trick?
Yeah, if you could explain it, that would probably help.
Do you see the eye?
Do you want to see the? Yeah.
If you turn that off, it'll be a trick.
Dude, there are a bunch of
I
types of.
somehow don't believe you.
No, you should. He's not.
I think you're lying.
He's not. It's not worth that much, but it'll be worth 10 points. It just makes it really difficult. Okay, so there's a kit shot.
What does the eye do?
It turns off the like protractor thing. The like line.
Oh, no, not trick.
Oh yeah, that's not gonna help me. It's so difficult to see what freaking ball you're in. Alright, this trick shot thing sucks.
I
Let's
agree.
play mini golf.
It's cutthroat.
You're winning, though.
You are winning.
You know what's crazy? Brother doesn't even know how to play this, and I think he's gonna win.
Well,
Man, if you guys could sink my balls, it's all part of the strategy.
to be honest, I don't know how to play either.
Dude, I'm more curious to know what the fuck you do in the adult theater.
Do you masturbate openly?
Jerking off with a group of people?
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Zoo, you are the most horny motherfucker.
Who even selects the thing that you're watching? Do you have any input, or is it just some guy behind the guy who works there just gets to decide?
I like how Zoot's
That
quiet.
made him out.
What'd you say, pimp?
That made him out.
Oh, yeah, baby. Zoot's done. So I'm basically fucked.
Now you just need to get a high score than mine.
Zoot, so you didn't watch Bad Bunny? I figured you would know everything about Bad Bunny. You'd be a Bad Bunny homer. You'd be like, dude, I saw that Pedro Pascal was there and Lady Gaga and
Brother,
Jessica Alba and Ricky Martin. Did you know Ricky Martin played?
brother, why are you trying to slide goal?
Isn't that what you do?
No.
What the fuck? I thought the whole point of this is to sink your own.
Oh, you just gotta grab one of them.
No, he didn't.
Wait, what do you mean I have to sink fucking Rabbi's balls?
It's cutthroat.
Is one shitty ball?
The fuck? Yes.
How did that not bounce more?
Dog, I'm about to dominate.
Brother, how the fuck you fucking beat me? I'm like,
That was not a trick shot. What kind of fucking trick shot was that? The other just hits the ball on the thing.
Do I lose because of that? Dude, that game sucks.
I won. Get wrecked.
No.
I won.
Let's play Cutthroat, but
No, this full game sucks.
no fucking trick shot.
No.
Yeah, let's try it. Zoot, what the fuck are you doing?
Ready for an invitation?
Okay, well they sent you one.
Did the porn people give the person that found your fucking phone in like the porn aisle or like the seats is probably like, I don't even want to look at this thing. I'm handing this into the police.
How are you playing this game right now if you lost your phone?
Because I found it.
I mean, isn't that like an important thing to say? Where did you find it?
Top dinner.
Where did you find it? In between the seats?
Yeah.
Zoot, the life you live is so wild.
So long.
Yeah. So why was your ex-girlfriend at the fucking Riser, go. At the adult theater? What a shot.
Because her partner's bike, she was at the police station. Her partner's bike got stolen, so she reported it.
Her partner? So she's in a relationship?
Yep. It's an open relationship.
With a dude?
Yeah.
Oh, so this.
It's an open relationship.
Did she say that?
Yeah.
Scale of 0 to 10, this bitch.
Oh, we're not.
Why not? Riser got fucked.
Did you come up with any new stand-up material? I would say that remember. She's got her hair blonde and Alberta is a brunette.
Alright, I mean, is that a good thing? Or... Dude, quit with these fucking distractions.
Mess. That was a clear mess.
Dude, STFU, dog.
I'm trying to help you.
You're not helping anything. So, Zoot, this girl's a 4.
No, she's a blonde. That's why I dated her for 2 months.
She's a 4, and that's why you dated her for 2 months?
Actually, 1.
She's terrible looking?
I'm joking.
Alright, so she's a 4.
No, she's not.
Alright, so she's a 3?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Why not?
I don't know. I mean, so was she a 4 when she had brunette hair?
She's not a fool.
Right, she's a 3.
She's... If Zoo dates her, you know she's at least a 2. Possibly a 3.
Well, I can tell you, if Zoot dates her, She has a terrible sense of humor. Like, just, just awful. Did you tell her that you've got to get checked for chlamydia or gonorrhea?
Gonorrhea.
Yeah. Did you tell her that you are patient zero for a new strand of super gonorrhea that you developed from the adult theater? Or no, it was like an orgy hotel. Zoot, in Australia, did they not teach you to answer questions when people ask them?
I'm practicing on the show. Bravo. I
Yeah.
get your thing on me. I mean, sorry, I get you eliminated if we get this.
All right, well, I don't see you making that shit. Are you
Oh,
fucking
wow.
serious?
Wow.
Are you fucking serious? That was some bullshit.
What a joke.
That was the worst shot.
Lucky of the joke. Oh, fuck, I said very well.
Good job, Zoot.
I'm not going two in a row.
Good job, Zoot.
How did I not realize that was my rule?
Baby, I don't know. You're the same guy who lost his phone at an adult theater and went to the police over it, and you thought you got pickpocketed. Who the fuck wants to stick their hand in the pocket of some dude at an adult theater? Like, dog, I don't care if you have the newest fucking iPhone. I'm not sticking my hand in any dude's pocket at a fucking adult theater.
Did the guy actually return to the police station? Or did he, I know, you went back to the adult theater and then, yeah, it's on the street. Right where you left it.
Right next to a big old cum stain. So, Zoo, do you masturbate openly at this place?
What?
Do you masturbate openly at this place?
If there's no one there, yeah.
That's absolutely disgusting. And that doesn't make you.
There's no one there. Isn't there always an employee there?
Is that legal in Australia to openly masturbate in an adult theater?
They have the brothels there.
Dog, that's why Pee Wee Herman lost his fucking career in the United States because he got caught doing that. He was like a giant children's television star who got. Oh, are you fucking serious? That was unreal. That was an unreal miss, Zoot. Zoot, you had the win. Or Zoot, you had the win. I like how slow Riser is. Riser, you gotta.
Oh, I didn't hit it hard enough. And I set Zoot up with the easy shot.
Yeah, but he's distracted by Pee Wee Herman. He's distracted by Pee Wee Herman because he's got like a friend now. Zoot's fucking.
Why
Zoot.
would you not just watch
Zoot.
porn at home? Why would you go to a movie theater to do that?
That's a great question. Like,
Because there's girls, there's a chance. There's like a 1 in a billion chance that you'll find love. That's where you're gonna find your love.
dog, you have a better chance of finding love at the fucking police station.
Like, dude, how does that go in? Some girl is just there in like the front row, and she's like extremely obese, and you just like lock eyes with her and you just like have a moment.
Kaylee found the Jen character.
He had a movies and TV show, dog. His name is Paul Rubens. And I know he's now your new hero. Zoot's like, it's not weird to masturbate in adult theaters. Pee Wee Herman did it.
Don't they have brothels in Australia?
Yeah, legal ones. Riser, Zoot, what the fuck? Get off of Wikipedia and get in this game. Zoot, what the fuck are you doing? Zoot, Zoot, you have 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds. Zoot, come on, man. Zoot, what the fuck? Zoot is so in. What is the word?
Dude,
Zoot is. What the fuck is the word when you don't care about others? Zoot is so
inconsiderate.
inconsiderate. Thank you, Zoot. You're so inconsiderate. Zoot, I have to say though, that was like the most baller shot I've ever seen you have on this hole.
Should I fight Pee Wee Herman?
Zoot, that's gonna be your fucking. He's your, he's your like hero.
Oh, what a shot.
Are you proud of that? Is he gay?
Yeah.
I, uh, I don't think so. He just was known as a pervert. But even what he did was not that big of a deal. It's not like he, like there are a lot of people who do other way
thought
worse.
he was like abusing kids.
No, he was not doing that. He just got caught masturbating in a an adult theater.
Public movie theater or an adult movie theater?
Adult.
Was it an adult movie
Adult.
theater?
Just like Zoot.
There's a designated adult theater in where, America?
I think it was in Florida.
You fucked him.
No, bank it off the side. Oh, you just fucking. Are you fucking real?
Give me this fucking win. Give me this fucking win.
Yeah, free me. Oh, don't put this ball.
That's a miss, Riser. That's a miss. Can't believe Riser missed.
No.
I cannot believe Riser missed.
So is they, we all tied.
I like how you refer
I
to
think I
yourself.
get to go first.
Nobody understands the who gets to go when. Look how good a shot this is.
But then I find wrong. Rabbi,
Yeah, baby.
what's L. Ron Hubbard's best book?
Oh, dude, he's written more. He wrote more science fiction material than any person ever. So, he wrote more than any person. He has more published material than any person in global history. Now, in answer to your question, yeah, I I don't read that shit, so I don't know. Not to say I don't read science fiction, but L. Ron Hubbard is his own like religion, so I don't get into that.
Yeah, very strange night because there was an hour and a half of book review.
At the adult theater?
Yeah, at the comedy club.
So you went to adult theater, the comedy club, and the police station?
Yeah.
Riser, do you like your shot?
I think it was pretty pretty good.
Do you really?
I mean, I kind of jammed behind a pinwheel, but other than that, pretty good.
I think that it's one of the worst. Oh,
Oh, look at that!
what a
Look at that.
beautiful shot! Beautiful, Riser. That was one of the best shots I've ever seen. Are you
Oh
fucking
wow,
serious?
dude,
Are you fucking
crazy.
serious? Riser, how many athletes from Australia do you think are competing in the Winter Olympics?
um, what's the population of Australia?
69 million.
Okay,
No, it's like
I'd say
I
at
don't know.
least then like at least. Oh shit, I'm gonna say like 150.
It's not 69 million. It's like 20 million.
Wow, are you serious, dude?
It's like 20 million.
I just had the greatest show of all time.
If it's only 20 million, then I'm gonna say like 100.
It's like 54, 56.
Rabbi, how
Oh
are you?
yeah, I forgot that Australia's a desert.
How am I in front of him? How how am I in front?
Wow, lucky shot.
How am I in front? Oh no, I'm not in front. Zoot and I are tied.
Rabbi,
Yeah, baby.
maybe the greatest show of all time.
Zoot,
Maybe the greatest show of all
Zoot,
time.
your shot sucks. And unless you get Riser,
It still has a decent second shot.
unless Riser hits your ball, I'm gonna put you out of your misery.
Your, your shot is actually harder than mine.
Oh, Zeus, you just fucked me.
No, he
Oh, wait.
didn't. No, he
No, we're
didn't.
good. We're good. Stay. Stay out of that fucking water. Stay.
Rabbi, your shot is actually harder than mine.
Are you sure about that, son?
Yep.
Everyone has at least a equally shitty shot.
Hit my ball, Zoot.
Wow.
Just the absolute worst thing that could happen. Basically.
I don't know what's worse, Zeus comedy or his problem.
You know, it's worse losing your phone in an adult theater.
That's what I'm
Oh
talking
no, I
about.
just. Oh,
Hit his ball.
oh. So you're gonna have to make one hell of a shot here.
Are you fucking serious?
Nice. We actually might all be tied going in.
I can't believe I missed that shot.
Unless Zeus pulls something out of his butt.
There's no way Zoot makes this shot. Come on, dude.
Bad Bunny has a bigger chance of becoming an English professor than Zeus.
Zoot, did you watch Happy Gilmore 2? Zoot, are you a bigger Kendrick Lamar fan or Bad Bunny? Go.
Kendrick. No one who speaks English as a first language for the kids at that point.
What are your thoughts on that?
Memorize the percentage much.
I don't need to memorize the percentage. It's about feel, baby.
Memorizing the percentage.
I didn't memorize shit. That's a terrible shot, Riser.
I can memorize the percentage too.
You gave me
People can like Bad Bunny speak Spanish.
Zoot. That's a bad shot. That's one of the worst shots we've ever had the opportunity to witness. Look how good this shot is, though. Are you fucking serious? Look at this shot, folks. Look at this shot.
Was Bad Bunny's performance any good?
Oh, it is okay if you know Spanish. Look at this miss, folks.
If you know, if you didn't know Spanish, is it any good?
Um, if you didn't, I thought it was okay. I thought it was pretty. It was like had a lot of shit going on. But do I think? I mean, I bet if you were a Spanish speaker, it was really good. But I mean, I don't know.
Why did Donald Trump he hate he's just openly he needs a PR person because he keeps the last 2 days or whatever he's just had these crazy offensive tweets. How do you even put that out?
He's like Zoot. Zoot would put out the shit he puts out.
Good.
Yeah, some skier was like, yeah, I don't really like the view the what's happening in the U.S. and I don't feel like I represent the U.S. I'm just the flag represents my family, and then he got all pissed off and was like, how dare this kid ever not say he represents the U.S. Shouldn't have tried out for the team. Blah blah blah. But what he said about the Bad Bunny thing, he was like, he was all cheesed that it wasn't in English.
I mean, I get that, but I I would have preferred it to be in English, of course. But I understand that NFL is going for a certain market, and I could see them having a Chinese one in the future. All right, I've got one. Zoot's in it. Zoot's already in this game. Riser, you have an invitation. This is only 3 holes.
What do you mean it's only 3 fucking holes?
It's just some old game that was started and we didn't finish it. Zoot, you're up. I bet you Zoot doesn't know this is a game, which I understand. Zoot, you're up, dog. Zoot, you're already in the game. Just look at your games that are already going. There you go. Hit it. Go. Zoot, just go. Hit the ball. There you go. That was good. That was really good. Really good.
Rather, your best option here is this here. Marble.
Don't hit my
I
ball.
was trying to bump him off into the water bump, but not possible.
Oh,
Probably has the hardest shot.
oh. That was baller
Yeah,
at
Zoo, are you gonna do some comedy for us?
I mean, I thought what he said about losing his phone and hooking up with some formerly brunette four it was pretty funny, but
Rabbi, what are improv classes do?
they help you to be able to think on your feet. So we could have them right now.
Did Zoot actually give us a single minute of improv before?
Absolutely not.
Like, we still haven't gotten a single minute of improv from Zoot.
Gentlemen, what'd you think of my shot? Gentlemen, we'll start with Riser. Riser, what'd you think of my shot?
There we go. It wasn't a hole in one, so it's
I
I
don't
don't even
understand.
know what shot you're talking about.
I don't even understand
But
why you.
It sucked.
I-
It's garbage.
That's bullshit. We all got a hole in one. That I don't think has ever been done.
Are you serious? You guys all made it?
Yeah, I don't think we've ever done that.
Oh, it's actually it's a big disadvantage to go first on this goal. And you'll see why.
You're gonna try to water bump me like a bitch?
No, I just cup the corner using your ball. And there's nothing you can do.
Maybe Zook can
Except
hit.
you can blast me into the sand the next shot.
Yeah.
So, what about Rosa? Yeah, no.
That's garbage. That's a garbage shot. It's one of the worst shots we've ever seen. Folks, I remember. Oh, stay right behind that fucking cow.
Stay.
Baby.
Oh,
Zoot. Zoot being wild.
see, water bump rabbi.
No, you can't water bump me. You know it. Look how good a shot that was. Riser, what are your thoughts on that?
It's okay. I'll just do it right back.
Are you fucking serious? That's a miss. That's a devastating miss. Sexiest shot ever. Riser, what are your thoughts on that shot, baby?
No, Zoo could have actually won the game right there.
No, he couldn't have.
Yeah, if he made it in with the fourth shot.
I still have a bigger lead on him. Dude, we tied?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's 2 ties in there.
That's garbage.
What's the other free help?
Just shit happens when you party naked. This one has 5. I know, Zoo. As I previously said, just one of those things.
I'm gonna get a hold of one here. You remember when that time I said I was gonna get a hold of one and I got a hold of one?
Riser, you gonna go or you gonna jerk yourself off raw? That's a miss.
Going.
That's a miss. One of the biggest misses we've ever seen. Terrible shot.
Brother, you know that might that be one of the dumbest strategies I've ever seen.
Worst. Fuck.
You guys are shit talking my shot.
Go, baby. Get it, Zoot. That's a miss. Riser's got a miss. He's gonna hit the corner. Fuck. I need one of the greatest shots in the history of the game.
Terrible shot. And Brian, Rabbi, can you get the greatest shot of all time?
It's certainly not that. That's a garbage shot. That's absolute garbage. Make it. Riser has one of the easiest shots ever, and he left it short. He left it short. I can't believe he left it short.
Are you guys even gonna get it in the hole?
The answer to that question is no.
You guys might not even get it.
I need one of the greatest shots in the history of the game right here. Fuck that.
To block his ball. I have not played this hole in so long.
Riser, did you know that Zook came in here
I
right
forgot this hole existed.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it? Do you want me to bring you a time machine to show you the thousands of times that you played it? That was the best fucking shot on this hole I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, it was not bad.
I think mine would have been better had your shitty ass ball not been in the way. Zoot, get it. Make one of the best shots you've ever seen. I like how it's censored Zoot. Zoot. Oh, Zoot, get it.
So what cuss word did you just type where you had to like block it out? Fuck.
Riser, what do you think of my shot? Riser, what do you think of my shot?
Yeah, I fucked up a lot.
Riser, what do you think of my shot?
Newfie.
Newfie is fuck. Newfie is fuck. And now Zoot's gonna fuck up. Newfie is fuck, dog.
Did you turn it off? You guys both turn off the tap.
Yeah.
No, I saw what you were up to. Put it around. Your rabbi is gay. I saw it pop up, so unless there's another zoo here.
Oh, get it, baby. Get it, baby. Get in the hole.
Garbage shot. Look, everyone knows that the top professional golfers snipe it through the sheet. And I'm one of those people.
That's a terrible shot. One of the worst shots we've ever had the opportunity to witness. I love how Zoot just had a terrible shot.
Oh, look at this shot, folks. I'm sorry, that was a beautiful, beautiful shot.
One of the best shots we've ever had the opportunity to ever see, ever to witness. This is the Bad Bunny of shots. Did you guys know that I'm the biggest Bad Bunny fan in the history of the world? I loved his performance in Happy Gilmore too.
He didn't say a word of English in that movie either.
Zoot, that's a terrible shot, and I think we all know it. Are you guys ready for the best shot you've ever seen on this hole? Are you fucking serious? That was very close to missing. But it didn't. But it didn't. It was beautiful, and everybody knows it. I know it. You know it. Zoot knows it. Riser knows it. That's short. Maybe hit my ball. Thank you, Riser. Riser, thank you for the bump.
Dude, are you there?
Zoot's jerking himself off in the fucking adult theater.
Adult theater.
Zoot,
Man, that just like sounds like the creepiest place on earth.
well,
His little green dot disconnected.
he has a new hero, Paul Rubin.
Fucking Wi-Fi ass connection.
He's fuck. Oh fuck.
Why is his like phone always disconnected?
Because he uses all his data to download fucking number 11 on the Pornhub list. Bonnie Blue.
This is gonna go right in, by the way.
Incorrect.
Closer than your shitty shot.
Remember what time we had to wait for Zoot? Zoot, you little douche.
I slept for 15 hours, like 2 days in a row. I've never slept that long before.
Doesn't your dog have to go to the bathroom?
I mean, I take her out before I go to sleep.
But she has to go 15 hours without going to the bathroom? Or eating or drinking? The answer is
No,
yes.
she wasn't. She was fine. She wasn't even clawing out the door or anything. She was sleepy too. She was good.
You fucking love that dog so much, don't you? Like, I'm not saying it in a bad way, but like you truthfully love your dog more than I think most owners love their dog, and I think it's sweet.
Oh yeah, no, she is amazing.
Is she your first dog?
No, I have another. Oh no, I can't believe I haven't told you this story. Oh, terrible shot. Okay. Wow. Okay. All right. Perfect. Let's reset. Oh, nice.
There's no way you're gonna make this.
Wow.
You know who the champion is? We both won,
I somehow won.
dude.
Nice. Awesome. I'll take the win.
How? We were tied.
Quit or auto resigned or something.
Dog.
Play me in whatever crew carom.
Dog, I'm gonna smoke you. Are you gonna accept my invite, or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw? Hey, it can't.
You're gonna calm down.
No, I'm not. So you used to have a dog, and you have
Yeah.
a.
I put an ad on like the Canadian Craigslist alternative called Kijiji
Called
for
Bajiji.
pet sitting, and I was just supposed to pet sit this dog, but then the owner was like a DJ dude, and he like dropped off the dog and was like, "Oh, I'm going on a DJ tour. I'll be back in a month." And then he just like ghosted, and then we weren't sure if we were gonna be able to keep the dog, even though the dog was like super skinny, like super skinny, not well fed, not well cared for. He was super well trained, but like he was just not the healthiest dog in the world. And then we were scared kind of to. We really liked him, but we thought
Who is
DJ dude was gonna come back.
who is we?
So, we fucking.
Who is we?
We're a little. What?
Who is we?
Like me and my family.
Oh, okay.
This is like 8 years ago, and yeah, he was like, "Oh, I gotta come back for this funeral because my friend got shot at the Jane and Finch Mall. Never retrieved the dog," and I was like, "Oh, I got stopped at the border, but I'll be back for my dog." But he just ended up never coming back, and so he kept the dog for like 4 years. And that was all good, and then I drove to across the fucking country with him where I currently live, but then he died because the vet told me to give him this tick medicine that killed him. It was really devastated and traumatized from his dad.
Wow.
Did you see that skier for the U.S.? There's some female
Lindsey
skier
Vaughn, dog. Her name is
tore her
Lindsey
ACL.
Vaughn. Her name is Lindsey Vaughn.
Lindsey Vaughn, yeah, whatever. No one cares about her name. Tears her ACL, and then she's like, I'm gonna ski, and then she made it 2 turns down the hill and like totally got like she was like got totally wrecked.
Do you know that Lindsey Vaughn is Tiger Woods' ex-girlfriend? You know that Lindsey Vaughn is
What?
Tiger Woods' ex-girlfriend?
Are you fucking serious?
1,000%, dog. That's who he got after all those chicks from like Applebee's and whatever the fuck her name is, Norda, whatever. Jesper Parnavik's fucking nanny.
I don't even know the lore that you're speaking of.
Well, you don't know fucking know Jesper Parnavik is?
No, I don't. I was not in the loop of Tiger Woods' love life.
Well, you fucking should have been. You consider yourself
I know he was shanking girls more than he shanked golf balls.
Well, yeah, because he was a really good golfer, dog. He didn't shank that many, baby. But look at this shot.
You can still shank a ball straight.
That's true.
Did you copy your persona from Austin Powers?
Yeah, I did. How many American Austin
You know
Powers?
Mike Myers is Canadian?
Yeah, that's why I said I'm the American Austin Powers, and I do know that Mike Myers is Canadian.
Okay, so you're basically biting off a Canadian rip. Okay.
I'm really biting off James Bond.
Like a 60s version of James Bond.
Yeah, that's what Austin
Was he
Powers.
like funky?
That's what Austin Powers is, dog. Look at this athleticism.
My phone is at 2%.
Is that the excuse that you're going to give for your shitty play?
It is. And hey, for those of you who are wondering, clearly everyone knows that your phone performance just goes completely off the rails.
I think you can. I think you can come back and win.
Oh, I know I can. Despite these like egregious conditions, I can do it.
That's a miss, and I'm really proud that it's a miss. That's just a miss. It's a terrible shot, and everybody knows it.
That was an excellent shot. Don't worry. There's no. Oh, were you supposed to stick the red one?
Yeah, I was, but I came up with a strategy, a winning strategy, a multi-billion-dollar.
Oh, look at that move. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, you just got absolutely mauled there.
Miss.
It's game over for you.
Get out of
It's game
here.
over.
Get out of here with your 2%.
Did you know that?
Get out of here with your.
It's over for
Hey,
you.
dog. Get out of here with your 2%.
Imagine losing to someone on 2%. I have 2% life in my device, and I still float a gold medal championship gaming athletic demonstration. Yo, can you move?
Can I move?
No, I'm talking about
Dog.
Do you need more blood on your hand?
I don't want to hear your fucking excuses. And I have shit to do.
Like what?
I have to pray. I have to teach a class, and I have to shield myself on X.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
For chatting.
When are you gonna play? When are you gonna be back?
What do you mean? You just asked me to leave.
I did not ask you to leave. I just said I have shit to do. But why don't you come back tonight? Or are you gonna sleep for 15 fucking hours, back to back days?
Yeah, I know. My sleep schedule is completely screwed up.
Same here, dog. And it's because of you. I publicly blame you. No, you're cool. We enjoy each other's company. That we keep each other up. I understand. All right, big dog. Let's end on a high note. Why don't you come back tonight and watch fucking William Montgomery?
He just said that he sucks. He doesn't drop a special.
He's on Kill Tony, douche. He's on Kill Tony, douche.
Yeah, I say he doesn't drop specials. I
His
don't think you. The way that you spoke about William today,
dog.
any William Montgomery fan would never.
I'm the biggest William Montgomery fan possible, and that's why I understand. It's like somebody who sees their favorite artist not live up to their potential. They can certainly say that they could be better. That's how you know I'm a true fan.
No, William Montgomery's gonna do the halftime show for the Super Bowl next year.
With Bad Bunny.
No, solo. He doesn't need Bad Bunny.
Bad Bunny's got a caddy for him.
He can translate, English to Spanish or something.
Okay.
Do you think that the first languages ever made were like these picture languages where you draw something, like kind of like a hieroglyph that represents something?
No, and I think that's the dumbest thing I may have ever heard in my entire life. I think they were more like mimes, like all body language.
Do you have any proof of mimes? You think mimes is a better language than hieroglyphs?
That's not what I said. You asked, do you think the first language was like hieroglyphs or whatever? And I said, no. I think it would be body language before that. Body language is more primitive.
I guess. So you think that they would act it out like charades?
Yeah. So why don't you come back? Why don't you come back for Kill Tony tonight?
I don't know. I'm gonna be sleeping for like 15 hours.
All right. Hey, when are you launching your coin? Or is it just like another thing that you just burned out on?
Yeah, I need to do more showing.
No, you are the what you. I will tell you this, my friend. You are not a good project founder. Does your project have a Reddit account? Yes or no? Go.
Uh,
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, I can't.
Reddit sucks.
You
Am I supposed to post on Reddit all day?
No, but whenever you have a post, you can put it on Reddit, or you can post with that account on a cryptocurrency subreddit.
I don't think they're like showing your garbage
They
on
do. They
Reddit.
have some subreddits that are shilling subreddits for meme coins and micro coins and things like that.
Okay.
So, what's your Reddit username of the greatest cryptocurrency ever?
I don't have one.
That's what I'm talking about. You're over here sleeping for 15 fucking hours. I've given you the blueprint. I've given you the textbook strategy on how to be successful. And you're like, okay, well, I could just jerk myself off all day. And that's what you're doing. Doug, I'll quote you directly. And I quote, Bad Bunny is my hero. He is the official spokesperson of the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. I cannot wait to create a Reddit and a subreddit to promote my coin. And William Montgomery has had lackluster performances recently. Unquote. That is a direct quote of yours.
Yeah. No, I stand by that.
Riser, who won the Super Bowl? Go.
The New Zealand Seahawks.
Yeah, that's correct, dog. That's absolutely fucking correct.
The New Zealand Seahawks won.
Okay, the next question that I have for you is why don't you come and watch Kill Tony? It's on at 6 p.m.
I don't know if you know this, but Colton sucks. I don't know if you know that. Do you know who Jeremiah Watkins is?
Yeah, I do.
Did you know that Jeremiah Watkins has his own stand-up show that's infinitely more entertaining than Kill Tony?
What's it
It's
called?
called Stand Up on the Spot.
Everybody knows that.
I need Jeremiah Watkins knows that.
Do you like Jeremiah Watkins?
Honestly, not really, but I don't mind him.
Okay, why don't you like
I think
him?
I don't know. I just don't find him funny.
Dude, if you ever watch old Kill Tonys, the old band used to interrupt so much that it became annoying.
Oh yeah, I think Jeremiah was one of the players in that thing.
Yeah, that's why I said it.
Right, so you know who he is.
Yeah, dog, I've watched 300 fucking podcasts with that man.
Okay, yeah. No, he would interrupt a lot.
Dude, so much.
And he wouldn't make it funnier either.
No, sometimes they would. Sometimes their shit was funny as fuck, but they just interrupted so much. It would be like um, somebody taking swings. They'd take 10 swings and one would be funny. The one that they would have that was funny would be really, really funny. But it's like, dude, you interrupted 9 other fucking times. It wasn't worth it. There was a reason why they didn't move them to Austin during the pandemic. They said, like, uh, Jeremiah Watkins in his interviews said that he just got a call one day from Tony Hinchcliffe, and he was like, "Yeah, we're basically deciding to go in a different direction, and we're moving to Austin, and we're not going to be, doing the show
You're
anymore."
invited not to come.
Right, exactly. And but Jeremiah Watkins did have the opportunity to do stand up at um, the crypto arena. Um, and or it was at the forum actually, and they he did a good job, and
The Trump rally?
no, it was a Kill Tony at the forum, and they're doing a Kill Tony in May, and another one in LA at what was it? Um, at Intuit Dome, and I looked up tickets, but they went right away. They went really quickly, and I'm sure they wouldn't let me live stream from there, so it would kind of like you can't even have your phone at those fucking things. Um, but one day I want to see Tilt Tony. That'd be cool. Anyway, oh yeah, and it's gonna be on Netflix. Did you watch the one that they had on Netflix from January? No, you didn't. You didn't even see William Montgomery perform.
Can I ask you one thing?
Yeah.
Okay, so I want you to do a improv bit. I will be Zeus. I will be leaving the adult movie theater, and unbeknownst to me, my phone is on the seat. And you are the employee of the adult theater who has discovered cell phones.
I will do it under one condition, and that is I don't have to do an Australian accent.
I'm the one doing you. I'm playing you. You're the guy.
But
I guess, yeah, the guy at the theater would also.
exactly. So I would be like, crikey, who left this device on a chair in the adult theater, and why is it so sticky? I can't believe that this device is stuck to the chair. I'm trying to get it off and I can't. I'm gonna go ask one of my colleagues to see if they can assist me. Excuse me, can you please help me to get this device that is stuck to this chair removed? Why, sure, I'll help you. So, as we both attempted to remove this device from the cushion, we recognized that this was a bigger job than for just two people. So we went and got the manager, and the manager said, "Wow, that is a really stuck device. I wonder if we could get a tool chest and see if we can get a crowbar to perhaps unlodge it from the seat cushion." So we got a crowbar and had to use three different people's leverage in order to get this device unstuck from the cushion. Fortunately, we were able to do so. When we turned the phone on, we saw a desktop wallpaper of an obviously identifiable Bonnie Blue, and the ranking of Pornhub was kept track of in a very diligent way within the browser. So I said to one of my colleagues, who do you think would have left this device in the adult theater? And their response was, there could be only one person. It's the guy who fucks all the fours in this adult theater routinely. And I said, why do you think this phone was left in the all gay porn part of the cinema? And my colleague said that there's only one person who regularly attends this area of the theater, and their name is Zoop. So we took the phone and we decided that we would take it to the front desk. We certainly used some latex gloves to be able to ensure that we didn't make contact. And all of a sudden, the phone went off as a ringtone, and the ringtone that we heard was the Pornhub theme music. It went ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum. And we tried to answer, which we did. And on the other end, it just so happened to be Zoot. Zoot, how are you?
Hello, is this the, the adult theater? I'm at the police station. I didn't find it here.
Why, yes, Zoot. We found your device. Can you please ensure that you could describe some aspects of the phone to us so we know that it's yours?
Yeah, so there's a very, 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 very detailed spreadsheet on my phone that dates back to 2013 or so. Um, that has been keeping track of the Pornhub top 10 or top 100 actresses in thorough detail. You'll find my notes there. It's basically my only record that is associated with my legal name, and that would be one key identifier. There's also, if you check the GPS coordinates, you can see my visits daily to either the bookstore, the adult theater, the strip club, and the comedy club, which is a unique triangulation that would only work for my particular route. Um, so I don't know if that's enough
Why?
identifiable.
Why is your
There's
phone?
photos of my dog.
Why is your phone so sticky?
Yeah, I mean, I was just in the adult theater and somehow it got really sticky when I guess, somehow the phone was in my pocket and then somehow some goopy substance. Someone was behind me. I don't know if they had something to do with it. There was no one in the theater, but it could have been a ghost of some kind. There was a lot of noise and colors. The screen was there. It was a wild situation, and I learned from it as a person.
Seemingly, can you please answer us the question why
No,
you're
I'm not going to pay the cleaning bill.
you're in the?
That's what you're asking.
Of course not, but it seems as if you're in the middle of several simultaneous mini games but you've abandoned them all. Is there a reason for that?
Yeah, I typically just want to induce as much pain and suffering on Riser and Rabbi as possible by infuriating them and not responding to anything they say, cutting out every single time I possibly interact with them and leave them for no reason. Um, does that answer your question?
Oh, most certainly it does. Well, we've got this phone. We're going to leave it at the front desk. We're going to put it in a Ziploc bag, and you're free to pick it up whenever you wish.
That'd be terrific. And not to press this any further, but if you're free, maybe on Wednesday you can come down to the comedy club. I am a little bit of a renowned sensation here in Australia. I don't know if you've heard of me, but you will, because I'm going to the top. Even though I've never said anything funny in my entire life, you will see me at the top very soon. So you're welcome to come.
Oh, sounds wonderful. There's this, I was making all these fucking different videos, and one of them, I, I forgot to um, put sound over it, and so it was just a little snippet of where Zoot and I are talking. And Zoot asked me, "Do you know who opens for me?" And I say, "Yeah, the same people who closed for you. They're known as the Crickets." And I thought that was so funny. And I thought it was hilarious that like the video caught that part of it. He thought it was funny too.
I like the concept of Zoot thinking he's like renowned enough to have an opener.
You're starting to think so. I like how this has gone to his head. Like he's getting his old ex girlfriend. He like mentioned it to her, and she's like, "Hey, I'm in an open relationship. I'm a four, but you know, let's get back together." I mean, I don't know. I wish the best for him. I absolutely, positively, though, see his comedy career exploding. Oh, we didn't ask him, did he perform? He, I'm sure he would have told us, but he told me last week, he's like, I'm going to perform and I'm going to. He had like this whole political statement he was going to make. And I was like, I don't know if that's a good idea. And then he was like, I'm just going to go up and bomb. But he didn't, he should have told us how he did. Anyway, he's a sensation. He's an absolute, he's sweeping Australia, sweeping the countryside. Everybody knows it. And I really think that Australia's comedy scene will be put on the map. I did say this. If I go viral, when I go viral, the Rhino Room uh, of Adelaide will be like one of the comedy hubs of the world. Like giant. It will be giant. There'll be people who will like camp to just go there. It'll be like the new comedy mothership of Australia.
Joe Rogan will literally open up the second mothership and close down the first one.
Do you know where he's going to open the second one?
I don't know if I have to guess, but it's like New York.
That's incorrect. Though he's talked about it, but it's not New York. At least most recently. Okay, guess again.
Florida.
Incorrect. Guess again.
It's not in Texas or it's not in California. Give me a hint, like west or east. Central.
I'm not giving you a hint. I think that you can tough this one out.
Vancouver area, Seattle.
Incorrect.
Am I hotter or warmer? Which was my closest guess?
You didn't really guess it. You, you just assumed that he wasn't going to be doing it somewhere, but I didn't say yes or no.
Not in California?
No.
I thought he hated
Warmer.
Oh, Las Vegas?
Word.
Apparently, Joe Rogan does. This is like 8 years ago. I was listening to the podcast and he stuff today, and he's saying that like with his level of wealth, like 8 years ago, like everyone that knew him would ask him to invest in like their project, and he was like, I do not have the time to like be invested in all these projects. But he gets asked, like so many people ask him to fund their project.
I looked into it. We were going to advertise on his podcast in 2016. And so it was like pretty early. Still didn't have a Spotify deal or anything. Um, but I wasn't the one doing the negotiating. You were doing it through somebody else. So it didn't get as far as I would have. Like when I do it, I fucking go right to the source and I say, how much is it? But at that time, it was something like we had a conflict. Like he was still doing ads for like he wasn't doing Fleshlight at that time, but I think we found out he was, or like the owner of the business found out he was doing Fleshlight ads, and it was like, I don't know. And he also didn't know who Joe Rogan is. We had an SEO guy who came in and was like, "Hey, I see you're doing billboards. I see you're doing radio ads. Have you ever thought about doing Joe Rogan's podcast?" And the owner of the business was like, "Who's Joe Rogan?" And like, if you don't know who Joe Rogan is, you're not going to want to pay anything to do his podcast. But I looked into it a little bit. Um, And to see him to go from fleshlight ads to, he can do anything that he wants is fucking amazing. Now I have a question for you. That one guy who was in here earlier, right before you came in, he was like,
I am.
right before you came in, there was a guy in here. Yeah. Apologies. I thought you were saying yourself. Yeah. Um, and I'm serious about this, and I don't understand why anybody doesn't believe me. But if you do something long enough, you will eventually, I think, be successful at it. Now, it's difficult to do things long enough, but um, we'll take Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan just kept doing this fucking podcast, and he's been doing it now since December 26th, 2009. So that's like 17 years, and or close to it. And he has like more than $500 million. Now, Mr. Beast, who started in like 2014, is now a billionaire. Why don't you do the same? Like, you're someone who is always looking for a business, and I think the business is right beneath your nose, and it's yourself. And if you say to yourself, look, if I do this for 10 years, even like, what would I say for you? I would just say to you, just start a podcast. And if you're like, okay, well, where do I get guests? It's really easy. You just go on Kick and you say, hey, do you want to be on my podcast? And dude, 95%, in fact, I never got anybody who said no. Every single person I ever asked to be on my podcast was on my podcast. And if you do one of those podcasts every single day for a year, you'll be the next Joe Rogan in your own way in 10 years.
Well, let me chime in on this. I've told you this advice as well. I told you that, but
Hold on.
I have
Hold on. You didn't tell me to start a podcast. I already had a podcast long before I knew you.
Well, that doesn't detract from what I said about continuing on with your podcast
Yeah.
and restarting it. But I did. I don't know how I linked to my podcast. I had a podcast and it was going well, and I was interviewing. I had an amazing concept for a podcast where I would interview different artists, and or not necessarily only artists, but like the first guy I interviewed was a graffiti artist. Second person was a animal healer. Third person was a DJ. There's some other artists, and 4 and 5, I forget who they are, but I did do 6 episodes, and it was very, very fun. I enjoyed talking to people. Yeah, then one of them was another graffiti artist.
Did you ever have on a state comedy finalist of South Australia?
I don't know if anyone would want to listen to that conversation between me. I've talked to Zeus privately, and I enjoy talking to Zeus. But yeah, I don't know if anyone would listen to that one particularly. I just do not, like talking to people as much as I don't know. I don't think I'm worth listening to. So I don't want to burden other people with listening to me.
Was your podcast video?
Yeah, it was video.
That's baller as fuck. Okay. I mean, that's what you're always trying to come up with, hey, I'll start a car company. By the way, that zero emission Zen car, that was pretty cool. Though the fact that no noise, that gets dangerous with blind people, so it should have some kind of noise. But I thought it was really cool.
Blind people are driving, or pedestrian blind people.
Yeah, that's why Teslas have to have a sound, at least in the United States.
Well, the tire, there's no such thing as tire noise.
No, but in the
parking lot. Well, okay, I mean,
in the United States, an electric car has to have a sound.
What do you think the higher probability? The blind person dodging the car based on the noise of the car, or the driver being able to see the blind person and the bird hitting him?
I mean, it's not just blind people; it's children, It's anybody who just can't hear the vehicle.
Okay, fair enough.
But I thought it was cool. All right. So you gave up after 6 episodes, and that's cool. I can tell you why I don't do my podcast anymore. It takes too long for me to upload it. I just found that to record one.
Because you can record it, you gotta record it on. Does everything, but I got. Yeah, I mean, uploading it to YouTube, it takes.
Hold on. My big thing is making sure it's on YouTube. If I do it on Spotify, if I have it go on Spotify, that means I have to download it from YouTube and re-upload it on Spotify, and that takes too long.
I mean, if you record it, I feel like if you record it on Google, whatever it's called, Google Meets, then you have the file and it downloads to your drive, and then you can upload it to either one.
Wait, and that takes a long time.
It doesn't take. You don't have to like babysit it as it's uploading or downloading. You just have to click the button to get the process started.
Okay. Oh, I mean, maybe it's just the way that I did it. I didn't do. Oh, that was another thing. I didn't want people to have to stop their stream. Like a lot of the people I was going for were streamers, and so the advantage of me interviewing them was they didn't have to stop their stream. They could just do it while they were in the stream. So I didn't have to send them a Google Meet or anything like that. Well,
it's a good way to network if you get people to post it.
yeah, no, it is. Well, so why don't you do a podcast?
I had this like horrible thing happen to me that made me not want to talk to people.
What happened?
Just like this traumatic brain injury that destroyed my life and memory.
Are you being serious?
Yeah.
What happened?
I'd rather not go into horrible choices, trusting terrible people.
You're serious.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't want to go into it if it's uncomfortable. So I thought you were being funny. You had a traumatic brain injury?
Yeah.
Like an event happened to you?
Yeah, no, I literally wanted like to off myself for years, and it still bothers me.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, yeah, certainly don't want to get into that. All right. Well, then I understand. But you're someone who's like, I want. Why don't you live stream your life?
Again, I don't feel like I'm entertaining.
Dude, it's the
And
same.
also, I find a lot of people that are broadcasting, they're like, not you, but like a lot of people that just like, there's so much like filler, like, I don't know, there's a lot of content out there already. Like, there's just one in a billion chance of actually tapping into that. And also, about the podcast thing, since you have this live stream that is archived in history and arguably the most important endeavor human has ever made, greater than going on the moon, or discovering the cure for countless diseases, these conversations are recorded, which is a AI podcast in the future.
That's absolutely true. I was going to say that you have like 300 hours of yourself recorded on the stream.
Yeah, that's cool.
Which is really cool, and they're really interesting conversations. We have some excellent discussion. Project Looking Glass, and we go into the Heisenberg uncertainty principle and business ideas. There's everything from bear scare to all of our history with zoo. Of any person who has a lot of himself on the stream, it's zoo. Uh, you should know the guy in here. His name is um, Spirit Man. I think I told you this. He does what I do on YouTube. He doesn't do it from as many angles, and he hasn't done it as long. So he's done it like for almost 300 days.
Is he viral or
I mean, he has like 300 followers on YouTube, which is not. I mean, that's to be expected. I told him that's if you're not being promoted, that's about what you're going to be looking at. He is very. Uh, I mean, you can look him up on if you want to look him up on YouTube. His YouTube channel is Spirit. Just a moment, I'll get you that. And you can see his setup. His setup's a little different than mine. Mine is because I have so many different streams. Mine's like you can see my whole body. Um, his is generally like from the waist up, but he does sleep on camera. I mean, he really does do like basically what I do, except not from as many angles and not for as long. But like, I think this is becoming more popular, which is tight.
Yeah, I mean, if you're starting a trend that actually catches on, people would probably trace it back to you as the pioneer of the movement, of the Big Brother movement, the surveillance, voluntary surveillance movement.
Well, it's the lean in. Like basically, if we know anything from Edward Snowden, he said everything's being recorded anyway, so why not just try to monetize it? Um, I would not be the first person to do this though. I'm the first person to archive it as much as I do, and from as many angles. That's the thing. There may be someone out there. Well, there are people out there who have just done live streams for a long period of time, or like nature cams that are live streamed on the internet, but they don't get archived. And that's what's important about mine. The fact that every 12 hours I restart my streams. That's what's important about Spirit Man. Every 12 hours he restarts his streams. So you can go back and view any day of his life for the last almost full year on his streams. That's really important. And
That pisses me off about Twitch. Is that like, okay, this person that I love on Twitch has done so many live streams. Can I view any of them? No.
no,
They're all deleted.
isn't that wild?
Like, and it's popular. Like people don't demand that there's no wayback machine for Twitch. You can't unwind it ever.
I have a theory that they do have it. They just don't allow people to get it. Okay, so if you want to see his stream and how he's set up, um,
maybe they're gatekeeping it, and then one day they'll be like, okay, if you pay a premium subscription of $200 a month, you can unlock.
maybe. So his thing, if you look up Spirit Peaceful Revolution, you can see his deal. And he does a hunger strike. Though he eats. So, yeah, he's Canadian.
Oh, even better.
Dog, when I found out, somebody came in my stream. They're like, oh, I know somebody who does what you do. And I was like, like, I've been looking for somebody. And I tried to get his attention for a few days, and he just wasn't. But I finally did.
Or twins that were separated from birth.
Well, I don't think that. But did you see his stream or no?
No.
Oh,
I know you mentioned it.
all right. Well, why don't you fucking look it up and follow him?
The echo there. Why don't you look it up and follow him? Look it up and follow.
All right. So look up Spirit Peaceful Revolution.
Okay. Where on YouTube?
Yeah, dog. But it was so nice to find somebody who goes through the same issues that I go through, like troubleshooting and making sure your mic works and falling asleep on camera and eating on camera and like he has some IRL video, but he's like it's too hard to do IRL while you're live streaming. It's a lot of data, it's lighting, it's power. It's just like it's way easier to just do it from your house. I'm like, I agree. And he is someone who is working, trying to do like world peace, which I think is really cool.
What's the name? Spirit
Spirit Peaceful Revolution.
Okay, well, he's got an gnarly beard like you.
Yeah, baby.
Nice. Day 232 of hunger strike. What does that mean? He's not eating for that long?
I mean, but he eats, so I don't really understand that part of it.
Have you found you somehow? Because you like typed in like 24/7
Incorrect. Incorrect. Somebody saw my stream on YouTube and came in here and we were talking about something completely different. We were talking about Kabbalah and then so Jewish mysticism. And then I explained to this person later on in the conversation what I do. And he's like, oh, I know somebody who does that, which caused my heart to sink because it was like, how long have they been doing it? And how many different streams? And they're like, I don't know. And then I found, and then he's like, look up Spirit Peaceful Revolution. And then I did, and that's how I met this person. And then I sent them messages, and a few days went by without any response. And then he came in, and then we got to talking, and we talked for like 5 hours or something the first night. And then we like exchanged messages and stuff. And I was like, you should, we have like a common goal. You should live stream in my stream, or at least be in here or in the Discord. And he's been in here just about every day since.
Nice. He has a lot of interesting. It's funny. He has like a lot of interesting material on his YouTube channel.
Oh, he's an interesting dude.
Do you think kind of like the parking ticket thing? Do you think like I feel like people are very motivated by like incentives, and perhaps there's like a way to like in exchange for them promoting you on their social media, you give them like this incentive that's like okay, if you put me on your social media, you're eligible to win like a mystery box, and then like for every like 1 in 10 people, you mail them like a very like, thoughtful, unique thing, not monetarily expensive, but it's still a unique interesting little trinket that they can keep, like some abstract rabbi, like Tamagotchi or whatever thing.
All right,
Have you considered any, or even if there's like a digital NFT?
dude. Okay, yeah. So thing that I see people do a lot is they say on X Spaces, $1,000 giveaway, and they just don't ever give away $1,000, or they'll give away $1,000 worth of their shitty coins, or what they consider to be $1,000, and no, there's no like, and this makes me think a lot. Like, there's no like giveaway police or like giveaway authority or contest authority.
Isn't there like a false lottery law?
Yeah, there, but these aren't big enough to like qualify for that. And
Isn't it still illegal there technically to do that?
yeah, but these guys are in fucking Nigeria. Like, nobody's gonna fuck with them.
Oh yeah, no, well, no, you're not in U.S. jurisdiction. That's recorded live.
Yeah, but wait, but
technically, you argue that $1,000 giveaway is like $1,000 worth of knowledge if you don't actually declare.
absolutely. If you, the key is you just want to put it in the title of your Twitter space, and then you get people to join. But it doesn't say like we're going to be giving away $1,000 today. It could be, we're going to give away $1,000 150 years from now.
20,000 millennia.
Right. And then they, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, basically, people just straight up lie that way, dude.
Wow, yeah, you should put in the title like $1 million giveaway, and then see how many people join and watch the numbers climb, and then you'll be like, yeah, in the year 2,489, if anyone asks. Or you just ignore the topic completely and don't mention it.
I mean, that's what people are doing, and I see people do that all the time to raise their, how many people are in their space, to the point where I see, if I ever see giveaways, I don't even fucking pay attention to it. And then when they do giveaways, they're like, hey, we're having a contest. Be the first person to repost and like and bookmark, and we're going to do a giveaway at the end. And then they just pick their friends. And it's like, they don't ever really give it away. It's just for show. So, you know who Brendan Schaub is?
That is the greatest comedian.
Exactly. So he gets in trouble for doing this, and I don't know if he's being sued over it, but there's an investigation on him. So this is what he does, and I thought of you when I heard about this scam because you fucking love scams, and I fucking love this guy's downfall. I'm
love scams. I think they're funny and great.
All right, so
I guess I do. I love them a lot.
I know you do. So here's what he does. And he's done this like 2 or 3 times, and people are catching on to him. And he's not the only one to do this. This is a big thing that influencers are doing. So what they do is they say, hey, we're going to have a truck giveaway. Or that's what Brendan Schaub does. Or we're giving away a car. Whatever. But I'm going to give you what Brendan Schaub does. He goes, we're doing a truck giveaway. All you have to do is buy a piece of merch on our merchandise site, and you're going to be entered to win. And you can be automatically entered if you send us a postcard or something like that. So it's no purchase necessary. So what he does is he gets all these loser douches to go and buy a fucking hat of his or a T-shirt of his or whatever it is, and then Brendan Schaub drives the truck for like 6 months, and after every show he goes, "We're giving away the truck. Like, all you have to do is buy a piece of merchandise," and he makes money on the merchandise. He makes pretty good money on the merchandise. Then once they're going to do the giveaway, he gives the truck away to a friend or like a colleague or confidant or something, and he says, "Oh, we did the truck giveaway. Like, thanks for everybody who entered." And then the person who won the truck then sells the truck and takes the cash for it and gives it back to Brendan Schaub. So basically, Brendan Schaub's making all this money on the merchandise and not losing that much on the truck. Does this make sense?
Yeah, that's definitely qualifies for a false lottery.
Right. And so there are some states where like they're like even more intense about this than others. But this is what happened in Brendan Schaub's. Like I think it was his second truck giveaway, or I think it was. So it was when he was in LA, and he's like, "Hey, we're doing this truck giveaway or whatever. All you have to do is buy a piece of merchandise or whatever." And the guy who won in Colorado, and he was a truck, uh, like a truck, what would I call it? Like someone who does modifications on trucks, which is exactly what Brendan Schaub does. And guess from what state Brendan Schaub is?
Oh god, I don't know.
Colorado, where the guy won. And so all these people are like, dude, you just literally found somebody who does truck modifications in your like home state and just gave him the truck. So he then moves to Austin. He comes to Austin and he's like, we're doing another truck giveaway. Uh, it's $100,000 truck or whatever, and they do the same thing for 6 months. They just say, everybody buy this truck or whatever. Hello. Uh, uh, Everybody buy this truck for 6 months, or everybody buy the merchandise for 6 months, and then everybody buys the merchandise, and then they're gonna do the truck giveaway. And wouldn't you know it, they give away the truck, and of all the states, there are 50 states. They do Canada as well. Where do you think the winner's from? Like, like they're not from Colorado, but they're from Texas, which is like, all right, and so he gives away the truck plus $10,000. And wouldn't you know it, the next day, the winner, quote unquote, was some like pastor or something. The winner uh, basically sold the truck or put the truck up for sale in Florida, in the same city as where Brendan Schaub's manager is based out of, like in Palm Beach or something like that. And so all these people are like, dude, you are running such a fucking scam. And then he doesn't and then so he actually had to put a post up on his Instagram saying, hey, I didn't know that this person was just gonna straight up sell the truck immediately. I had no idea about this. But you should know, like thank you to everybody who participated or whatever. All these people are like, dude, you are just scamming people to get people to buy your shitty ass merch, which nobody wants. And then on top of that, the way that he fucking does this is so stupid. Like, I don't even know why this is considered illegal. I don't think it is. But he'll say this, like when the contest first starts, hey, if you buy a hat, that's one entry. If you buy a hat and a shirt, that's two entries. But by the time you're getting towards the end of the lottery, they'll be like, if you buy a hat, it's 500 times the entries. And if you buy a shirt, it's another 500 times. So if you buy a hat and a shirt, it's 1,000 times the entry. You know, like he just makes up fucking numbers, and anybody who like has a brain would never fucking participate in this. And then you go to the website to actually see, and it's like all the people who bought the merch, they have reviews, and of the reviews, let's say he's got 20 things you could buy. Of the 20 things you can buy, there are only like 5 reviewers, and they buy multiple shit, and they all give it 5 stars, and they all have these like fake reviews on them. And I mean, he's a huge scammer. I fucking can't get enough of his shit though. I am absolutely obsessed, and the reason why I'm obsessed is because his subreddit is so fucking funny, dude. Oh yeah, I'm all in, dog. I'm so in that I'm obsessed with a podcast that is obsessed with his podcast. I'm obsessed with it. It's called 10 Minutes of Shab. I fucking stream this 24/7. I've watched every fucking episode. I'm in their subreddit, or I'm in their Discord. Like, you have to imagine when you have a popular podcast that's based on how shitty your podcast is. That's some like fucking in um that's some what
There's a Reddit thread about his scamming, I imagine.
oh yeah, a ton of them. Yeah, that's some Inception shit. Yeah, so here's his fucking. I am so into the dude. I wish somebody else I knew fucking was into this guy's life as much as I am, because. But I'm glad I found the Discord because those guys are more obsessed than I am. So all I have to do is type in giveaway, and like, oh, there are a bunch of threads about the giveaway. Last giveaway of the week, y'all. Scam giveaway is over. He's already preparing for an anticlimactic winner, and he admits he doesn't even like the car. The car giveaway grift explained by an expert. So they have this guy who like explains like what this scam is. Um,
1000 XK, 1000 XK, then just for the last week.
yeah, that's exactly right.
How does he have a brain? Like, how do you even do something like, do like,
Oh, dude, that's the funniest shit about this. There's a whole there's a whole language that you learn to speak when you fucking start watching this guy, and it's even on Wikipedia. It's called Schwabanese, and there's like, it's so fucking funny. You literally learn like new English because this guy fucks up so many words that, and then people just use it to mock him in his subreddit. It is, it is hysterical. It's absolutely hysterical. And the thing is, for as shitty as he is, he's not the worst person on his own fucking podcast. The guy he teamed up with is a four-time sexual predator, according to the Los Angeles Times. This guy raped chicks, like, like in when they like basically they're like Los Angeles Times articles about how Brian Callen is a serial rapist. Like it's it's ridiculous. So these guys have this podcast, and it is such a clusterfuck. They used to they used to do it when they were in LA. They used to do it from like a really nice studio that Howie Mandel paid, like they would rent from him, and it was like um but then Joe Rogan moved to Austin, and these guys were basically losing their notoriety. No one wanted to be on their show anymore because Brendan Schaub is seen as a total douche, and his partner is seen as a rapist. And so they're like, dude, nobody wants to be on our show anymore. Maybe we go to Austin, and it'll change our careers. And Joe Rogan said to Brian Callen, move to Austin, it'll change your career. So Brian moves to fucking Austin, buys a house in the middle of nowhere that's way too expensive for him, and he's like having to pay a mortgage in Austin and a mortgage in California because he's basically he was married. Then these allegations came out, and his wife divorced him because he was cheating on her, and so he's got to pay alimony to her, $25,000 a month. Like I fucking know everything about these assholes' lives, and he has to pay like her mortgage and stuff. So he's got two older kids, and then he met a new lady, and she lived with him in Austin. And he's got two younger kids. Then there's Brendan Schaub, and this guy is has nothing going in his life. Everything he touches turns to shit. He says that he was in the NFL, but he was not. He did play Division 1 football, like 3 plays, like nothing the NFL wants. Then he gets in the UFC, and he goes 10-5 in the UFC. He was on the UFC show, The Ultimate Fighter, during their like really big year, and but he wasn't a very that good of a UFC fighter. But he was the first professional athlete that they say that had a podcast. So this podcast that they had, The Fighter and the Kid, used to be really popular, especially when podcasts were new and Joe Rogan was doing his thing. And Brendan Schaub became the #1 guest in the history of the Joe Rogan experience. And he could use that as leverage on people to be like, hey, come on my podcast. I'm the #1 guest on the biggest podcast in the world. So people would do that. But then they found out that Brendan Schaub was just a grifter, and he was cheating on his wife with all these girls, and that all came out. And his partner turned out to be a serial rapist, so they just were like two bad guys. And then, so they moved to Austin. Now that they're in Austin, remember I said they had like a really nice studio in LA. In Austin, they can't afford any of that shit. So they do their fucking podcast from like a storage unit, and it's not even like dedicated. The storage unit is not dedicated to their podcast. It's really dedicated to like Brendan's cars. So they're doing this podcast, and there's like all kinds of noise that's going on, air conditioning and fire alarms that go off, and these guys are trying to make this as serious as possible. Now, Brian Callen, the reason why he doesn't leave the podcast is because he's paid $25,000 per month to be on this show, and Brendan Schaub has to.
Like, how many viewers do they have?
That's the beautiful thing. They used to get millions of viewers. Now every week, whenever they do a show, it's always 40,000 viewers. And the thing is, they're just botting their own. They're botting their own podcast to try to keep numbers up so that they can continue to get sponsors. And so they have these sponsors who come in. But then if you,
Yeah, that kind of like a little bit.
oh, for sure.
I don't know.
But
Don't the sponsors just like cancel after two episodes?
they absolutely do. So they're always getting new sponsors. Like nobody's ever consistent. And whenever they get a sponsor, you have to understand these guys have a subreddit of nearly 200,000 people. That's a big fucking city. I mean, not like a giant city, but it's like a big. It's like a small to medium sized city of people who just love to shit on this thing. And anything that they do,
Everything we stand for.
yeah, exactly. And so there's like this whole lore, there's a whole language. Like, and the thing is, there. One of the things that they do is they say they refuse to read the comments because Joe Rogan says don't read the comments. So they do everything that Joe Rogan says. And the thing is, if you read the comments, it's just people who are shitting on them the whole time. And the thing is, they they're never going to turn this podcast around. Once you have a podcast that goes from 1 million people watching it per week to 40,000 bots, it's dead. Nobody wants this fucking thing.
What does Joe Rogan think about it?
So Joe Rogan does not have them on. He has them on. Well, he 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 doesn't have Brendan Schaub on as a guest anymore. The only time he has him on is when they do fight companions because he can use his expertise, quote unquote, but not really. Joe Rogan knows a heck of a lot more than Brendan Schaub does about fighting. Joe Rogan has seen more fights than anybody ever, basically, and Brendan Callen just kind of comes along. So Brendan Callen, I'm misspeaking. Ryan Callen, Joe Rogan said, move to Texas, it'll change your career. So Brian Callen moves to Texas under Joe Rogan's like guidance, and Joe Rogan was like, put out a special from the Comedy Mothership, and then you can start doing like big arenas and stuff. So Brian Callen puts out a special, and it bombs. Not as badly as Brendan Schaub's bombed, but still really badly. To the point where Brian Callen can't sell out like even moderately large like places. Whenever he does a comedy club, it's always like $5 tickets and two for $5. Like basically, like they're not even like comedy clubs don't even care about him anymore. And Brendan Schaub totally gave up on comedy because nobody was coming to his shows anymore. And so it's just these two guys that are on this sinking ship, and it's absolutely hilarious. This fucking subreddit. I check this subreddit. I'm not kidding, guys. 50 times a day. I mean, I check it all the fucking time because it is so funny what people put together. I check it 50 times a day. Maybe not 50, but like at least 20.
Do you post ever in it?
No. They refuse to acknowledge that this fucking subreddit exists until recently. They finally had somebody on who was like, "You guys know that there's a subreddit, right?" And they're like, "We don't really know that much about Reddit. Not really. Like people have told us about it." And they're like, "No, you have to lean into this. You have to understand that there is a giant audience out there, and some of the stuff that they put together is really funny. So why don't you feature it on your show and try to win some of these people back?" And so they have been doing that a little bit recently, but the thing that I absolutely love about this Brendan Shaw, it's so fucking hysterical that I say this, but he is absolutely obsessed with his kids' sports to the point where it's like it becomes entertaining how much this guy cares about his kids' sports. Now, it'd be one thing to be like, well, maybe he's just a really good dad. Really good dads don't cheat on their mom and don't do it like all the time like he used to. Additionally, it'd be another thing to be like, well, maybe he really cares a lot about his kids. No, because when his kids fuck up, he like tears them to shit. And he he last year got thrown out of a game, uh, thrown out of a little league game, and it made so much media attention. It got on TMZ. Like who the fuck is in a T-ball game and gets thrown out and gets on TMZ? But this guy does. So he's obsessed because he
So
thinks
you think baskets over like on baseball?
exactly. And when once he left California, all the dads in where he was living, Calabasas, were just making fun of him about like, oh, thank God he's gone. Basically, this guy sucks. Anyway, but they weren't like nothing about his kid. Like the kid, he does his best to keep separate. But there's like this bomb that's gonna go off one of these days. His son is like 9 years old. His other son is like, I hate that I know this, 6 years old, and then he's got a daughter who's like was like a designer baby, and she's like gonna be 2 or something like that. And
What does a designer baby mean?
means that like both his parents are like the dad is Brendan Schaub, who looks like Turkish or Latinx or something. The mom is Mexican. They say that she was born in the United States, but then in other interviews they say she's born in Guadalajara. They say that she came here illegally. Just like you don't know what to believe with these people, but yet their daughter is blonde hair, blue eyes, meaning you're able to like choose some of the characteristics of the baby. And it's
Oh,
unfortunate.
like a CRISPR thing?
Yeah, exactly. And they the thing is, it'd be one thing if it were like, well, how's his wife? Is she like a nice lady? No, she's like a wannabe Kim Kardashian girl who is like trying to be an influencer, and nobody gives a fuck about her. And so it's like these two. It's like this incredibly messy situation that 200,000 people can't get enough of. And I know it's a lot more than that. And then there are people who are in the comedy world who are watching this all the time. Like Shane Gillis comments on it, and like Steve-O comments on it, and Tony Hinchcliffe comments on it, and like um, uh, Brian Redband, like all these people know that like this is this is like the worst of the it's the worst podcast ever. The people all they do is talk about the most lame shit. They talk about children's sports, and the funny thing is about the children's sports is Brendan, because he's like a failed like football player and UFC fighter, and he failed. There's like this list of things that he failed at. It's like 25 things deep. That he is putting all his eggs in one basket for his kid to be a professional athlete. And yes, his kid is pretty big right now as a 9 year old, but once you start getting into kids like going through puberty and stuff, he's just going to be a regular kid. And on top of that, when he's playing sports against other kids and they start to find out that the whole internet thinks that your family is a huge laughing stock, it is a terrible situation for a child. So there's like that element to it that is just gonna implode on itself. Um, so so on top of that, this the reason why as well I get really into this is because the guy puts out a lot of content. Like there's a reason why Joe Rogan. He puts out 9 hours of content a week, which is a lot. And Brian or Brendan Shaw puts out a Monday show that's 1 hour. He puts out a Tuesday show that's another hour. He puts out he started a new Thursday show that's another hour. So that's 3 hours. He's got another show on Thursday that's 4 hours, and he puts out a show on Friday for 5 hours. So he puts out like 5 hours of content a week. So there's a lot to make fun of him for. But the thing is, he's not a really smart guy. He doesn't have any great takes. No one who is a good like podcast guest wants to be on his show because these guys are just such a joke that he just doesn't have anything to talk about. And these people in the subreddit, if the subreddit didn't exist, I would never care about this podcast, not in a million years. But the subreddit is so funny that people make memes about him, they make videos about him. Dude, they do parody songs about him that are just absolutely hysterical when you get into the lore, to the point where there are several other podcasts that are dedicated just to this guy's podcast. So one is called 10 Minutes of Shab. They do another one called Raccoon Tweeties, which is like semi-related. There's another one. This guy Unique does it. So Brendan Schaub, this is Brendan Schaub's show. They talk for the first 10 minutes about what's going on in Little League Baseball, and then he spends 50 minutes talking about like world events, but not world events, like Instagram news. And then he goes to people's different Instagrams and shows their videos on his stream. So basically, he steals other people's content and shows it on his stream. So what somebody did was they took Brendan Schaub's videos and put it on their stream, and they were like, "Hey, this is this guy's podcast, and I'm gonna now comment on it." Brendan Schaub didn't like that, so he sued this guy with what he calls his monster lawyers, these beasts of legal minds. And this became a really important precedent in actually the YouTube world on like how much content could you use of another person. And Brendan Schaub ended up losing to this small little podcaster, a small little like YouTube account, and then Brendan Schaub like appealed the decision, and that's where we stand. But basically, like this guy is this guy has a dying podcast. He sues little YouTubers who like make comments on his stream. He is obsessed with children's sports. His wife would leave him, but she can't get anybody better. She's absolutely vapid. His co-host is a serial pedophile, or not? Shouldn't say that. Hold on, that's a different story. His co-host is a serial rapist. He does another show with a guy who got caught uh, texting and sexting underage girls. So he has two co-hosts on different shows. One of them, the LA Times said was um, a rapist, and the other one is a pederast, or at least somebody who would ask underage girls to send him like nude pics. And this guy's like in the middle, and it's absolutely the biggest clusterfuck of a podcast that you could ever think. It's not interesting. Every time I put it on, I say I absolutely hate this fucking podcast. But once it's done, I go to the subreddit, and it's like 50 new things about all these people who are making fun of this guy, and it's hysterical.
Yeah, now as I consider the subreddit, I'll get more into it more.
Dude, I'm gonna send you what I sent to Zoot, and this this is a it's like it's all the lore that you need to really understand what's going on. Do you know who Bobby Lee is?
You know who Stevie Lee is?
Um, Hold on, who is Stevie Lee? Isn't he a podcaster?
Steve Lee?
Yeah,
Yeah, he's a podcaster.
yeah. He's involved with these people somehow.
Yeah, he's Bobby Lee's little brother. Steve Lee is like, I find him way funnier than Bobby Lee. I find Bobby Lee funny, so I just find Steve Lee is just way like, and same if you know David Cho. David Cho thinks that Steve Lee is just like way funnier than Bobby Lee.
Um,
And he has the Stevie Lee show.
I was just gonna say that. Is that the Stevie Lee guy? Yeah, these guys are all related, and there's this huge lore of um, of uh, Bobby Lee in this. So basically, um, if you go to the thing that I just sent you on X, it's called the Schwab Chronicles. There's a lot more than
Where
this.
did you message me on X?
I misspoke. I misspoke on Discord. Apologies.
Uh,
So if you go to, you just watch these things one after another, and they're absolutely hilarious. Like people literally use the guy's own words against him. He'll be like Brendan Schaub will say, "I hate when people mention their kids' sports. It's like nobody cares about your kids' sports." He literally will say that in one of his podcasts, and then the next 300 podcasts in a row, all you hear about in the first 10 minutes is about Little League Baseball and like youth football. And it's like, dude, did you not fucking hear yourself? Um, and this guy's just become an absolute laughing stock. All right, so in terms of Bobby Lee, this is so funny. So Bobby Lee has a podcast, I'm sure you're aware, Bad Friends, and then he also has one called Tiger Belly. Exactly. And Brendan Schaub, because Brendan Schaub's a horn dog. Do you know who Kalila is?
yeah.
Okay,
Probably is like,
well they're not. That's it was his girlfriend and they broke up. All right, so while they were still together, and Brendan Schaub was married, he hit up Kalila, basically trying to like hook up with her, and she's like not interested. Aren't you married? Like, and there's this other girl named Annie Letterman, who is a stand-up comedian at the Comedy Store, and Brendan Schaub tried. There's this lore that basically after one of their sets, oh, they exposed him in the worst way, to the point where they force him on the show and like confront him. That's what the chronicles are. That's what I sent you. And so Brendan, so so basically Annie Letterman and Kalila and Esther Pavitsky, they have a show called Trash Tuesday, where they just go on and gab about chick shit. Well, this one episode, Annie Letterman was Trash Tuesday.
okay.
So this one episode, they didn't mention any names, but Annie was like, "Yeah, I was at the Comedy Store recently, and this comedian, we won't name who they are, was like, hey, do you want to walk me to my truck?" And that phrase alone, like, ignited the comedy world. And they were all laughing at this person. They didn't name who it was. And Kalila's like, "Oh, I know who you're talking about. That guy uh, messaged me on like New Year's Eve a few years ago, asking me like if I wanted to hook up." And I was like, "Aren't you married?" And they're like, "Yeah." What a like classless move. And but they never mentioned his name. So what ended up happening was the whole subreddit, because all these podcasts are basically related. They're comedy podcasts that revolve around the Comedy Store in LA or the Comedy Mothership in Austin. They're all very incestuous, and so the Fire and the Kids subreddit finds out about this, and they're like, "Oh, that was Brendan Schaub who did this." So people made movies, made fucking compilations about it, made like um, parody songs, and then the songs were actually really good. So like they actually caught on with people. They had people making Spotify channels. There's just all this content, and um, so basically everybody started making fun of Brendan Schaub because it's like, dude, you are cheating on your wife with these comedians, and they're on to you. So they asked Brendan Schaub to come on the show, or he asked to be on the show, and he comes on the show and he's like, "Yeah, I just want to get everything in the open and like basically like I don't like the bullying or whatever." And they're like, "We didn't even mention your name. Like the fact that you're here right now is you basically taking credit for these things, but we didn't say your name. We didn't. Um, we just basically said there was just one guy at the Comedy Store, and oh, the reason why everybody knew who it was Annie Letterman said, "What do you think? Like, you're gonna walk me to your truck, and I'm gonna suck your unfunny dick?" And the fact that she said unfunny dick meant that like everybody knew it was the comedian who nobody finds funny. And so he gets on Tiger Belly and basically says, "Well, I hired a bunch of hackers basically to see who was behind my subreddit, because obviously it's become really popular and I have no control over it. And it turns out that um, I think it's you guys. I think it's from um, the Tiger Belly group, and they're like, "What are you talking about?" And he's like, "I just had some hackers like dig into Reddit, and they said that the people at like Bobby Lee was behind this. And Bobby Lee, if you know anything about Bobby Lee, he can barely turn on a computer, and he's like, I don't even know how to turn on a computer. Like he's like, and they asked Brendan Chubb, they're like, do you even know how Reddit works? And he's like, no, I don't. And they're like, you do recognize how difficult it would be for us to be like managing your subreddit and um like hacking into your system and everything. So it's this mishmash of stuff. But if you find like you know who all these players are, they have this lore. Did you see in Discord I sent you a message?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. So like for instance, I'm gonna watch one with you. Okay, do you see it says the race?
Yeah, the which link?
So
Part one or two?
so let's watch them both. We'll watch the part one. I'm ready when you are. Oh, one more thing. You're gonna be like, what is PF Chang? So, friend, and what are home? Yeah, yeah, yeah. And what are homeless cats? So there's this one. Like Brendan Schaub has no respect for any type of negativity in his world, and so this one time he had a fight at like some UFC fight, and he got his ass kicked. And then afterward, he went to a PF Chang's, which is like a a Chinese restaurant that's like a chain. And when he got to the table, they had like a waiter there, and the waiter was like, um, "Oh, like I'm a big fan of UFC. Like, um, how'd everything go?" And Brendan Schaub was like, "Oh, I don't really want to talk about it or whatever. Like, I've gone better." And this is right after the fight, and so the waiter was like telling Brendan Schaub like how he could have fought better. Brendan Schaub in some later interview was like, "Look, I don't give a shit about after I lose a fight, like what your fucking opinion is. You're just some server at like PF Chang's basically." And then he had this other interview that he did where he's like, "Look, if you're a detractor of mine, I don't care about your opinion. It's like you're a homeless cat. Like I could give a shit about what you are." So the lore has become that like this group of 200,000 people in the subreddit, they are homeless cats who work at PF Chang's. And so you'll see a lot of like descriptions about this, about what he does is like of these people who are like cooks in a Chinese restaurant. That's the lore. Okay. With that being said, I'm ready when you are. Tell me when you hit play.
All right, I'm go. 3, 2, 1, go. Look at that.
I am.
That was a 30-minute long video.
Oh, you're not gonna watch it?
I started watching it and I'm like, oh, it's 30 minutes long.
It's 11 minutes long.
It's 15 minutes long and the next one's 13 minutes long.
Okay. All right. Well.
I don't know.
All right. Well, it's. I'm telling you, there's a lot of content here.
All right, I'll investigate. Do you know what happened to Alex Jones?
The BBC reporter.
He had his own, he had his own media thing. I forget the name of it.
No, dog. It's a she. Alex Jones is this BBC reporter.
No, Alex Jones, like the guy on Joe Rogan.
Oh, you mean episode 911?
What did you say?
Episode 911 of the Joe Rogan Experience?
Probably. You know, he has like a very distinct voice.
Dog, look up episode 911 of the Joe Rogan Experience and let me know if I'm right.
I mean, how many other Alex Jones are on Joe Rogan?
I mean, I don't know, but I just named another Alex Jones who's a woman reporter for the BBC.
And was she on Joe Rogan? Yes. Eddie, he was on with Eddie Bravo. Oh, okay. Wow, they made it private on YouTube. That's horrible. Yes, that's him. What happened to Eddie Bravo? Do you have any idea?
Yeah, dog, it was just on the fucking. I'm in all the Joe Rogan shit, dude. So people are asking this, dude, why doesn't Joe Rogan, instead of having on like Peter Thiel and all these fucking weirdos, what billionaire people, why doesn't he go back to like who he used to have on? Eddie Bravo. So the last time Eddie Bravo was on was 2 years ago, and I believe it was a fight companion. Like they only have Eddie Bravo on when it's like something like fight related because he's like into that 10th planet and everything, but nothing like he used to have him on when he would just have these wild theories and stuff, and he would just start talking about aliens and stuff like that. And they uh, they basically said that Joe Rogan now has gotten into this world where he's trying to become a billionaire, and his the people around him are like really influential people. They're the president, they're the head of the FBI. It's like the head of Palantir. It's Elon Musk. It's Mark Zuckerberg, and he's like basically not doesn't want to disrupt what they're doing. So, and he knows that Eddie Bravo is a threat to that. So they don't have. He hasn't had Eddie.
How is Eddie Bravo a threat to Palantir?
Because Eddie Bravo will cut the shit and say, dude, this is a big brother state. And this is what I've been talking about for a decade or more than that, 2 decades of being Joe Rogan's friend. And Joe Rogan knows that. And he's going to say, basically, like, you have on all these guys, but you don't confront them on it. You just let them go and talk about their book or whatever. And, it's like you're basically what's the word? Like you're selling out, or the phrase, you're selling out to them. And Joe Rogan doesn't want.
I mean, doesn't he have a point though a little bit? Because like billionaire people are really doing questionable things.
Oh, dude! I mean, the Joe Rogan subreddit's pissed off at him. They feel very disappointed in him, and they're like the way that Reddit
just kissing ass of all these tech billionaires now.
Dog.
Not really.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, if you know anything about the history of the Joe Rogan Experience, he used to have his own set of forums that were like Reddit, but just his own. But then people like basically would make like all kinds of like racist remarks on it and stuff, and he didn't want to have that as a reflection of him, so he shut it down, and then everything went to Reddit, and then Reddit is run by faceless moderation teams, and the moderator of the Joe Rogan experience, the Joe Rogan subreddit. His name is something. I mean, I can tell. No, absolutely not docs. But it's like something Rink, like Operation Rink or something like that. And he's only been a moderator for 2 years, and he's Canadian, which people aren't happy about because it's like, look, this is an American podcast. This is like, why is it somebody from another country is running this like giant, like the biggest podcast in the world, but also someone who hasn't been
So
here.
come on, why does the nationality have anything to do with it? You can be Canadian and enjoy Joe Rogan just as much.
I'm in agreement with you on that, but many of the topics in the Joe Rogan subreddit are American politics, and so they feel like, hey, why do we have this fucking Canadian guy running this, and he's the top mod, and then all the other moderators have only been there like two.
How political is it? I feel like it's not even that political.
It used to be much more political until this Canadian guy started running it, and he even put out an announcement: we won't have political discussions anymore in the Joe Rogan subreddit. And then he faced a lot of backlash, so he had to reverse that.
Okay. I mean, it's not the moderator's job to censor, like, I don't know. That seems excessive.
I agree, but this was like 2 months ago. They put out this big long message because it was mocked in the Fighter and the Kid. It was mocked. Like all of these subreddits are very similar. Like once you get into Joe Rogan Experience, then you get into Kill Tony, then you get into the Fighter and the Kid and Bad Friends and We May Be Drunk and the Matt and Shane Secret Podcast. Like they're all the fucking same. Or they're all the same. It's like the Rogan verse. It's the podcast world. Theo Vaughn, Tim Dillon, they all kind of come the same thing. Anyway, 2 months ago, they came out with this big long letter saying we will no longer allow political discussions to happen. And so all the people who put out like stuff that affects Americans primarily, um, they wouldn't let any of that discussion happen when this used to be one of the biggest places to have it. And uh, the uh, the subreddit faced backlash, and basically all these people saying that it's been corrupted and that they've got this fucking Canadian who is at the top and he won't let anybody in. When people say, "Hey, why do you keep taking down our political posts?" He says, um, "Because the moderators decided on it." But he's the only moderator basically who has any say. And if you know how Reddit works, it's very mysterious. Like who gets to be a moderator, and then who gets to be a um, an administrator who like actually
Is
works.
Reddit controlled by some nefarious shadow organization?
Well, yeah, I mean it's Condé Nast, and then from there, it's I forget the parent company of that, but it's basically this like giant magazine conglomerate, and and then also Sam Altman, who owns 10% of it. He's also OpenAI. I mean, it's it's like Sam Altman got 90 or what is it, something like 60% of all ChatGPT responses are just from Reddit, and like 30% are from Google.
Sam Altman, oh geez, that's not good. Sam Altman had some really shitty dog shit startup that was the premise of it. I mean, theoretically, it's not like a terrible idea, but like for it to be a standalone application is like a pretty god awful idea in my opinion. That's why it didn't take off. But do you know about his startup? It was basically the premise was that it's like the notion was that people will want to share their location in the future and broadcast their location to everyone in the future. And yeah, it failed miserably. But also, I guess the concept did catch on to Snapchat and Instagram recently. Like Instagram, at least recently, integrated the location sharing, which I'm not too fond of. it's like no, but yeah, fun Sam Altman fact.
Interesting. One time I tried to, so like, at least with Snapchat, I was trying to go viral on Snapchat, and I had more Snapchats taken from my house than Disneyland did. Like there were two spots in Orange County that were bright red, and one of them was my house, and the other one was Disneyland, and mine was bigger.
What do you mean, like both bright red?
Oh, you know how they have like a Doppler map, like it's like a heat map of where people are taking Snapchats.
Oh, okay.
So there were two dots in Orange County, and mine was bigger than Disneyland.
How much were you freaking Snapchat?
I created a bot on like 6 different devices that every 15 seconds it would create a new Snapchat and upload it. So, like Disneyland didn't have that much going on at that time. It might have had like, oh, maybe like 3 people per minute uploading to Snapchat, but definitely not 6 people, and not continuously and not overnight and stuff. And then I took a and then I took a and then I took a screenshot of it, and then
Did you get banned or something, or did it work?
yeah, it worked. So I was able to create, like, when you looked at the map, it was like one of the most dense areas for people to be Snapchatting in the entire world. It was like, I think it got even pink, like it had so much. Um, but Snapchat is at least such a bad um, way to communicate with people. It is like, I don't even know how you don't have like a page where people can look at your shit. You know what I mean? Like Instagram, you can look through somebody's feed, or TikTok, the same. There's no version of that.
They added a feature like several years ago that is like you can save your Snapchats onto like a profile, like your profile for people that you archive
Oh,
Snapchats, but that didn't exist for a long time.
okay. I mean, they could have certainly changed it, but like you can only like save people's Snapchats. You can't create your own content where you'd be like, hey, I'm gonna well, you could make videos, but and so what I would do is I just have this bot that just would create a. I have like a significant amount of my life on Snapchat that's just been archived, and but you know how like they get popular snappers? You know what I'm talking about? Like there's this
I
section
think so.
where people like can make money and monetize it,
Yeah.
and like that's really difficult to do. To go from like anonymous Snapchatter to really popular is just I just and on top of that it was like a lot of kids, and I didn't want to be like no kid is going to make me go viral. Who will make me go viral? Some pretty big influencer on Twitter or Instagram or YouTube or something like that. There's a much better way. So
Also, I feel like you can't like use hashtags or anything. Like the only thing that you can do with your Snapchat is like tag a location basically and hope other people, which no one basically does, like searches for that location to find your photo.
yeah, you can do so what I would do is I would create giant groups of people. You could have up to 300 people in a group, and you could have like different groups. And so I would have all these huge amounts of people, add them to different groups, and then spam them constantly until everybody in the group like just dis, uh, uh, dis, dispelled and dispersed, and like left. And then the only people who were in it were like fucking people in the Middle East. Like the Middle East is really big for Snapchat for some reason. Like Saudi Arabia is giant for it. I don't know why, it just is. So anyway, I tried that for like a long period of time, and then I even got Snapchat Plus, which was it allowed you to use a computer to Snapchat, and I did all the Snapchat, the filters, all that shit. I did it all. I mean, I know.
That was boggling my mind for such a long time. Like, why is there no website to use Snapchat on? This thing has existed since like for a decade, and they don't have a website to use it. And then they finally added a website, and I was like, wow, awesome. And then I never used it ever again.
And it still sucks. And it's not even, to me, it's literally just to get data on people. It is not to go viral. It's not to communicate. Like, let me ask you this. Let's say you had an opinion on Bad Bunny's halftime show. Okay, so what would you do on Snapchat? You'd create a 15-second video of yourself, and then what? Send it to your friends? That's it? But nobody can search that.
Yeah, no, there's no way for anyone to interact with your things in a public way. Like if you send your Snapchat to 500 people, it sends it all to them individually, and they can reply to you individually, but there's no public interface. So it's really just like a peer-to-peer message.
Agreed. And that's why I did not find it to be beneficial. But I did try like to milk it for everything that I could, which was like, okay, I'm gonna fucking compete with Disneyland, which was like the biggest thing that I could find uh, around me. Like I was, and I did. I was bigger than Santa Monica Pier. I was bigger than Beverly Hills. I was bigger than Los Angeles, and I was bigger than Disneyland. Disneyland's like the big place where people Snapchat. Now I couldn't keep it up, meaning, um, I mean, I could actually. I shouldn't say that. I could keep it up, but it was just fucking bots just snapping my fucking life for like maybe I did that for like a week, but nobody cared. Like I didn't get a fucking like out of it. I didn't get anybody who like reposted it. There's just no interaction on it. And I was just like, this is stupid. This is basically for people to just share their location and share their facial information. There's no interaction. There's no like let's say you were trying to start a movement of any kind. Snapchat's the worst fucking place to do it. It's like nobody's gonna see your shit. And I know they do have like promoted snaps, but those were I didn't like you had to be an influencer or like an approved influencer, and I wasn't any of those things. And so all I found the thing that I would do is just add a bunch of people to a group Snapchat of 300 people, and then just spam the shit out of them, and then they all would disperse, and then I would just do it again. And I just I haven't found Snapchat to ever be really beneficial. So I'm sure it would be if the big thing about Snapchat, why people found it to be beneficial is they allowed you only had to be 13 years old to use it back in the day, and I still think that's true. And they said that your facial stuff wasn't saved when it all was saved, and and then people would send shit to each other. Um, that's like, and it hasn't changed. Uh, I anyway, it's not a very good platform.
Do you think people have been busted for murder and because of their Snapchat? They're like, hey,
No.
body.
Oh, maybe for the location information, but the big one with that one is pornography. I think that's a giant one, and I think that you get two people who are like 15 years old and they're sending each other, like things they shouldn't be sending each other, and then
Is that illegal though?
yeah, they both are charged with being uh, possessing child sexual abuse material, and then they both have like big records. It's like it's absolutely stupid. That this has always been a stupid one to me. If you're a 17-year-old person and you take a picture of your genitalia and save it on your phone, that's illegal. Like it's considered uh, having like child sexual uh, abuse material on your phone. It's child pornography. I think that's a ridiculous thing. Like that's and kids are charged with that all the time. It's absolutely ridiculous. But that's I don't they don't have a different way to go about it. Um, and all right, so
I mean, couldn't they make it not illegal to possess photos of your own genitalia?
I mean they could. I don't control that stuff. but they don't because it's more people to prosecute. So um, there's that. So um, I've never found Snapchat to be a viable way to share my shit. The best way that I have is X. X is definitely the best. In I've been doing this now 110 days of promoting myself. Fewer than that, 100 days. I'm at 100 days tomorrow. So I'm at 99 days and I've gotten 3,800 followers. And I don't even do it every single day. And I mean, that's really good. Additionally, I'm closing in on one entire year of doing X Spaces 24/7 on video. So, like, nobody does X Spaces 24/7. Nobody does it. And nobody does it on video. And nobody certainly does it on video 24/7 for an entire year. So I'm pretty jazzed about that.
I agree. I agree with that.
I think that's a cool thing that like you can
Is
literally.
there 38 people in that thing, or is that like a fake number that I'm?
Oh wait, that's different. Um, no, that's a great question. You would think that 38 people are watching me simultaneously. No, that means 38 people have viewed it.
Oh,
You mean on my X that pink thing?
yeah.
Yeah. But
I
that's
see the number 38 there, and I'm like, oh, damn, you have 38 viewers.
yeah. You would think that because that's how all the other platforms work, but no. And that's what I thought when I. That's
Does that mean that, like, other numbers where they say, like, 456 people, does that just mean views total, not actually people in this thing?
at least with the pink ones, yeah. So like when you see somebody have 50 people and it's in pink, that means 50 people have viewed
Okay.
that. I, but that's not even what I'm talking about. That's a different thing that I do. That pink thing. I'm talking about X spaces. So like I have two videos on X going simultaneously. One is just that video that's like always on. Then another one's an X space that I'm hosting that's also a video. So I have a lot of data stored on X, and it's on a different account. But like I think it's really cool. There's an entire year of my life on X. Like I think that's baller. I think it's really cool that people would be able. You can certainly do it for the last 4 years on YouTube and on Instagram and some other places for long periods of time, but I've never been able to do it on X for this long and not get banned. I would always get banned for one reason or another, but fortunately, I have not been banned from that, and that's good. Um,
Let me back to Alex Jones. Do you know of his Sandy Hook fiasco?
I only know the BBC woman.
Like what the news has said or whatever?
No, the BBC presenter, Alex Jones.
So you didn't watch the Joe Rogan 9 episode 911?
Perhaps at one point it was maybe on my YouTube algorithm, but I don't recall what
Okay,
that
so you're
episode
not
is.
super familiar with Alex Jones.
The BBC reporter, yeah, but the other person? What about
the person who I'm talking about?
Okay, so I'm familiar with in general with what you're saying. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so he was like heavily scrutinized in the media for calling Sandy Hook the school shooting, a hoax. And first, do you know anything about the Sandy Hook shooting?
I know everything about the Sandy Hook shooting.
Are you being sarcastic?
No, I know he. Allegedly, the person who you're referencing lost their entire media empire and was sued for like billions of dollars, and then had to lose their website. Elon Musk bought it. All that.
Oh, so you do know some stuff about it.
I mean, what I've said, I don't know if that's all true. I don't know. I know that at Sandy Hook, um, there were some questions about the parents there, especially one parent in particular who was laughing right before going into a press conference. And I mean, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
What about it?
Yeah, no, I didn't know anything about the Sandy Hook shooting before a few days ago. I looked it up on Twitter, and then I saw this, like a list, a compilation of all these things that were very questionable about the event. And just to name a few, like you said, that one parent who was like laughing and chuckling before going into a serious speech, that was like very obviously suspicious. And that guy in particular was or at least like there's video of him advertising himself as a crisis actor with various like footage of himself acting as a crisis actor or whatever else. There's people circling the building. There's like a fundraiser set up the day before. By circle the building, I mean like people like walking through the building in like a circle, like it was organized. There was like a sign-in thing on a construction sign for people to supposedly sign in. The media that was covering was very filtered. The school was demolished. A lot of questions surrounding the bodies. The kids, years later, there's photographic evidence of the kids grown up who were not actually killed. There was houses, a lot of like the list goes on. And as I still, oh yeah, the school is demolished. Like all these very questionable things, like just like my mind was blown when I like was looking at that Twitter post because I thought like, oh, Alex Jones calling the Sandy Hook shooting like fake is just like absolutely absurd or whatever. But once I saw that shit, I was like, Jesus Christ, like it was very suspicious and questionable. And but yeah, it was just it came to my attention that I was watching YouTube trial of Alex Jones or whatever and asking AI about it. And because of all his scrutiny of criticizing the authenticity of Sandy Hook, he got taken to court. And then the Sandy Hook people sued him successfully with no appeal for $1.5 billion. And basically, Alex Jones is like really in debt for life, basically, unless you can come up with $1.5 billion. He was also like, they finally started seizing his assets and selling everything. He was also encouraging his followers to go buy these like some supplements that was owned by his father's company, so that he could dodge payments. And basically, he's in a huge, huge, like inescapable financial burden from criticizing the Sandy Hook shooting, which is pretty wild in my opinion.
You mean to tell me you interrupted Brendan Schaub talk to discuss that?
Well, yeah,
Okay, that's fine. I understand.
I didn't know I didn't interrupt the Brendan Schaub talk.
Yeah, you did. You said I don't want to watch 30 minutes
For
worth of.
an hour.
We could have been
Yeah.
watching. Let's watch the Brendan Schaub shit.
No, half an hour. No, you can explain it. I will look it up and come back to you.
All right, here's
with
the
my subreddit.
Okay, so if you look through all that shit, I'll be happy. Zoot would come to me, he'd be like, you know, when he has absolutely nothing and he's just letting shit, like, he'll just be like, who's the biggest, who's the worst, who's the favorite, who's the, and I get that, those are cool questions. But he goes, who's the worst comedian of all time. And I would be like, well, aside from you, um, Brendan Schaub, uh, he's got the worst ranked comedy specials in the history of IMDb. He had one comedy special that's a 1.7 called You'd Be Surprised. The reason why it's called You'd Be Surprised is because Brendan Schaub was on the Joe Rogan Experience, and or actually, Joe Rogan was on the Fighter and the Kid, though it took place at Joe Rogan's studio. So they basically did a Fighter and the Kid episode from Joe Rogan's studio, and uh, Joe Rogan was like, "Look, you're you're like a talented individual and you're funny, uh, but you're gonna lose like your ability to like speak, and you're gonna get CTE and everything if you continue to do this, uh, continue to fight." And they were talking about this one other fighter, and they're like, uh, Joe Rogan was like, "How do you think you would do if you went up against this other fighter?" And Brendan Schaub's like, "I think you'd be surprised." And then Joe Rogan goes, "I think you'd be surprised because he would whoop your ass, basically." And so Brendan Schaub, as a kind of get back on Joe Rogan, called his comedy special "You'd Be Surprised," and it was on Showtime. It was like a big comedy special, and everybody told him, "Don't do a comedy special. You've only been doing comedy for like 2 years. You don't have enough material." But Brendan Schaub was getting thrown all this money, and he's like, "No, I'm going to do it." So he goes and does this comedy special. It gets a 1.7 on IMDb. People shit on it. They say it's the worst special in history. All right. So then Brendan Schaub goes and does other uh, podcasts and, I shouldn't say podcasts, other stand up. And eventually he's going to do his second stand up special. And he entitles this one Gringo Poppy. If you know what that means, gringo is like a defamatory term for a white person, and he's like basically calling himself like the daddy of all like defamatory term for Americans, well, white people, but kind of they're used kind of interchangeably. And his comedy special comes out and it actually turns out to be pretty racist and against like Latin people who are like Latinx, even though his wife is Mexican and his children are half Mexican or whatever. It's kind of racist against them. And anyway, so with that being said, he puts out these two specials, and then I'm going to summarize the videos that we're going to watch. So Brendan Schaub comes out and is like, um, there's this discussion with this other comedian, and the other comedian says, "I bet I could beat you in a 100-meter dash." And Brendan Schaub's like, "Absolutely, no way." And they get to talking, and the other comedian's like, "I'll bet you $1,000 I can beat you in a 100-yard dash, a 100-meter dash." And Brendan Schaub's like, "Absolutely not. I'll destroy you. Like, I'm a former football player, UFC, all this other shit." So there's all this hype for this race, and Brendan Schaub is like really cocky about it. He's like, "Oh, I'm no way I'm gonna lose," etc., etc. And they have this race, and basically Brendan Schaub's racing this guy who's kind of fat, and the fat guy beats Brendan Schaub in a 100-meter dash. But instead of Brendan Schaub admitting like, "Hey, you were faster than me, you got the best of me," he fakes an injury. Whenever Brendan Schaub isn't going to succeed in anything, he fakes an injury. So when he says that he was going to try out for the Buffalo Bills, he says he tore his hamstrings. When he was in this race and he was losing, he says he tore his hamstrings. Whenever he says he's gonna lose on anything, he says he tore his hamstrings. And he said that recent. Oh, he said he was like coaching little league baseball or just like a parent helper, and the kids were like gonna tag him out, and he said he tore his hamstring, basically like so that he had an excuse for why he didn't perform as well as he wanted to perform. And so you'll see this is like a 30-minute video, but it's all of his talking about this and everything. I mean, there's another video of them that is just this is just par for the course with this guy. You can never believe what he's gonna say, and he's oblivious to everything. All right, so the fighter and the kid hired a producer. They had like a contest, or well, no, they had somebody write in to the show long ago that said like, hey, I've been really getting motivated by your guys' podcast, and I've lost like 100 pounds by just like listening to it while I'm on the treadmill. And they ended up like like inviting this guy to come move to California and become one of their producers. So this guy, his name's George. George is the guy who lost the weight. So George, there's this video of them. This is so funny. There's this video of Bert Kreischer who was on the an episode with uh, Brendan Schaub, and Bert Kreischer was like they're just talking, and George is like, yeah, I lost like 150 pounds or something, and Bert Kreischer's like, wow, that's really good. Um, so what's the plan now? And he's like, well, I've got a lot of excess skin, and uh, Bert Kreischer's like, oh, like so you're gonna get surgery for that? And George is like, well, I mean, it's a lot of money. It's like $10,000. And Bert Kreischer's like, well, I'd be down for a third of that. And then Brendan, because he's George's boss, doesn't really have anything to say. And he's not like he's paying for his medical or anything like that. Brendan Schaub's like, okay, well, I'll pay for a third of it as well. So Bert's like, okay, so we've got a third from me and a third from you. So you need to work on the other third. And then then the other producer of the show was like, I'll give you $1,000. So basically, they got $7,000 together. When easily Brendan or Bert Kreischer could change this guy's life and just get him the surgery. They're like kind of being cheap about it. And then instead of when at the end of that when they're together, Bert's like, "Oh, I love you guys. You guys are the best. Like let me know when you need that surgery." Instead of allowing George to like get that last few $1,000s together and get the surgery, Brendan Schaub just fired him. And so they just and didn't even he didn't even have the money to get back home. He had to basically like beg, borrow, and steal to be able to get money to go back to where he was from. So like that's just how Brendan Schaub operates. Like instead of following through on what he has to do, he'll just fucking fire the guy. And I, I mean, I just find this to be extremely hilarious. And he's going to be putting out a new episode this morning at like 9 a.m. It'll come out, and uh, the the comments on the show absolutely like they just roast the fuck out of him, and they um, there's this thing. Okay, so Brendan Schaub buys comments and he buys um, views for his show. So he'll buy like 40,000 views for his show, and then he will buy like 100 comments. And these comments are not high. They're not like valuable comments. And there's this like classic version of what happened where like imagine you were given a spreadsheet and you had like number one comment, your episode is really great, thanks for sharing. And number two was I really like this episode, thank you. And number three was this is some really great comment. Uh, this is some really great content. Uh, one of them, but you would remove the number before posting that. You wouldn't put like one. This is really great comment. So one of these people put it says it, and this has become such a big like inside joke that whenever you use this number in the subreddit, it automatically puts this bot account up, and it says just one moment. Let me find it. Uh, let me find the exact phrase. So you can imagine like uh, okay, Here it is. Here it is. It says 35. Period. Your YouTube videos are truly commendable, and I must applaud you for your fantastic work, for the fantastic work you're doing. I was introduced to your channel this week, and I genuinely appreciate and derive great satisfaction from visiting it. I eagerly await the opportunity to see more of your remarkable work. Have a wonderful have a wonderful week and continue to produce exceptional content. So it would be one thing if they just put the post that is just like totally vague and fake, but they put the number 35. So whenever you put the number 35 anywhere in the subreddit, this fucking bot comment comes up, and it's just, oh, it's fun. I have so much I could tell you about this motherfucker, and I didn't want. I only started learning about him about this time last year or so. Oh, or like they were still in LA, but they were gonna make this move. You could sense they were making the move to Austin, and if you know anything about the Joe Rogan verse, it's like these people who we're talking about, and they all make fun of these guys so much. And okay, okay. So there is another podcast called 10 Minutes of Shop that dedicated 24 hours to watching the Gringo Poppy, the stand up special of Brendan Schaub for 24 hours. Like, you know how much dedication you have to watch a motherfucker's, like, they got it to the point where they have it memorized. Like, and the thing is, when when Brendan Schaub put out this special, normally, if I'm just gonna ask you, Rez, you know a lot about stand up comedy. How long is a special, generally?
1 hour.
Exactly. I mean, that's a great number. It's 24 minutes. So basically, it's like basically a an extended like Instagram reel. Like it's not even that long, and all these people make fun of that. Do you know who Steve-O is?
Of course.
Okay, of course you know who Steve-O is. So Steve-O got obsessed with this. Um, Tim, uh, uh, Tony Hinchcliffe got obsessed with it, like to the point where Steve-O was like, I got so deep into this thing. Like, there's this huge lore about this guy. Everything he does turns to shit. Um, just one moment, and I will. I know you're like, dude, I don't fucking care. But the fact that I'm in it means you have to be in it. It's like, um, it is so fucking funny. Okay, so I'm just gonna go and look at their most recent uh, post. Okay, so Fighter and the Kid. If I just go to, there's a whole Wikipedia just on this podcast. Like it's deep. It's really fucking. And I'm not talking on Wikipedia. Somebody created their own like Wikipedia of this. Um. Okay, so here's one. Uh. All right. Here's a perfect example of what this guy does. He wants to be like a truck guy, like where you like have like a a truck channel, and hold on, I'm gonna look it up right now. Brendan.
Yeah, why isn't this guy
You think, oh, dog, dude, he's been there, done that. There's a whole lore about that. It's called All Gas, No Brakes. No, that's not what it's called. It's called, it's called, uh, Drive Fast, All Gas. Dude, and it hasn't posted in 9 months, but he does. No, you have to understand. Brendan Schaub Truck, uh, this guy, uh, uh, this guy, I'm gonna send you. This isn't long, and it's really entertaining. You'll see. He was on Fox. Um, Here it is from TMZ. Let me see if it. I see the. Okay, here it is. Here it is from TMZ. And like when your shit's getting covered by TMZ, like you're looking kind of ridiculous. All right, my friend, can you go to your Discord messages
Yeah.
and let me know when you hit play?
Uh, 3, 2, 1. Let's see this Colorado.
Yeah. I mean, fortunately, he wasn't hurt, but like he flipped.
Cross that pedal.
No, that's a different one. And he, if you see where he flipped his truck, he just flips it. There isn't a car within 100 miles of him. He flips it in the middle of the desert, and like these guys, it's just anything this guy does turns to absolute shit, and it is so funny. Like his okay, here's one. So he had a producer. He's had a ton of producers. He either, if it's a female, ends up having sex with the producer, or if it's a guy, it the guy ends up becoming really successful. So he had this producer named Mark, and what he would do is Brendan Schaub would have his producer Mark be the middleman between like what he calls baddies, like hot chicks on the road who will sleep with Brendan Schaub, or um, he basically went to his producer, and so that there wasn't a paper trail between Brendan Schaub and the girl because he's married, he would go through his producer. So the producer, this guy named Mark, ends up just being this middleman to just basically hook Brendan Schaub up with chicks. And eventually, Brendan stopped paying Mark, the producer, like what he was owed. So Mark left. And then Mark has become a very pretty big star. He was in a Super Bowl commercial last year. I think he was in a Super Bowl commercial this year, and he was just on Saturday Night Live, and he's in an ASAP Rocky music video. Like that's pretty big. Like whenever you leave this guy, you actually become pretty successful. Um, Brendan Schaub's other previous one of his producers, she does a non-nude OnlyFans and brings in like hundreds of thousands of dollars a month. She became like really popular OnlyFans, but for just doing foot content. And then like anybody who's anything becomes very successful only after leaving uh, this podcast. Okay, so I am going to. So then there's this thing that they do. Oh, this is terrible. All right, so Brendan and his wife are running low on money. They're like they moved to Austin, and they bought a house in Austin, which was less expensive than in California. But they weren't expecting. So Texas doesn't have income tax, but it has like twice the property taxes of California. The property taxes in California property taxes are very high, but Texas's are way higher. But that's offset by the fact that there's no income tax. So Brendan Schaub gets this like giant bill at the end of the year. He's like, "What the fuck is this? I thought it would be cheaper living here," and it's like it's not. And or I mean, it's barely, but he like basically didn't like do the calculation. He just heard Joe Rogan is there, and I'm gonna fucking pick up and leave everything and move there. And so uh, he and his wife are like having to like come up with new ways to make money. So they're doing what they'll do is they'll find somebody who does something popular on TikTok or something like that, and then literally just steal it word for word, step by step, everything. They'll just steal it and try to like grift on it. And so they do this couples content, and it is they're just it's ridiculous. And you'll learn how he speaks. It is. I mean, it's fine. Like nobody speaks perfectly, but he he has this way of saying things. Like he doesn't say Super Bowl. He says Super Ball. It's a Super Ball, and it's like that's not the Super Bowl. That's a type of ball. Anyway, he it's it's basically the absolute epitome of grifting on the internet, and everybody he encounters, he pisses off. You know who Dana White is, right?
USC.
Exactly. So Dana White hates Brendan Schaub, and that's why he doesn't let him do anything UFC related. And but Brendan Schaub's always like, "Oh, we're friends. We're close." Even though Brendan, like one time, Dana White was asked, "Why don't you have Brendan Schaub like to a UFC event or something?" And Dana White's like, "Oh, he can come. He's just got to pay for a ticket. Like we're not gonna let him represent the business." Um, and but I will say this: sometimes Brendan Schaub comes up with like a win. Like last weekend, he was in New York City. I hate that I know all this. He was in New York City for the Ring magazine awards, where that not the king of you know that guy, not the king of Saudi Arabia, but like his right hand man who's behind all the sports. You know who I'm talking about? The excellency guy. You know who I'm referencing? All right. So there's like this one Saudi Arabian guy who's like a billionaire who is funding all of these like big boxing fights between like Logan Paul and all those those like influencer fights. Well, anyway, that guy was there, and Brendan Schaub did a roast for it. Um, it's I mean I can't really describe it. You got to check it out yourself, but it's absolutely the funniest fucking shit. And then when you're in it, you're in deep. Like And I remember when I didn't know what this was. It just Reddit would always send me this subreddit, like subreddits you may like, and I was like, I don't know why it keeps pushing me this fucking subreddit. And then I looked at it and I'm like, this shit is stupid. I don't understand any of this. Why are these people not speaking normal English? Like, and then I just one day something clicked, and I was like, oh, this isn't a normal subreddit. This is literally a hate subreddit of hundreds of thousands of people who hate this guy. And okay, I don't want to take up much more of your time, but I will do it with one more thing. So Shane Gillis talking about the subreddit. Shane Gillis subreddit. So you know who Shane Gillis is, right?
Yeah.
All right. So I am now going to send you. If I can, this is your Brendan. Let's see. Do you know what podcast cringe is?
No.
It's a phenomenal channel where there's just this guy in South Africa who just makes fun of the whole Joe Rogan verse. He doesn't even make fun of them. He just like plays clips of theirs and talks about like how they're inconsistent and things like that. And there are all types of videos on all these guys. He does like Shane Gillis though. And let me see if I can find it in the subreddit. Shane Gillis. Oh, so when you are when you're like in on the joke, they say that you're homeless because that's like a homeless cat. Okay, Shingo is homeless. Oh, okay, here it is. Let me see.
O'Connor discovered a certain subreddit where they make fun of a certain podcast today. And it's the funniest. Like he got on there, it was like so funny knowing there's just a subreddit of like 20,000 dudes that are just constantly evil. Oh yeah, it's so it's so funny. It's like they divided the kids actually great because what they saw was creative.
Okay, yeah, exactly. So Ari Shafir, and this is when the subreddit was smaller. It was only like 20,000 people, but then it grew to like 50,000. Now it's like almost 200,000. All right, check your DMs.
Joe Rogan's never done anything gay or to Ori's knowledge, Joe Rogan's never done anything gay. Yeah, we got that out. Brendan Schaub. Ori's
Alright.
I'm gonna send you another one where he talks about it.
Brendan Schaub lets it slip that Joe Rogan is cheating on his wife.
Just watch those two. I mean, like that should be enough of a teaser. Like, if those guys think it's funny and I think it's funny, we're funny fucking people, and this is funny shit.
Accumulation of a million. I'd usually rather say, no, who's the guy who attacked? Who's the guy who attacked the MMA man? Fucking, I don't even, whenever someone's like, I don't even think about it when we watch. Don't think for a second, but every once in a while, I'll fucking not watch for like 3 or 4 days. Well, it's funny, I shoot people at will. Yeah, it's like you gotta play it. Yeah. You guys also have homeless cats.
He might become like, or I guess he kind of already has, but he might be like, have you heard of Wings of Redemption?
Please enlighten me on Wings of Redemption.
There's like this whole circle of Call of Duty streamers that were popular back when like Black Ops and Modern Warfare and shit were popular, and there'd be like Woody's Gamer Tag and Cool Glove and like White Boy 7th Street, but I still watch Fish, White Boy 7th Street. Amazing. And this guy, Wings of Redemption, he was this very overweight guy who would just stream his Call of Duty, and he would just get so tilted and upset like during his gameplay that like everyone would just start trolling him, and they would just like prey on his reactions, and basically the guy like just like spiraled into madness basically, and like his his like life is like he's like pigeonholed because he has no other income source but to like accept donations from the trolls who like are just trolling him, and his life is just like feeding the trolls basically.
That's
like, the trolls are feeding him, but it's like a symbiotic relationship.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. To the point where like this guy's life is a sinking ship. What you're saying, but the only way he stays afloat are the trolls who support him.
Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly. And um, and it's hilarious to know that like this of these comedians, like all these comedians, they're like the biggest comedians in comedy, and they're all waiting for something to happen with this guy, and his either the podcast ends or there's a big blow up or whatever. So you should know that it is. You got to get into it. I'm telling you, if Shane Gillis says it's funny, and I hate to say, but if Ari Shaffir is saying it's funny, and that's just two of them. Everybody knows about this. It's like the un undiscussed or un, it's there's like this silent majority of people who know about it, and it's good stuff. And then once you get in it, there's 5 hours of content a week. You don't have to watch any of it. You just go to fucking that subreddit and people shitting on him and shitting on how he shits on other people. It's absolutely phenomenal.
Is there like one positive thing ever that they say, or does he ever have anything positive?
I can tell you this. There was one thing I would say to you up until last week. I couldn't name of anything, but okay. So last week they had the episode that went into the Epstein files, and the guy who's the serial rapist, Brian Callen, he's going in there saying, I don't think anything really that bad. I didn't really look into it too much, but like basically like some of these people are like 14 years old, 15 years old. Like that's back in the day, that's not really that bad. And Brendan Schaub's like, who are you? Like these are children. Like I can't believe you're even like considering this. You have like daughters that are older than these girls, and you're even saying like if they went after my daughters, it would be a different story. Like how are you able to like live with yourself? And there were all these videos that were made on Brian Callen. The reason why people suspect that he took this stance is he's the son of an international banker. And basically they're wondering like was his dad tied to it in any way? And basically like there's nothing good that came out of those fucking papers, like or those those files. They're absolutely terrible. There's no one should be proud of anything that's in that. But yet this one guy is like defending the people, and the reason why he's defending the people is because he's still trying to work in Hollywood, even though he's like 60 years old, and nobody gives a shit about him anymore. And because he has like all these ties to it, and so he was trying to defend it. And Brendan Schaub came out and was like, "What are you talking about? Like, there's no defending this. You can't defend." They talk about it. And then like Brian Callen was like, well, I didn't really look into it that closely, but I'm just gonna give my opinion on it. And they're like, no, then you have to look into it closely. It's absolutely the most disgusting stuff you'll ever see in your entire life. And um, so what am I saying? That's the only thing that I've ever seen him say where he like I actually took his side and was like, good job standing up to your fucking uh, serial rape, like like oh yeah. Aside from that, is there like Brendan Schaub?
How would he be like co-host at all?
Well, so here's the thing. Uh, Brian Callen is he's been in a lot of movies. He was in like The Hangover, and he used to be on Mad TV and some other shit. And he doesn't want to piss off any Hollywood directors. And Woody Allen is in these files, and it's like really bad what they say Woody Allen, like just to be associated with this. And so Brian Callen doesn't want to burn that bridge. So he's like, well, I don't know. I wasn't there. The waters are murky. They're muddy. I don't know exactly what happened. And and Brendan Schaub's like, dude, they're talking about 9-year-old children. Like, what are you talking about? Like, there's no murky waters in that. It's not, we're not talking about somebody who was 17 and a half years old and it was a leap year and all this other shit. It is seriously like, this is statutory rape. I don't know what you're talking about. And um, they basically like come out. and like attack that. So then there were these other podcasts that were made to say like, yo, you know things are fucked up in this situation when Brendan Schaub is the voice of reason amongst this like creepy dude. And like here is I'll send you um I know you're sick of seeing this, but this is like another example of this is fucking hilarious. This guy, okay, so we were talking about Snapchat, right? And uh, so there's this other guy named Chris D'Elia, different than Brendan Schaub. So I have to explain.
I know him, but I also saw in the I think it was the Fire and the Kids podcast earlier today that people were calling him a pedo.
Chris D'Elia?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, dude, absolutely. So Brendan Schaub does a podcast with Chris D'Elia as well, and um, so there's just this classic. It's even like a meme now of someone who like really recognizes that they they made a mistake. So let me just make sure I got the right.
So why is Chris
Because he was caught messaging. He was caught he was caught messaging a bunch of 17-year-old girls and like 16-year-old girls and trying to manipulate them to, if he didn't want them to suck off Ryan Callen, who was like 55 years old at the time, and then he tried to manipulate them to send him like nude pictures, and um, and also Joe Rogan no longer, like Joe Rogan allows like all the different shows on his Spotify, but this one he didn't put out because um he doesn't
the
want the
backlash?
backlash exactly. And
Associate background.
exactly. And okay, I don't
Wait,
want.
did it ever get released and then did he pull it down?
Did it ever get released? Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. It was released. Yeah, 100%. It was up for many years, and then when this came out about Chris D'Elia, then he pulled it down. And like Joe Rogan, he has his fucking friend who's been accused of rape on there, but not Chris D'Elia's, who has been accused of um, like I forget what they called it. They called it, well, grooming of underage girls. Even though he was never like he was never convicted of it. It's just it's. I mean, I'll send you the video.
Well, if they had sent the photos, then he would have been convicted, right?
Well, so Chris D'Elia has a lot of money. His dad's a big producer. Here's the thing: with all the people that we've named, you name them, they all have very successful parents. So, just about Chris D'Elia's dad is a Hollywood producer. Brian Callen's dad is a international banker. Um, Bert Kreischer's dad is the lawyer for the Church of Scientology. Um, Tom Segura's dad,
That's really weird.
yeah, in Clearwater, Florida. That's why he's from Tampa. Tom Segura's dad was an executive for Merrill Lynch. Um, Whitney Cummings' dad is a venture capitalist, and her mom was an executive at Neiman Marcus. Like they're all, or Bloomingdale's or something like that. They all.
But they all have the talent of being incredibly funny.
No, that's not it. Here's the thing. Nobody of this group of people, like if you want to be a comedian, you have to either dedicate yourself to it all the time or you have like a side job. The reason why these people were able to do this is because they could go on they could go on tour and live off their families when your normal comedian could not. And so that's why they basically were able to differentiate themselves. Um, so
Whitney Cummings is very funny.
I don't know about that one. She
No?
she's been a bitch recently. I'll just straight up say that. And she bought her
Oh yeah, that was also in the freaking Spider and the Kids thing. It's like get 500 million fucking views on your own fucking body podcast, and then on Joe Rogan get like 300K.
exactly. So let's
That's funny.
exactly. Now let me see.
New accusations of sexual misconduct. Misstated 2018. Allegedly. The actor released a statement at the time saying all of his relationships.
Okay, so I'm gonna send you two things because I can't find it in just one video, and but they're not long. Everything I'm sending you is short and um, will cover it really well.
So it's quickly adding up to 30 minutes.
No, I don't care. This is important shit. This is the history of comedy. All right. So let me know when you hit the first one.
It looks like
I accidentally
yeah, you
sent it
sent
twice.
one video.
I accidentally sent it twice.
Both of these.
You're gonna watch. I sent two separate videos, and we're gonna watch them together. And you tell me when you hit play, and I'll hit play on the first one, and then we'll do the same for the second one. But then you'll know all about Crystalia and this fucking meme and the backlash.
Crystalia responds to new accusations.
So
Alright, I have it loaded. Playing.
Crystalia responds to new accusations of sexual misconduct. Three women claimed to CNN this week that the comedian exposed himself to them without consent on separate occasions. Crystalia's attorney told Access Hollywood in a statement on Thursday that they claim denying the allegations and, quote, emphatically states that he had never engaged in any sexual conduct with any woman without her consent. Actress Megan Dress told the outlet that she and D'Elia had been hanging out with a mutual friend in West Hollywood restaurant in 2011. He allegedly unzipped his pants outside Dress' car after she ordered him to give him a ride home. Dress said she met the now 40-year-old several times before and considered him an acquaintance. She recalled being caught off guard when D'Elia allegedly started trying to engage in flirty small talk before exposing himself. Tells CNN, quote, I was very confused because it just entered in the moment. He took down his zipper and asked me to touch it, and I said, no, no. Because I wouldn't touch it, I started to masturbate. Believe it. Two of Dress' friends claimed to CNN that she had told them about the alleged incident within days. Dress additionally said she felt flustered and uncomfortable when she ran into D'Elia unexpectedly at a different venue months later, where he allegedly whispered, you here. Another woman who wished to remain anonymous told CNN that she was working as a overnight manager at a Cleveland hotel where D'Elia stayed in 2018 while attending her scheduled performance. She claimed D'Elia complained his air conditioner wasn't working, so she went up to his room, where he allegedly answered the door completely naked. The woman also claimed that D'Elia later called back after she returned to the front desk. He allegedly asked her to return to his room to fix the AC, and she refused. Two co-workers told CNN that she had told them about D'Elia's alleged behavior at the time. The woman added that she concluded the alleged incident and manager had told her to work that night and informed her supervisor. The hotel group that manages the property told CNN that no incidents of definite conduct were reported, and guests or staff remains in question. Additionally, Laura Torelli claimed to CNN that D'Elia exposed himself to her and a friend in 2015 when she was 19 years old. Torelli told the outlet that she and her friend had met D'Elia after one of her comedy shows in suburban New York State. He invited them to a party after they exchanged numbers. She claimed that she and her friend arrived at D'Elia's hotel room before he was alone, and D'Elia was unleashing his hands out on his backside before he started groping them. It made an excuse to leave. Then, according to Torelli, D'Elia allegedly followed them to the car throughout his performance. Torelli's friend, who wished to remain anonymous, corroborated what Torelli confirmed to CNN. Torelli first told her story to the Los Angeles Times in June, and other women posting accusations of misconduct with D'Elia, including claims he had pursued underage girls. The actor released a statement at the time saying all of his relationships have been both legal and consensual. He also issued an apology, saying, "Part, I'm really absolutely sorry. I'm a dumb guy who absolutely let myself get caught up in my lifestyle. That's my fault. I own it. I've been reflecting on this for some time now, and I promise I will continue to do better."
all right, so
Wow.
that's
Thank you for the robot voice video.
that's actually different. So there was that would be not cool, any of that stuff. But there's another level of it where you're going after underage chicks, and that's where he. So I didn't know actually a lot of that, but the reason why I knew that he's called Chris Pedalia or whatever, is because he was asking chicks on Snapchat to like send them naked pictures or whatever, but he didn't know that Snapchats could be saved. Like you could like screenshot or like take a screen record. And so now I want you to watch the second video and let me know when you're starting.
Uh, sorry.
Okay.
This woman is a teacher. She taught in a middle school and a high school. She was recently charged for sending one of her former students nudes through Snapchat. She was also misconducted. And her excuse was that she was trying to send a nude photo of her through Snapchat to her husband, but accidentally sent it to one of her students. And when he responded, she freaked out and sent him a yes. But here's the thing, she sent it through Snapchat. Why does she have her students snap it?
And he's on the Fighter and the Kid podcast.
If there was some extra shit going on, I'd have heard of it. I'm telling you right now, because this is your trusted news source. Oh, really, dude? You boys Hollywood, man. People who think Hollywood is bad, people think Hollywood is evil, bro. Whatever you think that is, that's what I am. And you'll be like, oh, really? Sure. Every now and then there's a Harvey Weinstein. Oh, really? Every now and then there's a Harvey Weinstein. Okay? Every now and then, but that's just like in real life. In real life, sometimes there's bad guys. But anytime it's Kevin Spacey fucking pops up, people are like, well, he was on it, and this and that happened, and that's what happened. And this guy was in on it, and that's why they made this movie, so they get it. That was Kevin Spacey probably like that he picked the mark in 21 because he was around fucking 20-year-olds. Okay, maybe plug one in. Yeah. Oh, really, dude? Oh, yeah. What I'm hearing is you try to get your trust.
So you can see that they, do with that what you will. Um, but Chris D'Elia is not a good dude. But yet, Brendan Schaub still.
And I have very creepy vibes.
I do too, and I always have. But you still have to understand, Brendan Chubb is so desperate that he still does a podcast with Chris D'Elia, and he does a different podcast with Brian Kelly. One guy has been accused of being a rapist, the other one's being accused of being like a pedophile. And this guy's in the middle, and he's still the biggest punchline in the whole deal. Like, it's fucking.
Why did he not upload on his card channel? It seems like he gives a shit a lot about his cards.
Oh, excellent question. All right. So, to do card
Did
content,
people bully him? Did they cyberbully him too much like that?
oh, big time, big time. We could just go to his last. I'll just read you quickly what it says. It's called. Uh, okay, so he mentions this on the Joe Rogan Experience. Drive fast, all gas. It's an anti-electric vehicle. Like he likes gas vehicles, um, and so he started this like card channel, and he writes. This was 10 months ago, so he hasn't done anything in 10 months, and the comments are. The first one is, "What are we doing here?" The next is letting Bappa. That's his nickname. Letting Bappa unscrew stuff is like giving your little brother the controller with no batteries. LMAO. Next is Bappa and the Thun. Then next is, oh, he's a car guy now. The next is the drive fast all gas outfits are hilarious. Like a little kid trying to dress up like daddy. The next is, my favorite part is when Brendan didn't show up for half of it. The next is, I'm supposed to pretend that you know stuff about cars now. No dice. I mean, like, everybody just shits on it. Next is brought to you by Blue Scorpion Venom. If you're like, what is that? It is just like he's always into like what do you call it? Like experimental nutrients and shit like that. The next thing, there's one thing left to do, install training wheels. The next one, this video hits harder than Roy Nelson. That's the guy who beat his ass. Straight to the face, no head movement. Next is, oh yeah, baby. Nothing like some primo drive fast, all gas content. Next is, if I wanted a power stroke, I'd call your mom, dude. The next is always been a gearhead, which is supposed to be gearhead, but you can't pronounce it correctly. Uh, Dude, there's not a single positive comment on here, and
But he's not affected by the cyberbullying.
he doesn't read the comments. Joe Rogan said, "Don't read the comments," so he never reads the comments, or he says that he doesn't.
Yeah, but do you believe that just because Joe Rogan says never read the comments?
No.
He knows about the Reddit. I'm sure he read it.
Yeah, he reads the fucking comments and he's obsessed with them because he has to go in and ban, at least on his Instagram, anybody who says anything negative because his Instagram has like 1.1 million followers, so he's got to keep that like looking good so that he can get more and more sponsors. But they never have any sponsors that last more than a few weeks. And the only reason why he even has sponsors, this goes into lore. I hate that I know this, but there's this company called, I believe, Podcast One that ended up like owing Theo Vaughn a lot of money, and like there was maybe another company that did something similar. They went under. Basically, they ended up owing Theo Vaughn a lot of money. They ended up owing Brendan Schaub a lot of money, and Brendan Schaub, instead of like demanding the money, just said that he would take stock instead, and the stock ended up being like worth nothing. But this company still like is able to get um, some pretty big advertisers. So because of that, they have this network like Theo Vaughn and Brendan Schaub and all these other people who do podcasts and they advertise on there. And so, like basically, the fact that Brendan Schaub owns a lot of their stock means that he keeps getting advertisers, and uh, the fact that he keeps botting his channel means that
He's like the subprime mortgage that just gets bundled in with all the other.
exactly. And Brendan Schaub and Theo Vaughn, they used to do a podcast together called The Fighter and the Kid. Or no, pardon me. It used to be called The King and the Sting. And Theo Vaughn got sick of Brendan Schaub and was eventually like, I don't want to do this anymore. And so they rebranded The King and the Sting. Eventually it became The King and the Sting and the Wing. And the Wing was Chris D'Elia. And eventually they turned that podcast into what's something called the Golden Hour. And the Golden Hour comes out on Fridays. And that's with Brendan Schaub, who does it via satellite or whatever you want to call it. Like he live streams into the studios in um, I think North Hollywood, and then Chris D'Elia, and then this other guy, Eric Griffin. Do you know what Workaholics is?
Yeah, I love that show.
Okay, so do you know who Eric Griffin is? He plays what does he play? They have a name for him. I thought you liked that show. Look up Eric Griffin and tell me if you know who this comedian is.
Is he a black guy?
I think he was born in Belize or something. His mom's Belizean, and I don't think he ever knew his
So
dad.
he's like not like Eric Griffin. Yeah, this guy. He's been on Stevie Levy's podcast.
Yeah.
I like him a lot.
Yeah. So
I didn't even know he was in Workaholics.
He is. He plays.
Maybe I haven't got to
the. So basically, there are three people in the Golden Hour, which are Chris D'Elia, Eric Griffin, and Brendan Schaub. And then there's The Fighter and the Kid, which is Brendan Callen and Brendan Schaub. And then Brendan Schaub has something called the Schaub Show. So here's the schedule. Monday's the Schaub Show. It's 1 hour. It usually comes out like Monday morning. It's usually about like T-ball and MMA. Then there's Tuesday, which is The Fighter and the Kid. It's an hour. It's usually about T-ball and UFC and whatever dates that Brian Callen is trying to plug. There's nothing on Wednesday. On Thursday, there's another Fighter and the Kid. That's an hour. And Brendan Schaub, starting last week, started another episode of the Schaub Show because he's running low on money and he keeps needing to like create more content. And then on Friday is the Golden Hour. Another hilarious thing.
He doesn't have like a Patreon.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No. They started a Patreon, which is absolutely hilarious. So was such a clusterfuck. Okay, so they didn't do a Patreon for a long time because they used to have a lot of money because they had one of the biggest, like they had like maybe a top 10 podcast a long time ago. They used to get millions of people watching. And then when there were these accusations that came out about Brendan Callen or Brian Callen, they basically said, their sponsor said, look, you can't do this show with Brian Callen anymore, at least for the time being. He needs to take a break because he has like rape act, like the Los Angeles Times, not just some random ass chick. The Los Angeles Times comes out with a big article about Brian Callen and how he's like, he would like, he's being.
Is that convicted or not?
No, he didn't. But they basically.
Why not?
I think the statute of limitations is up.
But it wasn't like false allegations.
No, there were even Whitney Cummings talks about it. That one time Brian Callen asked her to give him a ride to his car from the Comedy Store, and so she's like, "Yeah, get in my car." And he gets in the car, and then he just whips his dick out, and she's like, "What are you doing?" And like, didn't suck his dick or anything like that. Like, basically, like extreme sexual harassment. Now that's not rape. The chicks who said that he raped them, there's like a long list. Well, there are at least 4 girls who say that he like forced himself on them. Whether he did or not, I don't know, but that's not a good look. And
so you got Me Too anyway.
Oh yeah. And then they make fun of, not make fun of, but like they say that the Me Too movement was like overblown and all this other shit. But in reality, it's like, dude, you were a creep to chicks for like 20 years. You cheated on your wife with these girls. She left you and left you with a $25,000 a month alimony bill. And so you have to do this really shitty podcast in this fucking storage unit known as The Fighter and the Kid to pay the bills to pay your alimony. It's just the ultimate fucking, like, bad things happening to bad people. Oh, what's the fucking German word, Schadenfreude? like where you get joy out of seeing the bad things that happen to other people. And I'm not the only person who's getting this. This is like all of the fucking internet, and all these people are fucking related. So I won't bore you anymore with their bullshit, but you should just know it is amazing. There's
What
always
about the Patreon?
oh yeah. Apologies, the Patreon. Okay, so the advertisers say after there are these rape accusations, you can't do this show with Brian Callen at least for like a year or two. So they kept saying that Brian Callen was on vacation, but like he's gone for like a year. And so they had all these other guests fill in, and uh, what they tried to do was start a Patreon where Brendan and Brian could just do a Patreon show without the advertisers that said like you can't do this show. But it basically was a it wasn't a conflict, it was a conflict of interest, but it was basically a breach of contract with their their advertising company. So they started a podcast, they started a Patreon like maybe like 7 years ago or something, and it only ever got like 3 subscribers or something like that. And because they only had it going for one day before the advertiser said, "Look, you can't do this. You've got to separate yourself." So then just recently they launched the Patreon like in November, and they're like, "Oh, we're doing all this stuff for the Patreon. We're gonna do a question and answer," and they accidentally let the numbers stay out of how many subscribers they had. It was like 28, and like of the 28 subscribers, like 24 of them are people who specifically have channels to comment on their channel and then shit on these guys. So like they didn't really have any real fans, and then they do these questions and answers, and like that's the only content that sometimes they say they'll produce like longer podcasts, but they very rarely do, and they just it's basically like a grift. So they're making like maybe I think it's a $5 um, Patreon, and so maybe over the course of a month, they might make $1,000 on it, arguably. So they're each getting $500. It's just not that
Five
profitable for
times
them.
20 is $120. Is that like a week? $5?
No. It's grown since then. So I mean, I'm just throwing out some numbers. Like that's when they first started it, but it's still not very big. So do they have a Patreon? Yes, they just started it, and it the only people who like um who subscribe to it are basically people from the subreddit who just ask like really inappropriate questions like, "Hey, why did you cheat on your wife?" Like, there's all this footage of Brendan Schaub who was given his number on camera on a live stream to like girls while he was married. Like, there's a long clip where Brendan Schaub and Mike Tyson do this fight watch together, and Mike Tyson gets so pissed off at Brendan Schaub that like gets up in front of him, eats watermelon in front of him, and sticks his foot on the table and just stares at him like a death stare, like I'm gonna fuck you up because you are annoying as piss. Um, it's it's just it's loads of content, it's loads of fun, and then the what I enjoy more than their show are the commentary channels on it because these guys are really funny comedians and they just make fun of these guys and what they do, and it's like and then you get into the Discord, and then like
People talk shit about Ari, or sorry, the Eric Griffin podcast. Do
yeah,
they talk shit about them?
absolutely, because that's with Brendan Schaub and Chris D'Elia. They don't really shit on Eric Griffin all that much. They're just like, dude, we understand why you're doing this podcast because you just need the money and nobody knows who you are. So, like, basically, we understand why you're doing it, but you're literally doing it with like the biggest punching bag in comedy and some guy who is like an accused pedophile.
Yeah, why does he associate himself with
He
those
needs
people?
he needs the money. He's not a big comedian, and so he's having to do like gigs like cruise ships, which isn't usually seen as something like a good gig as for a comedian. And like
I feel like cruise ships would be amazing thing.
I would too. He was talking about it, and but it's like a thing where it doesn't pay really well. I mean, it pays okay, but it's not like.
You don't have to pay taxes, I feel like, if you're on there.
No, you definitely have to pay taxes. They're gonna send you uh, basically a W-4 or they're gonna send you. They're gonna
You're on international waters.
yeah, but the things are docked in American ports, so that's how it works.
Or if it's a multinational cruise.
It's wherever the place is docked. Usually, I think their headquarters usually are in Miami. That's where like
Okay.
Carnival Cruise Lines is, Link Celebrity Cruise Lines, Royal Caribbean. They're all based out of fucking Miami. So they do.
Is there a job that is exempt from taxes?
Yeah, a bunch of them. Any not-for-profit,
Except for like
rel-
drug dealer.
religious organizations, not-for-profits, people who don't, at least in the United States, make more than like $12,000 a year. Um, but yeah, well, you mean like exempt from income taxes, federal income taxes? Uh, Anyone associated usually with 501c3, which is like a not-for-profit organization, um, and people who make like a low amount of money. But then you get into the like if you get to be super wealthy, then you end up not having to pay taxes for other reasons. So it's really just the people in the middle who are paying taxes.
Correct.
All right, big dog. Do you want any more Fighting the Kid lore?
Um, yeah.
Okay, great.
Kind of.
All right. So hilarious things that have happened. Well, so I'm just gonna name the things that Brendan Shaw, the businesses that he started, and that have. Oh, well, hold on. There's this really important. I actually want to watch it with you. It's hilarious, and it is okay. It shows what kind of bully Brendan Shaw is. Brendan Shaw, he has a.
Oh,
Hold on.
I sent you a thing. I don't think you watched it.
What was it?
This it'll totally change the topic. But,
Okay, well,
it was fascinating.
tell me what it was.
Um, yeah. So there's this. It, there's a train track that goes from Vancouver to Squamish to Whistler and then up to Prince George, and I believe also into the interior British Columbia. And CN Rail is saying that they're discontinuing the train, and so the video was talking about this interesting creative solution to what to do with the train because maintaining train infrastructure is very costly, and so it proposed like very interesting alternative. And the downside is framing. I mean, like the train itself, the tracks is like an asset, like a very big asset, and yeah, people realize that it's an asset, and that if they sell it private ownership, it'll be impossible to ever get the benefits of that asset.
When did you send this to me?
If you scroll up from like the 9 Brendan Schwab reels.
Oh, did you send it recently?
What the heck? Yeah, it's a Facebook link.
Oh, yeah.
Follower.
So there was something wrong with that link.
Oh, really? Do you have Facebook?
I do, but I can't get my login and I don't think no, there was something to it. Oh, maybe not. Let me see if it shows up. Yeah, I click it and okay, I got it now. Oh, it's 10 minutes long? I'm just being
Yeah.
I'm just being you. All right, I watch your shit for 10 minutes. I watch your shit.
Okay. Let me know when you start it, and I'll watch it.
Okay, then just wait 1 minute.
It was the heartbeat of the province. It was the
Um,
Royal Hudson steaming past the ocean cliffs of Calcio.
Let
It
me
was the
get
daily
my.
one-hour service. Those quirky silver diesel railcars that connected remote communities to the coast. It was breakfast in the dugout.
I'll start it. I'll tell you when I do.
Also, yeah, did you look up the? Yeah.
All right, I am back, and I am ready to let you know when I hit play. You ready?
Okay.
I am. hitting play.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm ready.
If you grew up in British Columbia before 2002, you remember the rhythm of the rails. For 50 years, the line from North Vancouver to Prince George wasn't just infrastructure. It was the heartbeat of the province. It was the
Did
Royal
you
Hudson
start it?
steaming past the ocean cliffs of Calcio.
Okay.
It was the daily
You want me to
one-hour
restart?
service. Those quirky silver diesel rail
No,
cars
it's
that
okay.
connected remote communities to the coast. It was breakfast in the dining car while watching the waves crash in West Vancouver. It was a lifeline for the pyramid. It was slow, centric, and it was ours. It felt like it belonged to the people of BC. But today, that heartbeat is silent. For over 2 years, the track has sat rusted. Weeds are growing through the valleys. Stations are empty. And while we sit here remembering the good old days, a crisis is quickly unfolding that threatens to erase this waterfront forever. Nostalgia won't save a memory, but real estate reality should scare us into action. The brutal truth is that CN Rail, the current leaser, is discontinuing service on the southern section. They are walking away, and in the world of infrastructure, there is a golden rule: use it or lose it. We need to be crystal clear about what is at stake. We aren't just losing rusty tracks. We are losing the land. We are losing the path. If this corridor is abandoned, it gets broken up. It gets sold off in pieces to developers. The bridges get dismantled. The right of way gets severed by fences and private property. And once you slice up a continuous corridor of the coast mountains, you never get it back. Think about it. Try to assemble a 400-kilometer continuous strip of land from Squamish to Whistler and Parkland. Today, you couldn't do it. The land costs, the environmental hurdles, the legal battles. It would be impossible. This pathway is a unique opportunity. It is an asset we inherited from 1912 could never afford to build in 2026. If we let it slip through our fingers now, we are robbing future generations of the single most valuable transportation artery in the province. So if the pathway is priceless, why is it failing? Because we are fighting physics with outdated tools. We are trying to run 20th century heavy steel trains on infrastructure that can't handle it. Gauge for trains from the 1960s. To rebuild this line for heavy modern rail today would cost over $2 billion. Light rail would not be altogether that much cheaper. This money is not coming. The Sea to Sky Highway is a marvel, but it is steep. It spikes and drops. For an electric vehicle fighting gravity is the enemy, hauling tourists or commodities up those grades, battery range, and for its belt brakes. The rail bed was engineered by pioneers who had to make steam engines work. It never exceeds 3% input. That number, 3%, is the magic number, 20%. An electric vehicle running on a gentle frame uses a fraction of the energy of a vehicle on the highway. It extends range, it reduces wear, it turns the entire corridor into a hyper-efficient green energy shield. Critics might say turning a railway into a road is science fiction, but Japan has already done it. After the 2011 earthquake in tsunami, the JR East Kinasuma line was destroyed. The tracks were twisted and the bridges were damaged. The railway faced the same choice we do today. Spend billions to rebuild heavy rail for a shrinking population or abandon the town entirely. They chose a third option. They paved the railway. They converted the destroyed railroad into a dedicated, rapid bus transit system. Today, modern vehicles run through the old rail tunnels and underneath rail bridges. In the result, frequencies triple, the cost to operate dropped, and communities stay connected. And prove that the value is not steel rails. The value is the right of way. If it weren't for a disaster zone in Japan, we could say the easy corridor in this region. The proposal is radical in its simplicity. Call it a paved autonomous corridor. We don't pave a massive four-lane highway. That's too expensive and ecologically destructive. We simply lay two narrow strips of concrete, ribbon roads, directly over the existing rail network. We save the bridges because we aren't using 148-ton locomotives. We don't need to rebuild the trestles. We just rebuild lightweight electric vehicles. We save the environment. We use 60% less concrete than a standard road. And we save the budget. We utilize the asset that we've already had. By combining the grade of the train with the flexibility of a bus or truck, we are creating a new category of infrastructure. We don't need to build the whole system at once. We start with the most heavily traveled, world-renowned section of the Sea to Sky, Squamish to Westridge. Anyone who has driven to Whistler on a Friday afternoon or Sunday evening knows the problem. The highway is extremely congested. Pollution is rising. The frustration is boiling over. This is where we launch a Sea to Sky pilot. Imagine a dedicated loop, a fleet of autonomous electric shuttles running exclusively between the coast and the resort. These aren't just buses. These are HUU units designed with school-fueled fun cars, massive glass domes, observation decks, coffee service. They glide silently through the Checamus Canyon, completely separated from the highway traffic. Because they are autonomous, they have superhuman reflexes. They identify wildlife, rocks, or ice in milliseconds. They talk to each other, driving in platoons, inches apart, to reduce wind drift. It creates a world-class tourism experience that rivals walking down here. Zero emissions and fractional cost, less congested highways. Beyond tourism, this pilot solves a massive problem: safety. The world is rushing towards self-driving cars. Right now, companies are testing them on public streets, next to your kids, next to cyclists, next to unpredictable human drivers. This is a regulatory nightmare. But the path is private property. It is a closed loop. No oncoming traffic, no jaywalkers, no drunk drivers. It gives British Columbia the perfect sandbox pilot project pathway. We can be the first jurisdiction in North America to deploy fully autonomous mass transit at high speeds because we have removed the variables. We become the global leader in safe autonomy. Here is an economic superpower that a traditional train can never match: scalability. On a regular railroad, you have to wait days to build a 100-car train. If you are a small mill or a local farmer, you wait until the train is full. That is slow, inefficient, batch processing. But that changes the game. Packets with it. Because the vehicles are small and autonomous, you can run them on demand. Commodity production in the Caribbean doesn't have to wait for a well-known train. They can send a single autonomous truck the moment it's loaded. 5 minutes later, they send another. It runs on the same system, the same concrete ribbons that carry tourists to Whistler at noon, carry commodities to Squamish at midnight. Hitters flow during rush hour, tourists flow during the day, and freight flows at night. It is a single, programmable operating system with infinite flexibility. This solves the last mile problem that has killed rail freight for decades. A train is stuck on tracks. If your business isn't at the station, you lose money moving goods to the train. But a packed vehicle is versatile. It flies on the river, but it drives on the street. It can leave the rail line in Woodwood, drive down a ramp, and back directly into a loading dock at a grocery store. Zero transit. It brings high-tech jobs to the interior. It brings reliability to our supply chain. And because these vehicles run on rubber tires on concrete, they don't grow sparks. In a province fighting wildfires, that safety factor is non-negotiable. We are standing at a crossroads. We can choose the path of inertia. We can let the weeds grow, let the bridges rot, and watch as the land is sold off piece by piece forever. We can choose the path of innovation. We can honor the pioneers who blasted this path out of rock by giving it a new purpose. We can save the corridor, solve the traffic. We can build the pirates. Land is the legacy. Let's pave the way. So if the pathway is priceless, why is it failing? Because we are fighting physically.
Did it just end?
Yeah.
Okay. You got my vote.
What are your thoughts on that?
Frankly, I think that I like something like this to be a bullet train. I think Japan's been able to show extreme speed and durability and safety in the bullet train. But I understand that there's a lot of freight that runs through this, and bullet trains aren't that efficient for freight.
It's way too curvy. Like you won't be able to get up to speed on this. It's way too curvy.
Okay, I mean, nobody says that you have to go, like the speed of sound or whatever these things do. It's not that fast, but like 180 kilometers per second. What about just 60 kilometers per or 60 miles per hour?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if these magnetic trains are better at not like taking corners faster, but because of the curves, like just regular trains are not able to go super. Like I don't know what the maximum is. I guess it depends on what section you are. If you're at a curve, you gotta slow down.
I didn't understand why aren't they using the train tracks anymore?
Like why the train company is no longer using.
Yeah, Canadian National.
Yeah, I don't know the details as to why they're shutting it down. I'm guessing somehow there's a lack of demand, but I really don't have the answer.
Okay, but
all I know is they're shutting it down, the service down, and that's a known fact.
It's like they're shutting it down, but they say that there's still a need for like shipping stuff, right?
In the video, yes, they did. They did say that, and that is a good point. Because yeah, where the hell,
Like
where the hell would stuff come from if there's no demand to send it on train now?
exactly. So I didn't really understand that. If you have people who need to be moved, then perhaps like I mean, it doesn't have to be bullet trains, but just electric trains that don't move extremely fast, but are just run on electricity. And if it's cargo, then it should be like freight trains. If you don't have any cargo that needs to run anymore, then go back to uh, passenger trains. The thing that I don't like about that is it's still rubber on concrete, and that is extremely inefficient uh, because that means you're going to have wear and tear on the vehicles. Trains don't have nearly that much wear and tear. Like rubber on concrete is a lot of wear and tear, especially when it's going in the same direction 99% of the entire route. I don't know how much of a fan I am of that. What I am a fan of is whatever that.
What do you mean? Like, doesn't the car normally, like, if you're driving to a destination, you're headed in the same direction until you turn around? What does the direction have to do with the wear?
Like you don't need the durability or the agility of a car to be able to turn like when you're going in just one direction. Rails are far more efficient. Like you don't need the ability to turn because you're on rails and it's going in one direction. The thing that makes the tire important is that um, last mile issue. And I think it's cool that they came up with those ramps that like go right to the business. That's cool. But additionally, this isn't a very populated area. I know that there's like ski lodges and stuff like that, but
Vancouver is a very big populated area. Squamish.
But that was not Vancouver.
Whistler.
That was not Vancouver. That was Squamish to Whistler. They didn't talk about Vancouver.
No, it would also run from Vancouver.
Well, but
like
that's
Vancouver to Whistler. There would be like a public transportation method to get there that isn't just a private car on the highway.
Whistler, Canada,
which currently does not exist.
I understand.
I guess no, like they have buses there, but those use the highway.
Right. Okay, but the population of Whistler, Canada is. Dude, are you
like
fucking.
7 million or something?
It's 13,000 people. It's 13,000 people.
Vancouver, Canada is 13,000.
No. Whistler is 13,000 people. That's nothing.
Whistler is very.
That's nothing. So you're basically.
The Whistler people are not. This isn't built to take the Whistler people to Vancouver. It's built to take Vancouver people to Whistler.
Okay, but I mean it's just basically a little bit more efficient. I mean, there's already ways to do it. You can take the road, and I understand that on Thursday or Friday morning or whatever, and Sunday night. But like, I mean, frankly, like you guys don't know what fucking traffic is. Try living in LA, where at 3 in the morning you'll get into a fucking traffic jam.
Alright, so your solution is to just stop bitching about traffic?
Well, that's the thing. You have no problems. Like this isn't a problem. It really isn't. It's like you, like now that I mean, I'm thinking Whistler's going to be hundreds of thousands of people. It's 13,000 people. This is a joke. And there's nothing there except skiing. This is a glorified trail to get people to ski in Whistler, is what it is. Because there's nothing there. I'm thinking like there's an industry. There aren't industries there aside from skiing and maybe lumber. That's it. There's nothing there.
And tourism is big.
Dog, dude, STFU on that. That's skiing or whatever. That's like the warm weather version of skiing. This isn't a big issue. It's just not. Now, what would I advise instead? Uh, I would make it a bike trail.
Yeah, but you know how far of a bike that is?
With an electric bike, you could probably do it. It's only a 3 degree grade.
I know, but it's still like 40 kilometers.
Oh, dude, that's perfect. That's perfect, dude. An electric bike's range. Yo, dog, what's an electric bike's range?
I don't know if you're not gonna get there and back without charging.
Well, yeah, I mean, when you're up there fucking skiing, you let your bike charge.
What electric bike is hauling skis now on the bike in winter?
Dude, well, that's
There's
it.
snow on the ground. It's sketchy as hell.
Hold
You're
on,
not
hold
gonna-
on. If it's winter,
you're not gonna
wait. If it's
freeze your ass off in the rain and snow.
Wait,
skis on
hold
your
on.
bike.
If it's winter, I understand. Um, then take the fucking uh, then take the bus or take the. I mean, really, what you need is just a better train there.
Right.
That's what you need, not like whatever that guy's proposing, which is like electric vehicles and all kinds of. Just get a better train. You already have the tracks. Then you don't have to put concrete down. Just have a good train from Vancouver to Whistler.
Right. I think they might, like, as the video stated, like, in order to actually do that, it costs billions of dollars.
Dude, not as much as fucking making it a road.
No, the road uses like cheap concrete to make the road
Ho-
over the tracks.
Hold on. Okay, fine. But do you know how much upkeep it is on all those individual cars? Versus a train where the upkeep is minimal and it's safer.
Why do you think trains are less maintenance than a vehicle? They still have suspension. They still have components that wear out.
In comparison to vehicles, like car vehicles, compare train upkeep versus car upkeep, but not just one car, like the equivalent amount of population moving. Okay, when comparing trains to cars for moving large populations, trains are significantly more efficient and cost effective per passenger mile, especially at scale. Passenger capacity and efficiency. A single train can carry 1,000 people, while a typical car carries 4 to 5 people. Even with only 20% occupancy, a train moves far more people per unit of infrastructure than an equivalent number of cars. High speed rail can move 12,000 people per hour on a single track, far exceeding road capacity under real world conditions. Maintenance and operating costs. While individual car maintenance may seem lower, trains drastically reduce per passenger cost when scaled. A light rail vehicle carries about 100 passengers with one operator. In contrast, moving the same number of people by car would require 25 times more vehicles and drivers, multiplying labor, maintenance, and infrastructure demands. Infrastructure impact. Roads require vast land, constant repair, and extensive parking. Trains use less space per passenger and generate far less wear on surfaces due to steel on steel rolling friction, which is far more efficient than rubber on asphalt. That's what I was talking about. Rubber on asphalt is really inefficient. This reduces long term maintenance costs for cities. Energy and emissions. Trains, especially electric ones, are 50% to 80% more energy efficient than cars per passenger kilometer. On clear grids, uh, so that's France's nuclear powered rail, emissions drop to 22 grams of CO2 per mile, far below even fully occupied electric cars. Life cycle longevity. Trains last 30 to 40 years, while cars average 12 to 13 years. Like everything here is saying this should be an electric rail from Vancouver to Whistler. I know that guy came.
Yeah, fair.
I know that guy came up with like a nice 3D video, but it's just very inefficient.
I mean, that was not trained to like buses. So yeah, I get it.
Perhaps so. I've seen this issue in the United States, like freight rail isn't as used as much, and we have it where like I think that they should turn. We should have a coast to coast bike highway. And you may say, but who would travel coast to coast on a bike? You wouldn't, but you would travel in parts in like pieces. So like if you want to go from um, Los Angeles to Riverside, or from perhaps like Jacksonville to Tallahassee, and you could stop on the way, just like we have like coast to coast highways. We have the reason why I say this is because we have some areas of the United States that are abandoned railroad tracks, and there's nothing there, like except abandoned railroad tracks. But so turn those railroad tracks into a coast to coast bike system. I think I think could work because it's like if not, you run into the issue that that guy talks about where people will parcel it off and it's too expensive ever to do again. Um, I think that was a good point that he
Yeah.
made. All right, now now back to Bappa. You have to understand his nicknames. He has Brendan, Brandon. You're like, why is it Brandon? Because a lot of times he goes on different shows and people just mess up his name and they call him Brandon. So everybody calls him Brandon. There's Brendan, Brandon, Bappa. If you're like, why Bappa? Because he says, whoa, 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 Bubba to a lot of people. But then sometimes he messes it up and he says, whoa, 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 Bappa. And it's just kind of, or it's become like Brendan Papa. It's just this like portmanteau of the two. So he's called Bubba, Bappa. He's also called, uh, he has a ton of things. But in case you're wondering, like, who the fuck is Bappa? That's who Bappa is. And I, uh, he has this. This is really a funny fucking thing with his roommate. He has he has a roommate that he got into it with, but we're just gonna watch. Um, oh, remember I was saying all these people who get really successful after they leave Brendan Schaub? Theo Vaughn, once he left Brendan Schaub, starts getting like JD Vance, like the vice president on his podcast. He interviews Donald Trump. Like he actually gets really uh, popular. But that didn't happen until he left Brendan Schaub. Like there's this theory that Brendan keeps everybody down around him, and uh, that there's some legitimacy in that. And he puts everyone down. No one's better than he is. Uh, and if you're like, okay, well,
Ankle weight.
yeah, if you're like, okay, where,
Human ankle weight.
it's a great way to put it. Um, all right, I went to find his. Here it is. So here's Brendan just being Brendan, and like you're gonna notice, you're gonna be like, why do they always have like a different studio? They've had like, I mean, this has been going since 2012, so they've been going like 14 years, and they whenever their ratings are low, they change their studio. So they're like always trying to find the reason why people aren't watching. So I have sent you the link. You're gonna be like, this is 13 minutes long, and I'm gonna be like, yeah, but it's worth every fucking second. So you tell me when you hit go.
Man, 13.
Doug, I just watched a fucking 13-minute long video to go to a fucking road to nowhere. 13,000 people. There are 13,000 people, like, arguably in like my neighborhood and the neighboring neighborhood. Like, that's not that big of a population.
there's a significant issue lagging the community.
Okay, I mean, I understand that traffic's bad on Thursday night and Sunday night. Try it when it's bad at 2 o'clock in the morning. You're in a fucking bumper to bumper traffic for 2.5 hours. You're like, what the fuck happened? And there's like an accident where like 3 people died. Like it can get really bad. All right, let me know when you hit play.
I just started.
Someone just bought Dunkin' Donut and someone else. Dunkin' Donut or Arby's bought Dunkin' Donut and somebody else. I wouldn't even look at it, I don't know, because they go fly previously, I think in Japan or Tokyo. They get McDonald himself. And then goes home and eats and there's meat, redhead meat, flying tomato, fucking freckle. Can you believe that there's a kick and ginger day that still exists? I think the government sanctioned it. I made at the Ice House for models recently, but I was talking to him when I was doing a set on Saturday night, and he goes, "Yeah, bro, this is my last year at the comedy store. He's been a door guy for really, and he's big too, isn't he? His dad's a NASCAR rookie, so the guy who matches up best with Canelo Alvarez, who I think is the pound for pound greatest fighter walking this planet, out of Guadalajara, Mexico. He's Canelo Alvarez. He doesn't know how, maybe he has like this in his class at school growing up. When I see a word, if I hear it, I'll go, a few moments later, Yakuitskaya, Yakuziaya. So, back to you, Steve. Daniel, Maggie, Chesa, Chisa, Chesa, Chisa, Chisa, Chisa. Correct. Pronunciation. You want to check for some roles? I like who that is. Like that pronunciation. Does it say Paula Ali? She reminds me of Sarah Shields or whatever. Yeah. I think that long. Like whether it's Google, whether it's Apple, whether it's YouTube, you feel a responsibility to try to make the world a better place. You just do. And again, you're gonna have your biases. And so there are oppressors and spares. And conspiracy, all that is answers. Conspiracy, they're supposed to make everything a conspiracy. And so you just forgot that he beat Chuck Ray, who's a strike force with stuff. And he beat Kennedy. So please don't do that. You can get that whole leg in your mouth, bro. Bannerback, you like Tyson Fury? I like him, yeah. He's gonna get his ass kicked by you think? Fuck yeah. Hell yeah. You like Daniel Bryan? Yeah, he's a great guy. Yeah. Have you had Wild Rice? No, you want to go there? I'm sure, dude. So we mentioned it on the street. There's that famous that, Donald Trump surrounded by white men as he signed the executive order that said basically no money to Planned Parenthood overseas. He rescinded that order and you can use federal dollars. George Bush is there. He reinstated it now. Now Donald Trump has reinstated that all of the gang buzz. But he said this to us from 1987. Oh, you knew we were going to be here. If an Indian might be able to show an Indian on this. He's dressed like ass. What do you mean he's probably deceased? It's from 1987. The show's getting out of hand. This guy's coming from the future. He's saying, no, it's past. You believe the Terminator, bro. Yeah, but the past is 1987. It doesn't go back. And for your kid in the States, right? The first two that were that sort of thing. And I'm sure they were young. So when people go, man, why did you come on here and all that stuff? To me, I'm just like, it's just a lie on their clip that you know. Because, they can watch a show July 17th, so it stars. Now, characters, man. So I love those jeans. Yeah. And if you go to flymoviesclub.com, it's spelled out 5.
It's just the crab seed shake in your armor right now. You gotta crack that crack. You can't let that crack become something bigger. You can't let that crack sink the Titanic. So, I mean, you take a balls to do that. That's why I like the deal. They have huge balls to do it. The battle lasts 90 minutes. Listen, you have to get your nose. It takes 90 minutes to get your nose over here. You have more problems than just nose hairs, right? Don't pull up with your fingers anymore. Don't be doing that like Gar. Don't do any of that. Manscaped is making your weeds and time look forward to deliver maximum confidence while providing hygiene 3 days later. Shop sounds German. It's German. It's a German. It's German. Also, Hitler's right man for a long time was a shop. Really? Any relation? I don't think so. Okay, I have to check the 21 and me. You have to check that. I'm not. You probably should. Probably not. So it's an nice 900 horsepower? What? What does that mean? What does that mean for your driving? Think of a horse, right? Think of a giant horse. Think of Clydesdale. Think how big that is. Now, tell me that. Just think of a big horse. Kind of height. 899. I'm not. And then think of all the power. That's what it was. Oh, I got a timepiece. Great timepiece. Big Bird Davis. He's the fastest guy ever to including girl. Since 2006. He was going to be like number 2, 3 big now. He's such a freaking dog. And looks like a chocolate. He's a man for God. Oh, God. Okay. Now, can I ask you a question? So he was in the car, he looks at me, and he goes, my name is Billy. I said, well, that's the end. I can't have you stay. Are you over 40? He is. Your name is Robert. What's your name? Robert. I'm not calling you Billy. That's at least cute as hell. Robert. I told you we got Tom Tyler, right? They were going to cancel the show. I didn't tell you. I don't get that. Did you understand? Yeah. What? And he plays for you. They were at you. Really? They were. You were going to. That's a good part. I'll let you organize this. So we get to that. Carry on. So it's good. Right. Lost it. Right. Lost it. And then, like if you watch that, what's called Icarus, the documentary on the show, crazy. Or did you watch it? You gotta watch it. Because the state itself, not the state, the country of Russia. I don't know if I'm 36 or 37. Gun to the head. Hey, dude, 36, couldn't tell you. I don't know. I don't know how old I am.
Hilarious.
Right. Honestly, I feel like some of that was like, some of it was funny, some of it seemed like people were just like trying to like nitpick like any little thing that he like was doing wrong. He's doing some goofy stuff. Like no human's perfect. I don't know. I don't feel like he from that footage in this, he doesn't seem like a super arrogant like asshole person.
Okay. All right. I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that. I know I said no more, but just bear with me. One more thing I want to show you. If you're going to say that, I understand what you're saying. And
No, you ain't telling me about it. I'm not watching.
no, you have to watch this. You absolutely have to. I'll even watch. I'll even watch the. No, not 13 minutes. Nothing like that. Nothing like that. Okay, I found it.
You have an invitation.
Um, it's 14 minutes.
Yeah, I'm not watching. You have an invitation.
Oh fuck, man. I got shit to do, dog.
Summarize the video with
Dude, I'll summarize. It goes like this.
you can explain it using.
It goes like this. Brendan is playing at the University of Colorado as a football player. He is living with a roommate. He doesn't respect the roommate and ends up eating all the roommate's food. So the roommate, the next time the roommate goes to the store, puts the roommate's name on all of the different food so that Brendan knows that like it's not his. Brendan sees this as threatening and eats all of the roommate's food that has the roommate's name all over it and basically says, "What are you going to do about it?" The roommate tells his mother, the mother calls Brendan and says, "Look, you need to not eat all his food. You need to buy him the food back." Brendan says, "Shut the fuck up, bitch." Hangs up on her. All right. So then, um, just a moment, I'm thinking.
You're gonna stop the AI summary in the middle of the sentence.
Okay, so um, Brendan is gets pissed off at the guy's mom, hangs up on her. Brendan had a parking spot that he was using, and it was in the lease with the roommate that the roommate got it 50% of the time. But Brendan said, "Look, you don't have a car, so why should you get the parking spot?" The roommate says, "Look, I don't care that I don't have a spot. If you're going to eat my food, then I'm going to take my 50% of this um, parking spot. So I'm going to use it half of the days, and I'll park my bicycle there." Brandon says, "Yeah, okay, whatever. Do whatever the fuck you want." Brendan then gets his car broken into, not by the roommate, just by some random person, and um, comes in and said, "That's it. We're done. I'm fucking pissed off. My car's broken into, and I don't have the um, I'm I'm not putting up with your shit anymore. Uh, that's it. Either you go or I go." The roommate says, "That's not how it's gonna." Pardon me. Brendan says, "We're gonna fight right now, and uh, we're just gonna work this out like men." The roommate says, "I'm not gonna fight you." Brendan says, "We're gonna fight. I'm sick of your shit," and then takes a big loogie and spits in the roommate's face. The roommate says, "I'm not gonna fight you." Brendan, they get into an altercation. Brendan picks the roommate up and throws him through a glass window, a glass door. And the next day, Brendan goes to football practice and tells everybody on the team that basically he whooped this guy's ass, that he tells a good story. And everybody was like, "Oh, yeah, good job," all this other stuff. Um, uh, the roommate, who is also on the football team, says to the football coach, "Hey, this guy threw me through a um, glass plane, like a sliding glass door, and I'm making you aware of it." They do an investigation. The football coach sits Brendan down and says, and Brendan thinks that he's going to like lose his scholarship and all this other stuff, or his position on the team. I don't think he was scholarship, but instead the the coach is like, "We need more people like you," and didn't punish him at all. And so Brendan tells this story on the podcast where basically he sounds like a dick. And uh, so then the next day happens. Oh, dude, that was good. The next day happens. The next day occurs, and they get some people who are fans of the show, and they say, "Look, we normally want to take Brendan's side on stuff.
Fucking serious.
We normally want to take Brendan's side on stuff, but in this case, it seems like he was the right, he was the asshole in the situation." And Brendan's like, "Yeah, whatever, just move on." And I think that's a, if you watch it, I know it's like I said, it's like 15 minutes, but it shows him to be a complete dick to people.
This was how many years ago?
Oh, it's a long time ago. It was like 2008.
Yeah. I mean, we're, nobody's perfect.
I am.
I guess.
Boy, so you are I can't wait till you actually get to know Brendan Schaub, and I'll see that you're an apologist.
I mean, he did one bad thing like 30 years ago, and
No.
that
He,
hold it over the
dude,
guy for the rest of his life.
no. I'm not saying that. I believe everybody deserves a second chance, but you'll learn this guy. He's not nice to people.
I mean, he was a UFC fighter, so
Listen to this
of
fucking
course,
apologist,
you
kids.
know,
Listen to this fucking apologist who's down by 6.
Abo. What the fuck is Abo?
It's whatever you want it to be, baby.
I only play real world words.
Oh, is that true?
Also, yeah, people really like to make fun of stutter or whatever. He mispronounces something.
They love that. They absolutely love that. Yahweh was good.
Um, if only. Hmm. fast, fast, brutal.
Not really. You're doing really well. I'm not able to pull away, even though I've had some big words: silty, six, Zed.
Oh, look at this. Look at this play. Look at this fucking play, folks. That was horrible. Look who has an eye.
Baby, I mean, what do you want me to do about it?
This is not gonna end well. Gosh. Oh no. Oh, he's got another rat. Nice. Are you fucking serious? Um,
I like how you keep struggling to put down a word. It's like, it's interesting. It's really interesting to me. A whoa?
thank you.
Whoa?
I think no way. Too many of these coincidences were able to somehow build up the words that I have. Doesn't that make sense? Oh, if I have an L.
No way. No way. No way. No way. No way. No way. Oh, that was good.
R with two R.
How many letters are left? Does it say?
Four, 14 tiles.
Thank you, sir. Dude, there's so much of this board that hasn't been used.
Yeah, I may have clogged the toilet a little bit. That's well. What the fuck? I feel like if you have two words, you should be able to play it. Two words.
That's where you use a fucking S. That was a bad use of an S, my friend.
Yeah, I shouldn't have done that probably, but Didn't have the greatest tile.
This is just pure dominance.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
Baby,
I have a word that's not gonna like.
you're up, big man. And you need a big fucking word.
J-Lo should be a word.
Why? What is J-Lo?
Jennifer Lopez.
That's a proper noun, dog.
Yeah, but still,
Still what?
I would like to play a version where the proper noun.
I would too. I would, and acronyms.
Well, acronyms, there'd be like anything that goes.
Baby, are you saying that you think that you'd lose?
I'm just saying, there'd be a lot of anything. You can make an acronym of the.
Well, popular acronyms.
Okay. You played Pyrex the other day. Isn't Pyrex a name?
Yeah, I thought it was too, but it's a
Because
material.
I have a,
It's a material,
I have a
dog.
measuring.
It's a
Okay.
it's a material.
Okay.
Dog, we're just seeing pure dominance here. I don't think I can play my last letter.
If I place down my tile, then I get you.
Yep. What letter you have? I'll help you.
It's an I.
You can play an I. Good job. All right.
Back to Brendan Schaub trivia. No, I'm kidding. I won't do that to you. All right, I'm good for now. I got shit I gotta do. I had some people messaging me on Twitter for some fucking reason. They want me to come to their streams. But I've got some other shit I have to do before then. So, my friend, until then, spend your 15 minutes, 15 hours sleeping, big dog. And I'll see you soon, God willing, okay? But I want you to review everything, and I'm going to quiz you on Brendan Schaub trivia next time I see you, okay?
Well, I last time I schooled you on William
Not even close. I'm going to just be honest with you. Not even close. You didn't know where William Montgomery went to college. You didn't know where William Montgomery went to college. You didn't know William Montgomery's type of car.
Volvo and
What color Volvo, dog? What color Volvo?
blue.
Incorrect. Guess again, Mister. I know William Montgomery, but I don't.
Black.
Incorrect. Guess again.
Green.
You are 0 for 3, son.
Silver.
All right. And where did he go to school?
He went to, oh god. I know the color.
Doug, you are dog shit. What color is it?
Is it Tennessee or no?
What color did you think it is?
Is it Tennessee or I might be confusing it with the other one.
What's the other one?
It escapes me. I'm on low battery right now. Or on low power mode on my phone. So yeah. Yeah.
What
I'm
the
pretty sure it's Tennessee.
what the fuck does low power mode have to do with your phone? Or with answering this
Bad
question?
connection.
Why? Oh, so you can text him?
Yeah. I can't search it up. I'm on low power mode.
Okay, what color do you think it is?
Orange.
Now, what if I were to say to you, his dog's name is Gator?
Wait. You didn't? No, that's not true.
His dog's name is Gator.
No, it's not.
I follow this fucking dog on Instagram.
Okay, then you should know. His name is Gator Montgomery.
Oh, okay, yeah. No doubt about that. And I'm not losing credit for that. I follow that fucking dog on Instagram.
You're can you answer your own question and you're expecting others to answer Montgomery's question?
Dog, you and I both know. You and I both know that you are not being fair. Of course, his last name's Montgomery. That's his fucking.
You didn't even know that William Montgomery had to take a paperclip ladder out of his father's law office.
Yeah, I do. I know that. I know all of that.
No, you didn't the first time I asked you, and then I told you, and then you're like, okay.
How tall was it?
Multiple stories.
I want an exact amount of stories.
There's like 15 stories.
It was like 7 stories, Doug. How about you get it right?
No, it was 15. You looked it up.
Incorrect. All right. How about this one, B? Where did William Montgomery do comedy before Los Angeles?
Everyone knows that.
Doug, you need me to ask you this fucking question again? Where did William Montgomery do comedy before Los Angeles?
Tennessee.
That's incorrect. Guess again.
What's the answer? What's the answer?
Doug, I want not only a city, I want
You're
the
just making things
I
up.
want the, I want the name I want the
Yes,
name of the
three
comedy club. Doug, not only do I want the city, I want the name of the comedy club.
I don't know that. Tell me, what's the answer?
The answer is Denver, and the name of the comedy club is the Comedy Works. Get your shit together and get it correct. You think you're a fucking William Montgomery fan. Dog, you don't even know who he is.
You're searching that up on your phone.
No, I'm not. I'm fucking live on the stream.
I can see you.
No, I'm not. I just restarted my stream. You can literally look at any of my streams. I did not look it up. I know that. He worked there for a little bit. They had some overlap with Sam Talent.